Hey everyone. Welcome back for the second part of Kami's experiment. I saw you guys loved the first part and so I'm bringing the second one as soon as possible. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. The Neighborhood Watch. Fugaku Uchiha was sitting in his study inside of his compound going over some paperwork. He kept being distracted by his thoughts as most of his thinking power was diverted to thinking about their unknown adversary/ally. The Neighborhood Watch had communicated with him multiple times in an attempt to help the Uchiha and warn against their darker plans. The ultimate result, the Uchiha clan was still in a state of unrest, but the coup was no longer a realistic option. It started with Mastermind's not-so-veiled call-out in the council meeting just over 4 years ago. 2 months after that, Elemental Postal Service, a high-class messenger service known for their discretion, delivered 2 scrolls to the Uchiha clan. The first was a letter from Mastermind basically telling Fugaku to get his clan under control or the Neighborhood Watch would do it for him. It also informed Fugaku that a rogue Uchiha claiming to be Madara was the one that caused the Kyuubi attack, with a side note that the Hokage and elders knew this fact. Fugaku had scoffed at the threat because nobody could threaten the might of the Uchiha, but knowledge was power, and this knowledge could threaten everything the Uchiha had in the village. Luckily, Fugaku noticed that the information had not been shared with the Hokage or anybody else in the village. For the last 4 years, the Neighborhood Watch had communicated with him alone and gave him the chance to fix his clan. The second scroll contained ideas for getting the Uchiha back in the good graces of the village along with notes for a seals that would be sure to help with his police force, the Truth Seal, a prisoner seal and an imprisonment barrier. This meant that the anonymous organization knew that the Uchiha were the main providers of seals and police security for Konoha. Despite the urge to rip the letter to shreds, Fugaku forced himself to heed the warning and accept some of the advice. The result of listening to the Neighborhood Watch was mostly positive for Fugaku and the Uchiha clan as a whole. For 4 years, sporadic, one-way letters would arrive at Fugaku's front door from the same mailing service. The messengers never spoke about their clients and all attempts to look into the Neighborhood Watch proved futile. He heard that they had helped Suna, a fact that the Konoha Council had taken very personally, and recently that they took out Gato in Wave Country. Other than the public statement the organization made, there has been zero information found by the Uchiha clan or the Council of Konoha. As Fugaku was lost in his thoughts, another messenger appeared with a letter for him. He took it with a brief thank you and waited for the messenger to exit his compound before opening it. His eyebrows continued to rise as he read the letter before suddenly shot to his feet. Fugaku, your efforts over the last 4 years have not been in vain. Thank you for trusting us. As we have continually repeated, we have the best interest of the world, and the Uchiha clan by proxy, in mind. For your efforts, I offer 2 things this time. First, you are invited to sit down with one of our agents in Wave. We offer you this as a sign of trust and we expect you to come with minimal security. We have been told that Mikoto and Shisui are trustworthy, so feel free to bring them. Tide's End Restaurant at noon on August 30th th. Second, we have taken steps to help the Uchiha reclaim their rightful place in Konoha. We have hamstrung Danzo, your main opposition in the council, and will continue to do so. You will be happy to know that Hiruzen is considering grooming Itachi for the role as his successor. Keep your elders in check and keep doing the right thing. See you soon, your friendly Neighborhood Watch. At the same time, Water Country, Mai Terumi, the commander of the resistance in the Kiri Rebellion, was disturbed from her planning by one of her most trusted shinobi. Lady May, we have a messenger here from the Elemental Postal Service with a sealed message for you, Ao said in a professional tone. May looked up and smiled. Thank you, Ao. Please let them in. She didn't even question how the messengers knew where to find the rebel base. That postal service was incredibly precise, and they never spoke out of turn. The organization compensated their messengers well and every messenger was equipped with anti-interrogation seals that were supremely effective. Plus, nobody wanted to cross them because the leaders of the mailing service had posted warnings of retribution in the form of intelligence that could cripple most nations. After accepting the scroll from the messenger, May let the man rest in the rebel base for the night and opened the scroll. What she read blew her mind. To Mai Terumi, I hope your rebellion is going well. We are rooting for you. We are the Neighborhood Watch, and we are working to bring peace to the elemental nations. I know this is our first time reaching out to you, but please give us a chance. As for why we are reaching out to you, we want to give you some information and provide some assistance in your efforts. First, the Mizukage Yaguro, Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, is under the control of a powerful genjutsu placed on him by the same rogue Uchiha that used the Kyuubi to attack Konoha. What you do with this information is up to you, but Yagura's reign of terror cannot continue. Second, do not send Zabuzai out to gain funds. We recently neutralized Gato and he will no longer be able to supply Yagura. We have decided to donate some funds to aid in your rebellion that we acquired from Gato. They are sealed below. Enjoy. Finally, after killing Gato and all of his thugs on his ship, we discovered a couple survivors from Kiri. We are helping them stabilize and get set up in the land of waves. If and when you win your just rebellion, feel free to come and speak to them. I will tell you that most of them do not wish to return, but we will not deny you the right to make your pitch. We are rooting for you, your friendly neighborhood watch. Mei continued holding the letter in a stunned silence. Her jaw was hanging open and she didn't move a single muscle for over 5 minutes. Ao, wanting to make sure she was okay, asked a question that would inevitably backfire on him. Mei, are you okay? It is unlike you to freeze from such a letter. Did a long-lost marriage contract suddenly appear? Ao tried to joke, but it fell flat, and the room's temperature dropped noticeably. Ao, shut up, or I'll kill you, Mei said in a sickly sweet voice while mechanically turning her head around to look at him through slitted eyes. In Lightning Country, high up in the mountains and above the clouds, at the peak of his village, I was in his office doing bicep curls as he looked through his window out onto his village. It has been an interesting couple of years since the Hyuga incident. It wasn't a good memory for him, but he did what was required of him as a leader and resolved it in a manner that did minimal damage to Kumo. I wanted Kumo to be seen as the strongest hidden village, but he did not believe in his father's methods. There was more to strength than bloodlines. As he was finishing a set, his beautiful secretary Mabui entered his office. Lord Raikage, there is a messenger here from the elemental post for you. Her voice was every bit as beautiful to Ai's ears as she was. Very well, Mabui, send them in. He replied while trying to give a soft look to the dark-skinned beauty. After accepting the scroll and taking a seat behind his desk, I began to read, and he didn't know whether to be pleased or enraged. To I, the fourth Raikage, we apologize that our birth onto the world stage could be seen as an action against Kumo. It was not our intention to make an enemy of you, but your father's methods will no longer be tolerated, no matter who attempts to employ them. We have watched you over the 4 years and are pleased to see you are a man of honor, so we are giving you an opportunity to work with us for the betterment of the elemental nations. In an act of good faith, and as a matter of apology, we offer you some seals that we have shared with other trusted parties. In the first seal, you will find instructions for creation and implementation of a truth seal. We believe that the world would be a better place if people were more honest. Second, we share with you a privacy barrier that will also negate any listening or surveillance devices. How and where you use them is up to you. Before we go, we would like you to reconsider the exchange program that Konoha had proposed. It would be a move in the right direction for the new generation to see foreign shinobis as potential friends rather than simple opposition. It is ultimately your decision, but we can assure you that if you take this leap of faith, you won't be disappointed. We look forward to working with you. Your friendly neighborhood watch in Earth County. Oonoki was a short old man with a big, bulbous nose and quite a bit of power. He held the dust release bloodline, and he was the only shinobi in the elemental nations that could fly. Unfortunately, he was getting old, and time was taking a toll on his body. He sat at his desk, fuming mad, as he read the letter that was just delivered to him. To Oonoki of both scales, hey there old man, we are the Neighborhood Watch and we wanted to offer you a cautionary warning. An up-and-coming organization of nuke ninjas has probably approached you. They go by the name of Akatsuki, and they are the ones that persuaded Deidara to join their cause and forsake Iwa. Just thought we would let you in on that little nugget of information. Second, if you still think it would be worth using this organization of powerful shinobi, then you would be in direct opposition against us. While we are working to make the elemental nations a better place, their organization's goal is to capture all 9 Jinchuriki. You do not want to know what would happen if they managed to succeed. Please, keep Han and Roshi close and inform them of this threat. Finally, rather than simply piss you off, we have sealed a gift for you at the bottom of the scroll. We hope you enjoy it. We will reach out to you soon. Your friendly neighborhood watch. Oonoki had half a mind to disintegrate the letter and ignore the warning. These cowards wouldn't even face him in person and hid behind the mask of anonymity. However, he wanted to see what gift they had for him, so he pulsed some chakra into the storage seal. A padded belt puffed out of the scroll and fell onto his desk with a note attached. This belt will help with your back pain. Put it on and channel some chakra into the seal. Oonoki didn't care if it were a trap, he would do anything to be rid of his damnable back pain. He wrapped the padded belt over his Tsuchikage uniform and channeled chakra into the belt. He felt an icy hot sensation spread through his lower back and a sigh of contentment escaped his lips. Okay, youngsters, I will heed your warning for now, he whispered before calling to his golem guards. Convene the council, I have information concerning Datara. Annoying the waves of life. Hiruzen was sitting at his desk, and he worked alongside his clones to combat his greatest enemy. Somebody must have informed the council that he could handle more paperwork because even with clones the thrice damned sheets of paper never stopped piling up. Suddenly, a familiar presence appeared at his window and Jiraiya stepped through. Jiraiya looked the same as he always did, guys, so if you don't know, look it up. Sup, sensei? Jiraiya asked casually as he reclined in the windowsill. Hiruzen spared a momentary glance from his paperwork to address Jiraiya. Any news, Jiraiya? Jiraiya smiled brightly. Oh, I don't know. Do you want the good news or the bad news first? Hiruzen sighed and laid back into his chair and removed his pipe from a drawer in his desk. He lit it and took a deep puff before offering his response. Let's start with the good news this time. Jiraiya smiled. Well, it appears we have earned a small amount of Naruto's trust. Tsunade has invited you and I to his birthday party. She is planning a surprise party for him in Suna, and we are invited with strict instructions not to bring anyone else. Why Suna, Jiraiya? Hiruzen asked, sounding dejected. Why has Naruto and Tsunade done so much for a village that is not even theirs? Why would a Senju host a birthday party in Suna? Jiraiya frowned at that before a firm look fixed itself on his face. Because you fucked up, sensei. I wasn't here, but it seems like you fucked up big time. As for me, well, I chalk it up to a punishment for my sin of negligence. Hiruzen slammed his hands on his desk. What was I supposed to do, Jiraiya? Jiraiya scowled at that. You told me you would take care of him if I maintained my network. Do you call letting him be abused by the civilians, orphanage and shinobi of this village taking care of someone? I have accepted my role, but it seems like you are still stuck in denial. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes, looking truly drained. Can you blame me for being upset? They shower love on Suna and have helped them out greatly while they sick the fire daimyo on me and the council. Jiraiya stood from his spot in the window and fixed a fierce glare on his Hokage. One simple question, can you blame them? So, it is all my fault? Look, sensei, you have two options. Keep wallowing in your pity party alone or accept the facts and move on. The fire daimyo has inadvertently helped you regain control of the council, even if that comes with a leash attached. Hiruzen scoffed. A leash, you say? I call it Tsunade. Yeah, well, you rightly pissed her off. So, do you want to attend or no? Hiruzen sighed again and ran his hands down his face. I don't know, Jiraiya. Why don't you tell me what the bad news is, and I will see if I feel like going. Well, the neighborhood watch has basically made their move and spoken to most of the village leaders, as far as I can tell. Not only that, but they gave out seals to Kumo and Suna. Suna also has the Senju family's favor. I have not been able to get a true spy into Suna since they erected their new seals. I never knew Tsunade to be a seal's mistress though. It's not Tsunade, Jiraiya. It is Naruto. Hiruzen replied wearily. Care to run that by me again, sensei? Jiraiya asked with a cocked eyebrow. When Naruto was young, a hidden function of his seal activated, and he met Minato's chakra imprint. Evidently, said imprint imparted him with knowledge. He gave me an enhanced privacy barrier when he was only 5. It seems like he has given much more to Suna. Jiraiya started laughing uproariously. Oh, Kami, sensei. Now it is starting to sink in just how much you fucked up. Ha ha ha. Well, he isn't giving it to Suna for free. They are paying him quite well. Hiruzen hardened his eyes at that. So, they are paying him for the seals? Yup, from what I know, the Senju family has offered sealing services to Suna and Wave almost exclusively. From what I was able to extract, Naruto or Tsunade also helped Suna develop a sealing department. In addition, the Senjus are selling seals to improve the quality of life to the public. Any idea what kind of quality of life seals? Hiruzen asked, completely overwhelmed by the information. Jiraiya giggled. Well, they are working with merchants to sell sealed bras, temperature-controlled outfits, and rumor has it they are getting into weapons as well. They have amassed quite a fortune, on top of their clan's inheritance. How are they doing all of that? That would require many seal adepts or journeymen to accomplish all of that. Hiruzen asked incredulously. Jiraiya shrugged in response. I don't know, sensei. What I do know is that you need to let go of your baseless grudges and get back in their good graces. Not only is it in Konoha's best interest, but it will be disastrous if you don't. Very well, Jiraiya. Leave me. If I am to take a week-long vacation, I will need to finish this blasted paperwork. Land of Waves, August 30th. Naruto was preparing himself for the meeting with Fugaku by a meditation session in his garden. His tiny body still couldn't handle absorbing nature chakra, but he enjoyed playing with it. He would let some flow through his coils before ejecting it back out. It felt like a delicate dance with a fearsome opponent because the power of Mother Nature always threatened to overtake and overwhelm. Naruto did notice that the natural energy in its raw form felt different than the Toad's sage arts, which intrigued him greatly. Tsunade was sipping on a cup of coffee as she watched the incredible child in front of her. Sure, he wasn't really a 9-year-old, but her mind often forgets that fact when she watches him train. One thing is for sure, he is her grandson, and she would do anything for him. She scoffed internally at that because she joined his efforts to change the world. It was a creative way to affect the world without revealing that he had went back in time. As she watched, she remembered the conversation she had with him the day after his raid on Gato's ship, which created a shitstorm neither of them was planning on. Flashback, evening after Gato's death. Tsunade just woke up from her nap after a very long morning at the clinic. She appreciated that her son, or one of his personalities, went out of his way to save those women and give them hope. It was the sign of a good man. It was a heartbreaking morning as she worked with Hiruzen to combat a multitude of STDs and other chronic diseases as well as many minor injuries. The women were finally realizing that their nightmares were over, and it was an emotionally draining experience. After splashing some water on her face, she realized that she could smell something delicious cooking. She walked downstairs to see Naruto had grilled some steaks, potatoes and prepared some asparagus, which he had laid out for her along with a glass of sake. The young blonde boy smiled at her as she made her way into the kitchen and wrapped him in a hug. The two remained silent and enjoyed the moment and meal before their conversation happened. After 10 minutes, the meal was done and only sake was left. Tsunade sipped her sake and sighed in contentment as she processed that a child was her drinking buddy. Naruto set down his saucer and began explaining exactly what happened. It took Tsunade a minute or two to accept the reality that her son could interact with his alter egos, which was not standard for multi-personality disorder, or MPD for short. She sorted out her thoughts before responding. Okay, well, all things considered, you handled that fairly well. Am I to understand that they can hear us, no? Tsunade asked. To the best of my understanding, they are like Kurama. They remain alert in the mindscape, and they have daily routines that they do in the mindscape. If they wish to share my senses, I believe they have the ability to. However, they cannot speak to me through the mental link the same way Kurama does. Naruto replied matter-of-factly. Tsunade rested her chin on her knuckles. Can they take over at any point? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Rias only ever takes over when I use her personality as in a shadow clone or at night when she is bored. Ah, Rias, the reason you sometimes reek of tobacco and women's perfume. Tsunade shot a wry smile at him. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Ha ha, yeah, and she evidently likes sleeping with women. Tsunade spit out her sip of sake at that one. And you can share her memories of that? Naruto nodded. I asked Rias and Yosuke to share their memories, since I thought that I would need to be aware of what they have done. Tsunade shook her head in disappointment. So much for your innocence. MPD with shadow clones that can undergo true transformations is terrifying, Naruto. It scares me because if they take over and change your form, I would never be able to tell the difference. I know, Mama. It scares me too, but they seem to respect me as the core personality. We know that they originated out of my subconscious need to divide up the stress that was overwhelming me. I think they want to help me, and they agreed to not forcibly take over like that again. Tsunade sighed deeply. Well, I don't see much of a choice except to trust them. I am choosing to see them as an extension of our family. I want to create a way for them to inhabit clones and let them have a life of their own. If I can do that, then they will be less likely to take over my actual body. Tsunade chewed on that thought for a little bit. That will have to do for now. End of flashback. As Tsunade broke out of that reflection, it brought her to thoughts of today's task. Fugaku Uchiha was a proud bastard and Tsunade didn't care for him very much. Mikoto was one of her students along with Kushina and she loved that woman. She wanted to avoid the Uchiha massacre, and she formed a plan with Naruto to change that part of the past. If they got Fugaku on their side, then the next step would be getting rid of Danzo. The thought of the old warhawk was enough to enrage her, but she already had plans in motion to deal with the cripple. Watching Naruto dance with nature the way he did was extremely relaxing to Tsunade as well. The garden glowed with life and power whenever he did it and it was a treat to see. The whole Senju compound felt at peace whenever he meditated, and it helped relieve the anxiety of taking on the whole world to save it from itself. She was so lost in her thoughts as she sipped on her morning coffee that she missed when Naruto wrapped her in a hug from behind. The tiny, boyish form was so cute when he wrapped himself around her waist. "Good morning, Mama. Sleep well?" The childish voice came from behind her. "Sure did, Ruto. How about you? You ready for this?" Tsunade asked. Naruto scoffed, "Fugaku can't do anything to me. Even if he uses those monkey marbles, Q will help me out. Plus, we are helping him, whether he realizes it or not." Tsunade hummed at that. "What are you going to talk to him about today?" Naruto smiled mischievously. "Well, Yosuke, or his new, less recognizable transformation, is going to help him save his own clan and warn him about the rogue Uchiha. I will give him a small gift to stoke his pride and keep him on our side. You okay with recommending Itachi for next Hokage?" "Absolutely, bud. If he can save me from all that paperwork, then good riddance. The only reason I took the title last time around was because you begged me to. Knowing that I accomplished that dream once is good enough for me." Tsunade responded before asking, "What gift?" "Well, you know how ninjas like sharp, pointy things? Well, I was going to give him a prototype sword. One of my experiments that we covered from the Uzumaki vaults. The seals weren't applied during the forging, but I engraved them on a chakra metal weapon, so they should still be effective." Naruto provided the answer nonchalantly. Yes, fellow readers or listeners, Naruto and Tsunade went to Uzushio and they were able to recover the clan scrolls. If you couldn't tell from my writing, I don't feel like making training montages or doing anything so repetitive. If the training is important to the story, it will be in there. The telling of the Uzushio exploration will come later. That raised alarms for Tsunade. "Are you sure you should give him an Uzumaki sword? I have removed the clan emblems and all of the swords from the armory were of high quality. It is no Benihime, but it will prove effective at stoking his ego." "Fine, but be careful." Tsunade gave in, as she always did to her grandson. 2 hours later, Yosuke was waiting in the Tide's End restaurant in a booth that let him keep his eyes on the door. He changed his transformation to look more like Hakuru from a manga that he liked to read called Tenshura. Naruto thought that the Uchiha clan head would respect an older form, especially as a representative of an anonymous organization. Fugaku entered the restaurant with Mikoto and Shisui at 11:55 am, which was a good sign. Naruto didn't think he would need to be overly concerned, but he did have clones henged as customers and Tsunade was on standby. He watched the Uchiha family sit down at a booth in the center of the restaurant. Naruto stood up and walked over to their table. He tapped Fugaku on his shoulder and motioned to the booth at the back of the restaurant. The group migrated back to Naruto's booth, and he set up a privacy and genjutsu barrier before addressing his guests. Yosuke smiled disarmingly at the Uchiha trio. "Thank you for making the trip here. We are grateful that you trusted us enough to bring your wife and nephew along as well." Fugaku remained stone-faced as he inspected the stranger. "May I ask you to introduce yourself before we begin?" Yosuke smiled at the clan head. "How rude of me, I am Yosuke, I am part of Wave's neighborhood watch." Fugaku nodded, not missing the implication that there were more branches of said organization. "Pleasure to finally meet you. I am Fugaku, this is my wife Mikoto and my nephew Shisui." Yosuke nodded, "Yes, we are aware. Now, would you like to start with information or a gift we prepared for you?" Fugaku looked intrigued, but Mikoto spoke up. "Actually, Mr. Yosuke, if you wouldn't mind, would you share why you are helping the Uchiha clan and not the rest of Konoha?" Yosuke frowned at that. "Didn't our organization stop Kumo's attempt on the Hyuga?" Mikoto smiled coyly at him. "Yes, you did. However, that still doesn't explain your intentions or reasons behind them." "Mikoto, that is enough." Fugaku began to chastise her before Yosuke held up a hand. "It is quite all right, Fugaku. This world is a harsh place and trust does not come naturally. To answer your earlier question, Lady Mikoto, I believe you are the reason our leader chose to intervene." All Uchihas raised an eyebrow at that before Mikoto spoke. "Could you explain that a little more?" Yosuke shrugged casually. "I could, but I am not aware of all the reasons myself. We knew that the path the Uchiha were heading down led to ruin and we didn't wish for that to happen. So, I guess we will start with information. Fugaku, have you been able to temper the elders' agitation?" "For the time being. It is not an easy task, especially now that we are on the edge of the clan district." His stoic reply left Yosuke wanting. "Okay, well, I need to warn you of a threat that may attempt to take advantage of the divide. There is a member of an organization called the Akatsuki that wears an orange spiral mask with a black cloak adorned with red clouds. This man calls himself Madara Uchiha, but we are quite certain he is not Madara." The normally stoic clan wore shocked looks on their faces, Before Fugaku stuttered out, Mad, Madara? Yosuke nodded, yes, but he is an imposter. We are still looking into their organization, but so far this imposter is responsible for the Kyuubi attack and for controlling the 4th Mizukage with the power of his Sharingan. His visual prowess is exceptional, and he is quite a fearsome opponent, one we are not ready to engage at this time. Yosuke sat back in his chair and watched a variety of looks play over their faces. Naruto knew that he would have to give more than he got, which was okay with him because he didn't really need anything at the moment. There was rage, denial, sadness and finally resolve on Fugaku's face before he responded. So, it was definitely an Uchiha that caused the Kyuubi attack? If the villagers ever found out. Fugaku began, but saw Yosuke raised his hand. We do not wish to abuse you with the information. It is a warning for you that anything to do with the masked man will lead you to ruin. Yes, he is mostly responsible for your clan's fallen station, whether the villagers know it or not. I recommend you share this with your elders, but that decision is up to you. Mikoto was crying now out of anger, so, it was an Uchiha that took my best friend away? Do you know where he is? Her Sharingan had flared to life out of anger, but she was calmed by a hand on her shoulder from Fugaku. Fugaku turned back to Yosuke and fixed him with a stern gaze. Yosuke, I am sure you understand my skepticism, but I accept your warning. It would be helpful if we could meet your leader and understand why he is using his power to help us. In good time, Fugaku. In good time I am sure that our organization will step into the light. If it sets your mind at ease, we are using our resources to help a great many people. You are not unique. We are doing it to prevent the destruction of the world. I know it sounds incredulous, but our leader has an amazing ability, and he is using it to put out fires before they ravage everything we hold dear, Shisui whispered, in a state of shock. Could it really lead to the end of the world? Yosuke nodded sadly, a weariness filled his eyes and shocked the Uchihas. Yes, and not in some distant future. If we took no action, it would have ended with the 4th Great Shinobi War in less than 10 years. Jaws hit the table as the Uchihas processed the information. Are you telling me your leader can see the future? Fugaku asked, completely shocked by the implications. I will reveal no more than I have already, which has been quite generous. Tell me, Shisui, have you awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan yet? My leader wishes to know. Fugaku growled, nobody is supposed to know about that. This so-called organization had truly terrifying information gathering abilities. Mikoto calmed him down. Is it necessary for him to know? It is not a matter of if he will awaken it, but when. We believe he is already, and is particular I will put him at risk. The Kodo Amatsukami is a terrifyingly powerful ability, and it will be coveted by many, especially an old cripple in your village. Yosuke replied in a disarming tone. Fugaku stood and pounded his fist on the table as his Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. Enough games. How do you know about the Mangekyo and Shisui's abilities? How do you know any of this? And what does Danzo have to do with anything? His voice roared in the tiny privacy bubble and caused small shimmers on the translucent barrier. Yosuke sipped on his water before responding. I do not know how he gathers his information, I simply follow my instructions and believe in our mission. If this old man can help save the world, then he will do what he can. So, Shisui has activated his eyes, that is good. To answer your last question, that decrepit old fool is the reason your clan's prestige has fallen so far. He is your main adversary in the village, and if he ever got his hand on Shisui's eyes, then it would lead to the ruin of the leaf. Fugaku was incensed and Mikoto had grabbed his hand firmly to drag him back down into his seat, but that didn't stop her from fixing a glare on Yosuke. How do we know you are not manipulating us? This is quite a lot to take in and it is getting hard to believe. Yosuke smiled warmly at Mikoto, which caught her off guard. I will say this. When we expose Danzo, and we will, you will see something under that bandaged eye that will prove our good intentions for your clan. Shisui put 2 and 2 together to make 4 and he whispered, Sharingan. Fugaku's head snapped to Shisui and then to Mikoto and then the realization hit him as well and his ki flared. Yosuke put a calming hand in the air in an attempt to calm him down, which was moderately successful. This is a powerful privacy barrier, but if you continue then it will falter. Yes, he has a Sharingan eye. I request that you let us handle this through the proper channels. We have already rendered the cripple impotent, and we are being thorough enough to make sure the slippery bastard cannot escape. Yosuke's calm tone did nothing to calm Fugaku down. The clan head had his arms crossed in front of his chest, narrowed eyes, and he was almost constantly growling lowly. Mikoto was attempting to keep him calm and Shisui was glaring off into the distance. He had a wizened look on his face that didn't belong on a 19-year-old. Finally, Fugaku spoke. What assurances can you give that Danzo will be dealt with? Yosuke seemed to think for a minute. Well, I will not tell you how, but in the next 2 years he will be dead. All we can do is mitigate the amount of damage he can cause in the meantime. For your part, keep an eye on him. The root has been trimmed but is by no means disbanded. Be warned, if you make a move prematurely then that will be the end of our partnership with the Uchiha. Not only that, but it will have negative impacts on the Uchihas standing in the village. Fugaku frowned, he didn't like being on the receiving end of ultimatums. Very well, is there anything else you wish to address? In a puff of smoke, a sword was on the table. The sheath was in a dark red with the hilt of the katana wrapped in a blood-red cloth. Yosuke pushed the sword to Fugaku before speaking. This is an example of our craftsmanship. We know the Uchiha have quite a few smiths, but we used ancient Uzumaki techniques to craft the blade and empowered it with seals. The blade will enhance the wielder's ability with the fire element and is made of a potent chakra-conductive metal. We give you this sword as a gesture of goodwill. That will be all from me, so I thank you for coming to meet me and wish you a bright future. Yosuke stood up and shook Fugaku's hand, but before he could disappear, Fugaku spoke. I don't know why you are assisting us, but I am grateful. When the time comes, the Uchiha clan is in your debt. Do not hesitate to call on us if you should need, Fugaku said in a dignified manner. Yosuke smiled and for a second it matched Naruto's gigawatt smile. That is good to hear. Enjoy your time in Wave and have a safe trip home. Yosuke disappeared in a sunshine and the Uchihas collapsed back into their seats. Shisui had unsheathed the sword and was inspecting the blade. It was a masterpiece by Uchiha standards and after he was done inspecting it, he handed it to Fugaku. The clan head noticed the seals etched into the metal of the blade and at the base of the handle. The balance of the sword was just right, and a pleased grin worked its way onto his face. Dear, what are we going to do now? Mikoto asked. We will enjoy a meal here and stay a night at the inn before we return to Konoha tomorrow. We will need to discuss what to share with the elders and the Hokage. Uncle, do you think we can trust him? Shisui asked. I don't know if we have a choice, Shisui. It isn't like we could find them if we wanted to. Konoha has been trying for years with no results. Fugaku answered, exhaustion from the meeting finally catching up with him. What of Danzo? Do you really think we should let an unknown party handle him? Mikoto asked. For now, yes. We will watch, wait and collect our own evidence against the man. I am more concerned about the rogue Uchiha and the dissenters among the elders. Fugaku answered. The Uchihas enjoyed the rest of their day in the land of waves. As they made their way to the docks the following day, they walked past a construction site on the edge of the city. It looked like a big bridge was being built to link the island to Fire Country. That would be something worth reporting to the Hokage. That and the Senju symbol that seemed to decorate many stores and buildings in the small island town. Sunagakur, October 8 th. 10 years after the Kyuubi attack, Naruto, Tsunade and Shizune were finishing their trip through the desert. Naruto appreciated the more frequent rest stops that were built and maintained by Suna. Over the last 5 years, Suna shinobi have been using Naruto's scanning seal to look for water in the desert. The rest stops weren't frequent, but they were each built on top of a small underground lake that Naruto used to turn the area into an oasis. By digging out a path for the water to flow and then using a hefty amount of earth chakra, Naruto was able to raise the underwater reservoirs and bring them to the surface. This resulted in dots of green breaking up the dreary Suna desert. It also made the trip much easier on traders and brought a bit of business into Suna, which garnered the attention of the Wind Daimyo. The Senju family was going to Suna to check in on their Project Oasis, the project that has been ongoing for nearly 5 years. The engineering effort was all aimed at bringing the massive reservoir hiding miles under Suna closer to the surface so that it could be used for Suna's benefit rather than sitting untapped. They were getting close to finishing the effort and Rasa had reached out to Naruto for the final stage of the project, or at least that was the story Tsunade told him. The Senju family walked up to the main gates and saw that the Kazekage and his children, along with Chio and Ebisu, were waiting for them. As Naruto got closer, Temari ran forward and tackled him in a hug, much to the amusement of the adults watching. Oh, Rudo, it has been too long. I miss these hugs, Temari said as Naruto was pinned on the sand with Temari rubbing her face on his chest. Naruto blushed a bit but resigned himself to rubbing Temari's back and returning her hug. It was never in his plans to hijack this relationship but considering that she was his best female friend it just kind of happened. He was very close to Temari, and he was on brotherly terms with Gaara and Kankuro. Rasa had mentioned an arranged marriage to Tsunade almost every time they met. Each time Tsunade said the same thing, if it happens naturally, it happens. I am going to let Naruto choose who he loves. Heya, Temari, how have you been? He responded as she continued glomming him. I have been good. I will graduate from Suna's academy this year and become a kunoichi. My wind training is going really well too. We will have to spar later. She responded excitedly. Naruto finally broke the hug and the two kids stood up and dusted themselves off. Naruto shot a cocky grin at her. If you want to lose that badly, then I am okay with it. She slugged him in the shoulder in response. Don't make me unseal my fan. And you really should respect your elders, nobody likes a brat. A brat you say? Well, this brat can still take you to the cleaners, fangirl. Naruto answered her challenge blow for blow. Tamari threw her hands in the air, Gah. Fine, do you always have to have the last word, Ruto? Tamari was using a strangely childish and pouty tone as she said this. Naruto waved her off and shrugged before walking over to the adults. The group made their way to the middle of the city, where there was nearly a square mile cleared away. This was going to be a man-made lake and it would provide a much-needed relief to the desert heat. As they approached the center of the cleared-out area, which was nearly 50 feet lower than the edge of the soon-to-be lake, Naruto noticed the 50-square-foot hole that descended into the depths of the desert. The head engineer walked over to the Senju group and shook hands with each member. He turned and bowed to the Kazekage before speaking. Lord Kazekage, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? The man spoke in a professional and submissive tone. Relax, Toji, we are just here for a status update. Naruto is most interested in the progress we have made. Rasa replied in a relaxed tone in an attempt to calm the poor man down. Oh, very good, very good. Well, Lord Senju, we have steadily raised the lake and the top of the water is only 100 feet down. This is going to be the main spout and we have reinforced the ground that has been cleared out so that it can sustain the weight of the reservoir. Naruto was impressed by that. That means they had completed the movement of the water and now all they had to do was pump it into the man-made lake. That's awesome, Toji. You have done amazing work on this. When will the pumping begin? Well, the Kazekage insisted we wait until after. The man was halted by Rasa, who had his hand covering the man's mouth. He looked at Naruto apologetically. Sorry, Naruto, we are trying to keep it low-key. Village secrets and all that. Naruto wasn't buying Rasa's strange behavior or pathetic excuse. As he looked around at his group, he noticed that nobody was making eye contact with him. Okay, spill it. What is going on? Tsunade forced a smile on her face. Nothing, kiddo. Why don't we go enjoy dinner at the Kazekage mansion? Naruto shrugged before speaking. Okay, well, let me know if there is anything you need, Toji. I would be more than happy to help. I can't wait to jump in the lake. Kankuro started giggling perversely as he rubbed his hands together. Yes, Suna will finally have a swimming area, which means girls in swimsuits. A combination of Gaara's sand and Tamari's fan left bruises on Kankuro's chest and head. Naruto shot a deadpan look at Gaara. This is our brother. What has gotten into him? Gaara nodded sagely. I do not know, Naruto. Father explained that it is most likely the effects of puberty on a boy that is obsessed with women's products and dolls. They are puppets. And it isn't makeup, it's war paint. Kankuro whined while shooting a betrayed look at his father, which earned a round of laughter from the group. 2 days later, around noon, Tamari roped Naruto into putting on a blindfold because she wanted to give him his birthday present. Naruto did his best to suppress his senses because he didn't want to cheat and spoil his surprise. Suddenly, Naruto felt the familiar feeling of a sunshine and moments later Tamari's excited voice filled his senses. Okay, Ruto, you can take your blindfold off. Naruto removed his blindfold and saw he was on the edge of the no longer empty lake. The lake was filling up at a slow pace and Naruto saw that the citizens of Suna were gathered around the edge of the lake and cheering as it filled up. He saw Tsunade and Shizune standing behind him with smiles on their faces and Tamari wrapped him up in another big hug. It is all thanks to you. I convinced Daddy to wait until you made it back so that you could enjoy the moment with us, she whispered in his ear, clearly excited and grateful to see something that would bring life to the desert city. Nah, Tamari, this was a village-wide effort. I didn't do this, Suna did. I am glad I was here for this though. A peaceful smile rested on Naruto's face as he wrapped an arm around Tamari's waist. To his consternation she was only getting taller than him, despite his healthier eating. The group watched the lake fill up for 20 minutes before Tamari took Naruto's hand and walked him back to the Kazekage mansion. They took their time and greeted the people of Suna, who watched the cute sight with smiles on their faces. The Senju name was held in almost as much honor as the Subaku name in Suna now and everyone seemed to think the pair were destined to be together. Tamari convinced Naruto to stop and buy her dengo, which he naturally obliged. They munched on the delicious snack and memories of the crazy snake lady flittered through his mind. He didn't know why he shivered, but he did. Naruto was sad that Anko died to Kabuto early on in the war and he never got a chance to know the beautiful Kunoichi better. Yet another thing he would have to change in this life. After Dengo, Temari walked hand in hand with Naruto back to the Kazekage mansion with Tsunade and Shizune trailing them with shit-eating grins on their faces. They finally made it back to the house and Temari opened the door and insisted on Naruto going in. After casting a sidelong look her way, Naruto walked into the house. Inside, Tazuna, Kaisa, Tsunami, Inari, York, Kinji, Madame Shijimi, Kaori, their daughter, Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Rasa, Yoshimaru, Gaara, Kankuro, and the Wind Daimyo Hodo and his wife, who was like 20 years younger than him. There were also a number of friends he made in Suna that this author doesn't feel like specifying. Surprise! They all yelled as Jiraiya summoned toads that blew party toys and threw confetti. How? Thanks guys, you got me, Naruto said with a smile on his face. He turned and looked at Tsunade, who nodded to him with a satisfied, motherly smile on her face. We wanted to do something special for you, brat. So, I worked with Rasa to set this all up. The daimyos insisted on coming, so don't blame me for that. Kinji let out a hearty laugh. Kinji was a samurai general before he took over from his father and became daimyo. He was 48 years old, his body still radiated strength and power, along with an aura of dignity and supreme confidence. He started his reign a couple years before Minato took over as the Hokage. As new rulers, the two were very close and had many plans to change Fire Country for the better, which obviously didn't work out. Since meeting Naruto, he has paid very close attention to the boy, especially since he was the next daimyo of Whirlpool by right. Don't be like that, my boy. Of course, we would make it out to this special event, Kinji said in a boisterous voice. Especially after how much you have helped us with those seals of yours. Madame Shijimi ran up and demonstrated why Tora always ran away as she glommed onto Naruto and shoved his head into her cleavage. Yes, there is no way I would miss this. You are practically family, after all. The loud woman then got quiet and whispered in his ear. Plus, those bras you gave me were life-changing. I will be ordering hundreds more, feel free to charge whatever you like. A nearly suffocated Naruto's answer was muffled by the woman's bust, but his up and down motion told the woman that he got the message. She let him go and Naruto took in a big breath of air. Naruto heard snickering through the mind link and Naruto sent a projection of Guy and Lee's eternal sunset, which rapidly stifled the sniggering fox. After Kinji and Shijimi, Hodo and his wife made their way over. Hodo was not like Kinji, he inherited the throne early from his father and had zero combat experience. Naruto honestly didn't like the man, but he had been working to make sure he sent missions to Suna when it was appropriate to do so. He remembered Gaara tell him that was one of the main reasons Suna had joined the invasion of Konoha. Naruto plastered a smile on his face and greeted the Wind Daimyo. Lord Hodo, I am humbled that you chose to join me for my birthday. You never told me about the beauty of your wife though. Naruto dipped his head in a show of respect. Oh ho, Lord Senju, always such the charmer. This is my wife Tiri and her beauty is second to none in the land of wind. The chubby man boasted. Naruto turned to Tiri, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Tiri. I am sure you are just as beautiful inside as you are out. The woman let a melodious chuckle escape her lips from behind the sleeve of her kimono. I could say the same to you, young Senju. I am truly grateful for all you have done to help our country. I can barely recognize this village anymore. Hodo cut in, yes, Suna is in an age of prosperity. Look, my boy, you simply must come and visit me and my family at our estate in the Wind Capital. I would love to hook you up with my niece. Naruto tried to maintain his smile as he replied. You honor me by your invitation, Lord Hodo. I will see if mother would allow me a break from my training. It is nearly time for me to return to Konoha and she has ramped up my training quite a bit. Oh ho, very good. I will be sure to speak with Lady Tsunade. Enjoy the rest of your party, my boy. Naruto relaxed and let out a sigh as the stodgy politician finally left him alone. He caught the apologetic smile of Tiri as she walked away, such a shame a lady like her had to settle with a guy like that. Kankuro clapped Naruto on the back and Gaara put a friendly hand on his shoulder. I always hate dealing with that fat bastard. At least he has gotten better since you came to Suna, Kankuro whispered in his ear. Indeed, he is nearly enough for me to give in to Shukaku's wishes to paint my sand with his blood. Gaara added in a dry monotone, which earned a weary look from Kankuro and a laugh from Naruto. He ain't worth it, Gaara. You have too much to lose. Let him be and we will work around him, Naruto whispered over his shoulder to Gaara. As he was talking to the Subaku brothers, Naruto locked eyes with the Hokage and knew that he should probably get this over with. He walked over to Tsunade and gestured with his head toward Hiruzen and Jiraiya. She simply nodded in a resigned fashion and put a comforting hand on his shoulder as they walked over to the two Konoha shinobi. Let's take this to a more private room. And you two will be quick with it, today is about my grandson, it isn't about you two, Tsunade said in a hushed tone saturated with a warning neither of the two men could ignore. After the two agreed, they walked out of the living room and into the guest room upstairs. Naruto weaved through hand signs and placed his hand on the door after everyone entered, which surprised Jiraiya. Sensei told me you were good with Fuinjutsu, but it is still surprising to see that, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. Naruto deadpanned at him, I have been able to do that since I was 5. So, grandfather, what did you want to say? Jiraiya froze while Tsunade slapped her hand to her face. As Jiraiya remained in a gobsmacked state, Naruto turned to Hiruzen. So, old man, I saw that the accounts were reimbursed. Thanks for that. Hiruzen suppressed the grumbling he wanted to do. He had to fight tooth and nail against the stingy council to get that money back. Kinji's insistence had played a key role in helping Hiruzen succeed. You are welcome, Naruto. I do hope we can move forward from here. Sure, new chapter and all that. Just make sure the new chapter isn't a repeat of the past. Old man Kinji told me you got rid of the civilian council, or at least the worst parts of it. Naruto replied in a neutral tone. Hiruzen cracked a smile, yes, that was one positive to come from all of this. The civilian council was reduced in size and is solely an advisory body. Multiple council members were arrested for theft, abuse of power and other such crimes. Will you be coming back to Konoha after this? No, I will continue my training and return for the final semester. Gaara will be one of the exchange students for that semester and I will be there to help him through it. Naruto's tone remained constantly neutral, as did his facial expressions. Jiraiya finally snapped out of it and his wide eyes stared at Tsunade, who had her arms crossed under her bust and looked at him neutrally. Is he? Tsunade sighed, yes, Jiraiya. He is not only your godson, but he is also your grandson. I told Sensei not to tell you because it is a family matter. Hiruzen winced at the implication that he wasn't family. Minato was our lost son, and we never knew. While we are on the topic of lineage, I can tell you that Uncle Tobirama was your father. I don't know about your mom. Jiraiya fainted at the information overload, and everyone just let him process the information on his own. Tsunade turned her gaze to Hiruzen, and tension built in the room. Hiruzen was the first to crack. I apologize to both of you for failing to protect Naruto. I justified it in my mind that I couldn't show favoritism and that the village came before one person. I was wrong and I apologize for my failures. Hiruzen bowed his head to the two Senjus. Naruto cut off Tsunade's growl by taking the lead. Relax, old man. My anger with you has faded. It is right there, under the surface, but it will continue to fade in time. I am sure you have heard what we have been up to, thanks for keeping the council off our butts. I wouldn't want Mama to become a missing nin because she killed whoever they sent after us. Hiruzen's smile grew as he listened to Naruto. Yes, well if you didn't secure a better treaty between Suna and Konoha, they would have raised a stink. It is embarrassing for the strongest of the Great Five to fall behind Suna in some ways. Although, I must admit that I enjoyed the changes that were made. The rest stops were a massive relief compared to the old journey through the desert. Naruto shrugged and rolled his eyes before replying. Look, old man, staying mad at you is tiring and I honestly have better things to do with my life. I assure you that I am loyal to Konoha, but that doesn't mean I am not going to help whoever I can. The changes to Suna were all me and Mama, at least the seals. The flourishing of Wave, yeah that was us. If you keep those old farts off my back, I promise I will bring the same to Konoha. I just needed to get out of there. Jiraiya had regained consciousness at some point and was listening intently to Naruto. Tell me, brat, what was so bad about Konoha? Naruto's eyes dimmed and he shot a lifeless look at Jiraiya. Did you know my food in the orphanage, the scraps that I got, often had rat poisoning in it? Did you know that while other kids got to play, I was made to clean? Did Hiruzen tell you that I slept and lived in a broom closet? What about the kids blaming everything that went wrong on me, which the old bat would use as justification to further starve me or beat me? To top it all off, on my 4th birthday I was thrown out and nearly 100 villagers gathered together to beat me half to death. If my dad's failsafe didn't activate, I could have died. Now, after that, do you believe the beatings would have ended there? Please share your wisdom with me, oh great Toad Sanin. Jiraiya and Hiruzen's faces drooped, and their eyes fell to the floor in shame. Their guilt was worse than their anger at the villagers because either of them could have prevented that from happening. He should have been the Prince of Konoha and instead he was villainized for something he never did. Tsunade was crying because she knew in Naruto's previous life the mistreatment had continued for most of his life. Not to mention the betrayal of the village he saved during the 4th War. Look, if I am being honest here, I will tell you that I am broken. Yes, Mama, I am going to tell them. Naruto paused here and took a deep breath. To compensate for my treatment, my mind fractured, and I developed multiple personality disorder. If you ever doubted if I was exaggerating, well there you go. Naruto's tone was dead, completely devoid of the mirth that should have been present in a child. Jiraiya fell to his knees and Hiruzen's head hit his chest as the two fully grown men cried out of guilt and frustration. Sniff. I am so. Sniff. Sorry. Jiraiya prostrated himself and slammed his head against the ground. Life suddenly returned to Naruto as he shook off the haunting memories of the past, but really Hikari was inside his mind trying to push her influence into Naruto to bring back his innocent spark. He went to Jiraiya and hugged him, making the old toad break down even more. Tsunade was losing the fight against her own tears at the scene and Hiruzen was trying to recompose himself. It took 5 minutes for the regroup to regain their composure, and it was Jiraiya that spoke first. Well, it sounds like I have a lot of making up to do. What do you say I train you and I can even let you sign the toad summoning contract as a birthday present? Naruto had given the toads some thought, but he had a feeling that they weren't the way to go this time around, especially after their betrayal last time around. His visit to Uzu's hidden archives had a couple summoning contracts, but they were mainly water-related and they didn't feel right either. For some reason, he got a feeling that Kami had something planned for him and he was going to wait to see what that was. Naruto sighed before he formed the Rasengan in his right hand and spoke to the gobsmacked pair of Konoha shinobi. I train myself, for the most part. Mama helps me out for a couple hours every few days and provides tests, but I really don't need your training. As for the toads, I have a gut instinct telling me not to sign that contract and I am inclined to listen to it. Naruto spoke firmly, to ensure he would get through his grandfather's thick skull. He declined the training because Jiraiya's style of training was actually infuriating when Naruto reflected on it. Jiraiya was sputtering, so Hiruzen spoke for his stunned student. Naruto, I don't doubt you are strong, but what would possess you to deny training from a Sannin? And why would you decline one of the great 3 summons? Instead of answering Hiruzen, Naruto turned to Tsunade. Should I show them? Tsunade shrugged, they are going to find out sooner or later. I guess it depends on if you trust them to keep your secret. Naruto sighed and fixed his gaze on the 2 men. Well, can I trust you to keep a secret, even if you feel like it would be your obligation to report it to the council? Jiraiya instantly nodded, but Hiruzen hesitated. Finally, Hiruzen nodded and said, if it doesn't endanger the village. This instantly made Naruto think, Kami, how did I know the old monkey was going to say that? Naruto laughed at the old monkey. Damn, old man, you are so predictable. Village this and village that. Whatever. Naruto turned toward a table in the room and put his hand on the wood, making it grow and form into a chair that he sat down on. As the 2 fully grown idiots pointed and sputtered, Naruto pulled $10 out of his wallet and handed it to Tsunade. Damn, I was sure one of them would have fainted. Tsunade gleefully plucked the bill out of his hand and put it in her cleavage before raising her fist into the air and shouting, finally. I have won a bet against him. I did it. This broke the 2 old goats out of their sputtering and made Naruto laugh heartily. Yeah, you did it mama. Congrats. Jiraiya scooped Naruto into a big hug and Hiruzen sighed. Of course you would have the Makuten. My grandson is awesome. My grandson is going to have a harem for sure. Jiraiya was cheering wholeheartedly, drawing sweat drops from Naruto and Hiruzen while Tsunade made the room temperature drop below freezing. Jiraiya craned his neck mechanically toward Tsunade, who was stalking towards him. He attempted to hide behind Naruto, but the boy wriggled out of his embrace and left him high and dry. Tsunade planted Jiraiya into the wall of the guest room, leaving spiderweb cracks in the room and shook the house, causing the guests downstairs to pause what they were doing and look upstairs. Okay, now that mama has gotten a shot in on the old perv, can we get back to the party? We have been up here long enough. We said what needed to be said and the rest will work itself out in time. Tsunade dusted off her knuckles. Ruto is right. I am done with this, and I need some sake. Naruto was mad that he couldn't drink in front of others because he was feeling the exact same thing. Luckily for him, Tsunade knew this, and she would continually spike his drinks for him throughout the night. Other than the long overdue talk, it was a great birthday party. Naruto remembered the birthday parties he had in this very house during the resistance, but there was something special about it when the fate of the world wasn't looming overhead. He spent most of the night dodging glomming attempts from Kaori, a friendly reminder that she is the fire daimyo's daughter, and Tamari. He enjoyed hanging out with Gaara and laughing at Kankuro's antics. He wished he still had the childhood innocence to enjoy the games the Suna kids were playing, but he didn't feel like forcing himself on his birthday. That was when a wood clone formed out of his back and winked at him, which caused Gaara to raise an eyebrow. Naruto shrugged it off before making 3 more after issuing mental orders that they were to retain his form. After Kurama, Yosuke and Hikari escaped their confinement, the party became livelier as the guests were intrigued to see 5 blonde birthday boys running around. They barely noticed the small differences in speech patterns and mannerisms, but Naruto enjoyed the celebration a lot more after that. The only downside was that he had to pull the wood clone that Rias was inhabiting aside and tell her not to try anything with any of the ladies present. It was weird for Naruto to see himself giving himself puppy dog eyes, but he remained firm, especially after seeing how she hit it off with Tiri. Kurama ran through the backyard of the Subaku estate like a true child. He still wasn't used to getting out of the seal, and it was so invigorating for him to be out in the real world. Naruto laughed as kids attempted to follow Kurama as he dashed through the trees Naruto had grown for his friends. He was sitting on the patio and watching the party when Kinji came and sat next to him. "You know, Ruto, when I first met you, I could tell that you were bound by a great destiny. It was the way you walked and carried yourself, like the weight of the world was on your back, but you were already used to it. Tell me, how can I help you help Fire Country?" "Wow, straight to the hard stuff, eh, Lord Kinji?" Naruto answered sarcastically. Kinji let out a hearty laugh and slapped Naruto on the knee. "Look, bud, I knew your father very well and we had great plans for Konoha and Fire Country. After seeing what you have done for Suna, yes, I know it was you, I have zero doubts that I should trust you. If you ever assume your role as Whirlpool's daimyo, you will understand that talk like this happens at these events." Naruto chuckled before responding. "Look, Lord Kinji." Kinji held up a hand and Naruto heeded his request for silence. "Please, buddy, when it is the two of us, just call me Uncle Kinji or something less formal. I have people blowing smoke up my ass every day of the year, I don't need it from you." "Fine, Uncle Kin, I will do that. If you ask me, the best thing that could happen to Fire Country as a whole would be the death of Danzo. I know that may sound morbid and extreme, but you asked. I don't have proof of his crimes because he is a slimy bastard, but I am sure someone of your station could find something." Kinji dropped his smile and went into his ruler mode. "Naruto, I have worked with Danzo before. I admit the man's methods are extreme, but I am not aware that he has done anything worth execution." Naruto reviewed what he remembered from his previous life. The Uchiha massacre hadn't happened yet, but Naruto was sure he had a Sharingan. He clearly remembered his involvement in the Land of Rain. He knew for certain that he had abducted orphans and that he had done something to the Land of Woods. He was sure that he had done much, much more, but that should be a start. Naruto took out a tag and drew a truth seal on it and explained it to Kinji before he slapped it on his chest. "Uncle Kin, I have no proof and I can't tell you how I know this, as I am bound by a blood contract. I will start with what I know. First, Danzo is the one who revealed that I was the Kyubi Jinchuriki against Hokage's orders. He did so to isolate me in an attempt to eventually gain control of my power." Naruto paused to let the seal glow blue to show he was telling the truth. "Second, he was and still is working with Orochimaru. Third, according to documents provided to my grandmother, Root was involved with Gato for the purpose of human trafficking. Yes, Root is still active, and they are devoted to Danzo, not the village." Another blue glow from the seal on Naruto's chest. "Third, he was meddling in the Land of Wood and the Land of Rain, without orders from the Hokage. If that isn't enough, Danzo takes children out of the orphanage for his Root program when he kills their emotions, places loyalty and silencing seals on them, and the final test for Root operatives is a battle to the death between kids that grew up training together. If that isn't enough, I don't know how to convince you." After Naruto was finished speaking, the seal glowed blue. Throughout Naruto's explanation, Kinji's face warped into a visage of divine rage. He was growling and clenching his fists by the end, and he asked one question. "Does Hiruzen know about this?" Naruto shrugged. "Dunno, I think that he thinks Root is no longer active. I am sure he knows about some of it though. If you confront him, do not tell him where you got the information, please. I just reconciled with the old monkey." Kinji was still struggling to suppress his rage, but he did so for Naruto's sake. "Very well, I will have my agents look into him. If we find anything substantial, I will order his death. Uncle Kin, if you take your shot, take every precaution to make sure you don't miss. He is as slippery as Orochimaru, and if he is cornered, he will lash out, station be damned." Naruto added cautiously, which caused Kinji to take a deep breath and think rationally. "My boy, if you ever feel like sharing how you know all this information, know that you have an ally in me. When the day comes that you choose to trust me fully, I would be truly happy on such a day, Kinji said warmly, despite his lingering rage. Uncle Kin, I will tell you that I got a lot of that knowledge from my father when the backup seal activated when I was 4. You want me to share a secret with you though? Kinji nodded eagerly. Follow me. Tsunade watched Naruto and Kinji with a smile on her face as she talked with Rasa and Madame Shijimi. It reminded her of the time she spent with Minato and Kinji when they were excited to change the world for the better. She offered a prayer of gratitude to Kami when she saw her son securing a truly powerful ally in his fight to make this world a better place. Naruto and Kinji walked far enough into the trees of the Subaku training ground when Naruto stopped and turned to face Kinji. Say, uncle, what is your favorite fruit? Kinji thought for a moment before replying. I have always been partial to oranges. Naruto closed his eyes and placed his hands on the ground. Kinji watched with awe as he witnessed proof that the long-lost bloodline of Konoha had finally resurfaced. And it had resurfaced in this boy in front of him. That is amazing. The normally composed daimyo was standing there, dazed like a love-struck schoolgirl and gaping at the fully grown fruit tree. Naruto plucked an orange and tossed it to Kinji, the sudden movement breaking him from his spell, and the daimyo fumbled clumsily with the fruit as he attempted to catch it. The display made Naruto laugh, but his laughter ceased with Kinji's look hardened. Naruto Senju. You need to be more careful with this. You are lucky I waved off my ninja guardians. You need to be careful with who knows this until you are strong enough to defend yourself. Naruto waved him off. I know, Uncle Kin. I sense that your guardians didn't follow us in. If you couldn't tell, the Subakus know and have known since I was 5. Rasa is bound by an Uzumaki blood contract to keep it a secret. I have been using my Mukuten to help Wave and Suna and keeping it low-key. The people that I have helped have proved to be extremely loyal, and my secret is still safe, as far as I am aware. Kinji shook his head. You never cease to amaze, my boy. Your secret is safe with me, who else knows? I told Hiruzen and Jiraiya when we were upstairs. Finally, Uncle Kin, I need you to put this seal on your chest. Without hesitation, Kinji took the seal and placed it on his chest under his robes. Kinji of the Land of Fire, will you keep any secrets I share with you here today? Will you hold and protect my trust? Will you promise to guide me and keep me on the path of righteousness in order to make this world a better place? Kinji was taken aback by the boy's serious tone, but it was the look in the boy's eyes that surprised him the most. It was a harder and firmer look than his father's, and it should never be on the face of such a small child. He schooled his features to match the boy's seriousness and nodded his head firmly. I, Kinji, daimyo of the Land of Fire, offer you my word that I will protect any secret you share with me. I will use my experience and resources to assist you in your goal, guide you down the right path, and work alongside you to make this world a better place. Naruto smiled, not the gigawatt smile with an air of dignity, but a regal smile. He nodded to the experienced man before locking eyes with the man. Tsunade and I are the heads of the neighborhood watch. I was the one that stopped the Hyuga incident, and we have announced ourselves to the other nations. Of all the secrets that Naruto could have shared with him, he wasn't expecting that one. He was, of course, aware of the neighborhood watch, and his spies had been looking for information on the organization. It took Kinji nearly 30 seconds to gasp out, "Holy Kami, bud. That was unexpected. Are you mad?" Naruto asked cautiously. No, I can't say I'm exactly mad. It was infuriating trying to locate and identify the organization, but I am not mad at you, my boy. You haven't done anything that was overtly out of line. Does you sharing this information with me mean that you wish to have me join your efforts? Naruto shrugged and replied flippantly, if you want to. It is not my intention to have you take an active role, but your position grants you a lot of intelligence. If you shared said intelligence with me, I would be able to help you with problems that couldn't be handled through standard channels. If something is serious enough, I would also run it by you first. I am working to create a method of long-range, instant communication, but it is slow going for now. The Uzumaki had a version of it, but it required a whole building and 2 chakra conduits. Not a realistic option if I wished to lay low. Kinji chuckled before calming himself and responding. Naruto, you are going to change this world, and I look forward to seeing it. Do this old man a favor and make sure you stay true to yourself. Don't give in to the darkness like so many have before you. Sure thing, Lord Daimyo. I give you my word, and I never go back on my word. It is kinda my ninja way. Naruto responded semi-formally. The two rejoined the party, and Naruto was embarrassed to see that his alter egos were still the life of the party. He could tell the one Kurama was inhabiting because the whisker marks were slightly more pronounced and the pupils were slitted. Luckily nobody had noticed that small discrepancy. Hikari was running along with the children and acting like most people thought a 10-year-old should. She brought smiles and light wherever she went, which was something Naruto honestly appreciated about her and wished he could revert to that sometimes. The time for gifts came and evidently more people thought that he was approaching ninja age by the nature of the gifts he received. Jiraiya gave him a hastily written scroll detailing his two unique jutsu, needle jizu and hardened hair manipulation. Seems like he defaulted to those two since Naruto already knew the Rasengan and declined the Toad summons. Jiraiya was broken up about that, but he didn't plan to let the issue go. He planned on dropping in on Tsunade and Naruto from time to time before he returned to Konoha. Tsunade and Shizune collaborated to get Naruto a whole new combat outfit and a haori that he could wear over his civilian clothes. The outfit was a weighted, black tank top that was reinforced with seals and would replace the need for mesh wire. In addition to the tank top, they gave Naruto a black combat jacket with orange lining that had multiple pockets in the front of the vest, chakra conductive threads and an auto-sizing seal on it. On the back of the jacket, there was a hood that could be used for stealth ops since sun-kissed blonde hair wasn't exactly stealthy. The outfit came with chakra conductive bracers and shin guards as well as short-length black boots with hardened tips. Naruto gave both women a massive hug and a gigawatt smile. The Subaku family gave him a Suna armband that designated him as an honorary citizen of Suna. This would grant him visiting rights to Suna, even when he became a Konoha shinobi. Hiruzen suppressed a scowl when he saw this, but he knew he had nothing that could prevent it from happening. That right required the review of both lands' daimyos, which meant Kinji and Hodo has already approved it. Naruto winked at Temari and promised to use it to surprise her, which made the sandy blonde girl blush furiously. Hiruzen got Naruto a set of premium kunai and shuriken. He didn't know the boy that well and felt it was safer to keep it simple. Kinji and Madame Shijimi gave Naruto documentation announcing his as the heir to the land of whirlpools and showed him proof that they were the acting custodians of the land until his 18th birthday. Hodo gave Naruto a set of high-quality, handheld battle fans. Naruto appreciated the sentiment since the people of Suna knew that he was a wind user, but he honestly planned on giving them to Temari. The rest of the gifts weren't noteworthy, but Naruto appreciated the fact that he actually had people he could call friends in Suna. After the big birthday party ended and everyone left, Naruto used the rest of his time in Suna to bond with Temari during the day when Gaara and Kankuro were in the academy. He was leagues ahead of her in wind manipulation, but that didn't discourage the blonde Kunoichi. She loved Naruto's company, and he was a great and patient teacher with her. She was never one to think much of boys, and most guys feared her father and brothers, but that wasn't the only reason she never entertained the numerous guys that worked up the courage to ask her out. In her heart of hearts, she was completely smitten by the sun-kissed blonde boy that had made such a difference in her family's life. Naruto noticed as he watched Temari practice wind manipulation by making the desert sands dance around her that he wasn't having as many flashbacks as he used to have in Suna. The haunting memories were being overpowered by the positive, newer memories. He also realized that he felt empty when Kurama, Yosuke, Hikari and Rias were out of the seal. He had been using wood clones for them to inhabit and had been trying to respect their independence. He knew that granting them their freedom was worth putting up with the empty feeling, but it still pained his heart a little bit. Naruto was broken out of his musings by a slug to the shoulder from a panting and sweaty Temari. "I am done for the day, Ruto. If I push any more, I will collapse from chakra exhaustion, and I don't want to waste the rest of my time with you," she said while fluttering her eyelashes at him. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Oh, okay Mari, whatever you want. You don't have any Jinan duties?" Naruto knew that she wasn't assigned to a team, and she was on the reserve roster so that she could join a team with her brothers when they finally graduated, but she still had duties from time to time. "No, you know Daddy always clears my schedule when you are in town." The tomboyish blonde suddenly looked sheepish and put on hand over the other in front of her stomach before she shot a shy look at Naruto. You know, Ruto, I was thinking that maybe we could go for a swim in the lake, TT together." Naruto smiled and blushed a bit as he reached over and raised Temari's chin to make eye contact. "You don't need to be nervous with me, Mari. I would love to go swimming with you. I almost forgot that they opened up the lake to the public." Temari answered the intimate gesture with a cherry red blush that rivaled what Naruto remembered of Hinata. She was only able to nod, too scared that her words would betray her feelings to the young boy. They went back to the mansion and grabbed their swimsuits before they made their way to the new lake. As they walked, Naruto noticed the smiles and knowing glances from the adults. The two of them were a common topic in Suna's rumor mill and most of the public wanted the two children to end up together. It might be too early for such things, but when the gossip is hot enough, people tend to set aside social norms. They made it to the lake and Naruto was left breathless as Temari took off her shirt to reveal a black, two-piece swimsuit. It was nothing crazy, but it was enough to make Naruto gulp and kickstart his more mature urges. He had given up on thinking about the implications of real age difference or other reincarnation-related issues a while back. He decided to just enjoy whatever presented itself when it came to his female relationships. He had 3 separate girlfriends in his previous life, and he had residual feelings for them that were unresolved. Hinata was the first, but that ended before she died because they both realized they were better as friends than lovers. That didn't stop the formation of a friends with benefits relationship since both of them needed the escape from the atrocities of the war. Naruto could never forget the soft scent of lavender, the beautiful eyes with the lavender tint, the soft caresses or the submissive freakiness in the bedroom. Hinata was his first love and embers would always remain when it came to her, regardless of how much time passed. Those benefits ended when Naruto started dating Temari in between the crazy mission load of the resistance. That lasted until Temari died at the hands of a Kumo Bolt team. Naruto always regretted not going with her on that mission, and there were many unresolved feelings that were being reforged into intimacy in this life. The love of the past was willingly converting itself into hope for the future, but it wouldn't be easy due to being from separate villages. The final woman to own a piece Naruto's heart was Ino. She was his therapist for the last year and a half of the war after Temari's death. She was a strong, independent and loyal to a fault. She single-handedly brought Naruto back from the edge of the abyss when he was thinking about turning himself over to spare his surviving friends. He was so broken before she saved him, and he smiled at the memory of their first kiss in the middle of a counseling session that she forced him into. Don't worry, the memory will be shared at a more appropriate time. The lingering feelings for the flowery blonde were one of the main reasons that Naruto told Tsunade not to accept any marriage contracts with Temari. He knew he needed to spend time with Ino and make a decision before he could commit to a girl. Shaking off memories of the past and thoughts about feeling that wouldn't be resolved anytime soon, Naruto smiled at Temari and gave her a compliment. That really suits you, Mari. You look beautiful in that swimsuit. Simple, sweet and to the point. Temari blushed furiously and avoided eye contact for a bit. She used the time to take in the sculpted and slim figure of Naruto. His muscles were slim and streamlined, like an Olympic runner, except more boyish. She couldn't stop thinking about how he would look when he grew up, and she was so lost in her thoughts that she started drooling. Naruto's knowing laugh brought her back to reality and deepened her blush. Shut up, BB Baka. Temari's embarrassed stutter made Naruto laugh more. Oh, is my desert lily embarrassed that I caught her checking me out? Naruto was able to stop his laughter long enough to tease her more. Temari, having enough of the teasing, grabbed the much younger boy and threw him into the water. Naruto surfaced with his shit-eating grin still plastered on his face before he splashed water onto the princess of Suna. This prompted the young kunoichi to jump into the water and begin a mixture of roughhousing and water fighting. Unfortunately for Temari, Naruto now had a water affinity, which meant that he was far more suited to a water fight than Temari. After repeatedly drenching the beautiful girl and dodging her attempted counter-attacks, Naruto finally wrapped her up from behind and dunked her under the cool water with him. Temari was surprised by the mutual dunking, but she turned around and emerald-locked with Azure under the clear water. In a moment of youthful inhibition, Temari leaned forward and placed a quick kiss on Naruto's lips before she broke out of his stunned hold and floated to the surface. Naruto sat underwater, completely stunned, unable to break himself out of his flustered state. He remained hovering underwater and watching air bubbles escape toward the surface. He had no inclination to follow them, seemingly content to remain underwater, or at least he was until Temari's hands linked under his arms and dragged him to the surface. As Naruto caught his breath, he failed to notice the severe blush on Temari's cheeks or the uncertainty in her eyes. Finally, he was able to notice her nervous state and was able to break himself out of it and act like his usual confident self. He swam over to her and pulled her into a hug before whispering in her ear. Thanks for that, Mari. I like you a lot, but I am only 10. Before you think that I don't share your feelings, I do. You are my best friend, and I don't want to lose that because we rushed into something we weren't ready for. If you want to keep kissing me, I won't stop you though. Naruto finished this with a quick kiss to her cheek. Temari's brain was overheating, as her blush clearly indicated. She knew he probably wasn't ready for anything yet because he was still too young. That didn't mean she wasn't old enough, especially as the effects of puberty were kicking in for the beautiful blonde. I know we are young, Ruto. I just wanted to let you know that you are the only one for me. When you are old enough, I will be waiting for you, she whispered back into his ear and placed another tender kiss on his cheek. Little did the two know that Rias and Kurama were hanging out at the lake as well and had seen the whole thing. Kurama couldn't suppress the chuckle and Rias was smiling like some proud older sister. As the older sister, she would have to talk to Naruto and guide him through this. This was her terrain after all, and Naruto would need help sorting his feelings out. Kurama watched on fondly. Since he was synced with Naruto for the whole war, he knew about the feelings he had for each of his girls. In truth, Kurama realized that Naruto's humanity had rubbed off on him and he shared most of those feelings with his previous human mates. If only the bastard Uchiha didn't drag the whole world into war, then his partner could have found happiness with any of the three. Naruto and Temari spent the majority of their free time at the lake. The lack of clothing and shelter of the water letting the two youths grow closer and develop their feelings. Every touch would be cherished, every laugh a deterrent to the nightmares of the past, every kiss a special moment of light in the darkness of the shinobi world. The citizens and shinobi of Suna saw the increased level of intimacy, which led to a betting pool being opened for the date that the marriage would be announced. It would be open for quite a while and it would grow to a substantial sum, but if you asked anybody from Suna, it was a matter of if, not when. At nights, Naruto and the Subaku siblings were inseparable. Whether they were tearing through the town or just hanging out at the mansion, Naruto was accepted as the fourth Subaku sibling. Sadly, 2 weeks passed in a flash, and it was time to return to Wave to resume his training and preparations to return to Konoha. Naruto never got used to the teary goodbye kisses with Temari or the manly hugs with Gaara and Kankuro. This life was truly better with each of them in it, but this happiness motivated him to fight. He would fight to sustain this happiness, not only for himself, but for everyone he loved. Hyuga Compound, Branch Family Main Office. A month after Naruto's 10th birthday, Hizashi was sitting in his office and reviewing some of the paperwork for the Branch family. As the head of the Branch family, it was his duty to process requests, minor marriages, troubleshoot any of the issues that plagued the Branch family and other things that a clan head would typically handle. He knew that he had much more authority than a typical branch member because his twin brother was the head of the main family, and he appreciated his brother for that. Hizashi's only had 2 real problems with the Hyuga clan: the use of the caged bird seal, especially when it came to his son Neji, and the enslavement of the Branch family as a whole. These were not minor grudges, these were not minor issues, and there was no clan in the elemental nations that still practiced such barbaric traditions. He couldn't understand how slavery was illegal in Fire Country, but the enslavement of the Branch family of a noble clan was acceptable. It was a common train of thought for Hizashi, and it was one that plagued him daily. He was just finishing an incident report from one of his Branch family women, a report he knew would result in no action. Elder Otaro, the lecherous old bastard that he is, had raped Hayami, a Branch woman that was married to another Branch member. Of course, Hayami only told him in confidence, and she didn't want to make her current situation worse, but it filled Hizashi with a cold rage that always bubbled right under his calm facade. Unfortunately for Hizashi, instances like these were common and there was no end in sight. Hitomi, the late wife of his brother, was his best hope to end the practice of using the caged bird seal. With her death, he had lost hope and he could not bear to see the seal used on his son. Hiashi had done what he could to ensure that the seal was not overused, but the miserable main family loved lording their power over their own family. He was about to finish up for the night, when a guard escorted a messenger into his office. After signing for the message and dismissing the messenger, Hizashi opened the letter. To Hizashi Hyuga from the Konoha branch of the Neighborhood Watch. After reading this, Hizashi immediately activated privacy seals in his office before he continued reading. He was truly interested in hearing from the organization that had saved his clan from what was sure to be an epic tragedy. We hope this letter finds you well. As we have previously stated, our organization's goal is to make the world a better place. Our agent in Konoha has informed us of the practice concerning the caged bird seal, and we wish to offer you our assistance in this matter. We have reached out to you because we heard you were a man of honor, and you represent the Branch family. Before we begin, if you wish to accept our assistance and become an informant for our organization, we will need you to sign a blood contract. The seal on the bottom left corner unlocks the blood seal and the other seal will not activate unless the contract is signed. Please take your time in making this decision, but if you wish to save your side of the family and your son, please keep this letter to yourself. Please make your choice. Hizashi sat back in his chair and thought about it briefly. He would at least read what the contract had to say. He realistically had no other choice, and this could be the lifeline he needed to save his son. At this point, he no longer cared about himself, he only cared for the future of his son that was growing into a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. He pulsed chakra into the seal on the bottom left and a blood contract came out. He opened it and read the contract with hope in his heart. The contract came down to an agreement between Hiashi and the Neighborhood Watch that he would provide intelligence and assistance to the designated representative of the organization in return for assistance in removing the caged bird seal. There was a mutual agreement to secrecy, which was why the blood contract was needed. In the event of a breach in terms of contract, the signee's chakra would be sealed indefinitely. Hizashi looked and saw that there was a bloody handprint from the organization's side and his name was written next to it with space for his handprint. The choice was not a hard one for him. If it meant getting rid of the caged bird seal, he would do anything. Danzo had made offers to him in the past, but Hizashi trusted the Warhawk even less than this unknown organization. At least the watch had done something for his clan already. Hizashi took a kunai and cut his palm before smearing the blood onto each finger and placing his handprint on the contract. The contract disappeared in a puff of chakra smoke and Hizashi saw the right seal on the original scroll activate before another puff of smoke. After the smoke cleared, Hizashi saw 2 tags and another note. He decided to read the note first and hoped that it would explain what the sealing tags were for. To Hizashi Hyuga from Naruto Senju Uzumaki, I am glad that you chose to trust us. You may be thinking that I am only a child, but let me assure you that I have the power to help you. When I was 4, I was nearly killed, and my father's seal activated. I met my father, and he used a chakra imprint to pass his knowledge on to me. In case you don't know who my father was, he was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Since that day, I have worked in the shadows with my father's knowledge to help make the world a better place, and I started with the Hyuga. I have a bit of good news and bad news. I prefer bad news first, so I will start by telling you that I will not be returning to Konoha for a year and a half. I implore you to use that time to get as much information on the caged bird seal as you can. If you get me the information, I will be able to remove the seal. I have already created a superior Dujutsu protection seal, but I need the seal's composition before I can safely remove it. With the bad news out of the way, I will share some good news. I have included 2 seal tags in this letter. These tags will negate the prisoner aspect of the caged bird seal, which means you can no longer be tortured for no good reason. I will provide more in time, but I do not want to draw too much attention from the main family before I can effectively remove the cursed seal. I would ask that you use one on yourself and the other on your son. I ask you to use one on Neji because I know that is your only true weakness. Inform him of the absolute necessity for discretion. While he is not bound by the contract, he could still blow our cover before I have the chance to make things right. I will end by reminding you that discretion is the better part of valor in this case. If anyone attempts to activate the seal, fake the pain. Do not change how you act, do not draw attention to yourself, and tell no one about our interactions. The blood seal is very efficient at detecting betrayal, and I do not wish to lose such a valuable ally. I promise you that the end is in sight, Hizashi Hyuga, just stay strong a little longer. Your new ally, Naruto Senju Uzumaki. Hizashi sat back in his seat to process this revolutionary information. This was life-changing and it was everything he could ask for. Not only that, but he had an ally in the Senju clan that could back him up. Knowing that Naruto was part of the neighborhood watch and that had access to his father's knowledge was immensely reassuring. He took a deep breath and told himself that the end was in sight. A smile found itself on his usually stoic face as he picked up the tag and removed his Hishiate. He applied the seal over the cursed mark on his forehead and felt the seal activate. Serenity filled his body and he felt happier than he had ever felt. He took another moment to appreciate the feeling before he immediately set out to find Neji. Land of Waves, Senju Villa, 2 months before Naruto returned to Konoha, who knew that multiple personality disorder could be so much fun. Naruto had effectively integrated Kurama and his alternate egos into the Senju family and they were invaluable allies and training partners. Yosuke and Naruto were currently on the training grounds, and they were in the middle of a kenjutsu match. Through the use of wood and shadow clones, Naruto was able to study his mother's sword style that used a mid-length katana in his right hand and a wakizashi in his left hand. The sword style was called Twin Dancing Dragon Tails and it was created by his mother as a 2-sword variant of Uzu's Rampaging Dragon style. Yosuke and Naruto had worked to master their kenjutsu skills ever since Naruto's 10th birthday. The last year and a half produced significant results, but the katana was still too big for his child body, which reduced the efficiency of the style. That didn't stop Naruto from committing it to memory and using it to the best of his ability. He felt like he was bonding with his mother every time he ran through the katas, and he knew the increased reach granted by the swords would help compensate for his current lack of reach. Yosuke lived for the training sessions with Naruto. Since he was the warrior aspect, he fulfilled his sense of meaning by honing his skills on the training ground. Yosuke had to start from scratch along with Naruto, since his original never learned kenjutsu in his previous life. Without the guidance of a true sensei, the 2 boys would review scrolls and practice their skills together. As a clearer divide was established between the 2 egos, it made training more effective, and they were able to refine each other's styles and correct mistakes they saw. As they say, steel sharpens steel, and that was the nature between Yosuke and Naruto. Since Yosuke was only a wood clone, roughly 1/5 as strong as Naruto, The difference in strength and speed was compensated for by resistance and weight seals. The 5-pound bands Naruto started with were now 40 pounds apiece, along with 50 pounds on his chest and back. The restrictive seals made the original, Naruto, move at roughly the same speed as his would clone and kept sparring sessions with Yosuke effective. In addition to training with Yosuke, Naruto had daily lessons with Kurama. By infusing Kurama's yokai and soul into the wood clone was actually stronger than restricted Naruto. Naruto was able to push about 1 tail's worth of chakra into the wood clone, which made Kurama an absolutely terrifying taijutsu instructor. Kurama knew 2 styles, Swift Fox and Rampaging Tails. Naruto chose to learn the Swift Fox style first, which was centered around speed and deception. This meant Naruto endured a bunch of speed training under Kurama's watchful eye, which meant that Naruto's daily torture sessions consisted of sprints, lunges, core training and other various speed exercises. There were speed ladders painted onto the ground next to 4 boxes and various heights of jumping blocks. There was also a weighted sled, a weighted wagon wheel and a whole other collection of random workout gear. Kurama said that humans used to call this training style CrossFit training, and Naruto came to respect and fear CrossFit. The training sessions started with calisthenics and stretching before Kurama would do 20-minute, high-intensity, workouts that strengthened Naruto's young body. Kurama kept track of Naruto's, Tsunade's and Shizune's results on a chalkboard in the training ground. Being able to look at his personal bests and his progress was a good motivator for the blonde, especially when notes were made on resistance seal level and weight level. Naruto always marveled at the fact that his grandmother could whoop his butt in the various workouts with 5 times the amount of weight at resistance level 5. Naruto's tiny body was still at resistance level 3, even after training for so long. Of course, this was managed strictly by Tsunade, who didn't want to stunt his growth, a fact that Naruto was forced to accept at risk of a blow to the head from her super strength. After physical workouts in the morning, Naruto trained his mind from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. He studied various topics that he never had the patience for in his previous life. History of the elemental nations, clan history, math, biology, human anatomy and physiology, physics, the fundamentals of chakra and chakra natures, the purpose of hand seals and their aspects and many other topics. In truth, Naruto was so interested in these topics because they were key to his progression in Fuinjutsu, which was how Naruto would be able to make the greatest impact on the shinobi world. After another round of physical training and workouts from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. and chakra training from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., Naruto had his nights to worry about his businesses and the neighborhood watch. Naruto had partnered with clothing businesses centered out of Wave that applied seals to a variety of clothing. Women's bras with the weight support and pain reduction seals, ninja clothing with self-repair seals, clothing with temperature control seals woven in, and Naruto's newest addition was women's underwear with anti-rape seals, which were Ria's idea. From these small businesses alone, the Senju clan was nearly as wealthy as it was before its fall when it had hundreds of members. Naruto used the money to fund the building of Tazuna's Bridge, which was nearly finished, the orphanage in Wave, the academy in Wave and a number of small businesses in Wave and Suna. Naruto used a workforce of nearly 100 clones every day to create the seals for his clothing lines alone. Luckily, with Kurama's full self in him and the seal open, Naruto had a nearly endless supply of chakra that he could use to create his workforce. Naruto found it so much more rewarding to use Fuinjutsu in this way rather than simply creating sealing scrolls and explosive tags. Naruto had been working on a couple of pet projects over the last couple of years, but one was more important than the others to him because it would help his mama. Tsunade had taught Naruto about the strength of 100 seal that she has on her forehead. Naruto knew that the seal put great stress on her body, which resulted in her shortening her lifespan and draining her life force. The seal was the result of her storing and focusing chakra to a single point, in Tsunade's case her forehead, and it stored massive amounts of yang chakra that would allow her to heal through normally fatal injuries, and it enhanced her strength and healing jutsu. These were massive upsides, but Naruto knew it could do so much more if yin chakra were integrated into the seal. After studying the base notes and reading up on yin release in scrolls from the Uzumaki library, Naruto was able to modify the seal. The only downside was that it was going to cost a literal fuck ton of chakra to do so. Naturally, Naruto turned to his only known source of that quantity of chakra and struck a deal with Kurama. After discussing it with Tsunade, she agreed to the terms, and they were finally able to alter Tsunade's seal. It had some unexpected but welcome results. After going through the sealing ritual and using 4 taels worth of Kurama's yin chakra, the seal turned from a single purple diamond on Tsunade's forehead into a double-layered diamond that was a golden color that almost matched her hair. After the ceremony, which required Tsunade to drop her henge, an exhausted Naruto noticed that Tsunade looked much younger. In fact, Tsunade looked like she was in her prime again, almost like she did shortly after fighting Hanzo in the 2ND Shinobi War. She was so grateful that she wrapped Naruto in a bone-crushing hug before placing an excited kiss on the exhausted and crushed boy. After Naruto recovered from the sealing ritual, he let Kurama out and Tsunade took him into her room. A minute later, the blushing Kitsune came out of the room, flashed a thumbs up to Naruto and said 2 words, "Worth it." A blushing Tsunade came out of the room and gave an embarrassed motherly smile to Naruto. Turns out, Kurama gave Tsunade 4 taels worth of chakra in exchange for being added to the Senju family and 1 minute of seeing Tsunade's blessed rack. He wanted to be added to the Senju family so that he could move freely in Konoha when they finally returned, and who wouldn't want to see Tsunade Senju naked. On top of all this, one of his new abilities required constant training and diligence. Naruto constantly worked on his Makuten abilities with aid and guidance from Hashirama's notes and Jutsu scroll. He used Hashirama's notes to first master his earth-nature affinity, but he would have to tell his great-grandfather that his brother was much better when it came to the water nature. He used Toburama's notes to get an in-depth understanding of the water element, which was essential before he began working on the more advanced of Hashirama's jutsus. Naruto took Hashirama's notes to heart and learned that the Makuten was actually the combination of water, earth and nature chakra. This meant that Naruto would need Sage Mode to truly master Makuten, but his daily meditation sessions allowed small amounts of natural energy to reside in his chakra circulatory system. That, combined with Kurama's natural energy, enabled him to work with the natural energy of the world. Naruto used the 6 years of training to master the wood element, and it had produced some decent results. Unfortunately, the signature techniques of the first Hokage remained out of his grasp despite 6 years of constant effort. Naruto had great chakra reserves, he had advanced Tenketsu, he had great chakra control, but it was all meaningless when trying to use Makuten ninjutsu like Wood Dragon, Deep Forest Emergence, Nativity of a World of Trees, Top Transformed Buddha and True Several Thousand Hands. These were all of the wood jutsus that allowed Hashirama to take on Madara while Kurama was under his control. These were the techniques that could fight a Susanoo head-on. These were the techniques Naruto thought he would need if the 4th Great Shinobi War were to happen again. Naruto used the last month before he returned to Konoha to visit his friends and honorary family in Suna. He wanted a chance to be with Temari and Kankuro before they would be separated for a year or so. Since Naruto had matured a bit, the 14-year-old Temari was more direct and forward in her advances. Nothing more than kissing happened, but both parties admitted that their feelings were very real. It left Naruto with a lot to think about as he was headed to Konoha, which would mean confronting memories and reconciling feelings for 2 of his past loves. Fire Capital, Kinji's private meeting room. 2 weeks before Naruto's return to Konoha, Kinji had spent the last 2 years working behind the scenes to dig up evidence on Danzo and expose some of the rot that plagued Konoha. He finally had enough evidence to make his move on Danzo and issue a strong warning to Hiruzen. He had called them to the capital under the guise of preparing for the return of the Senju and a sitrep for Konoha. It wasn't strange for Hiruzen to come to meetings like this, but Danzo didn't know why he was invited. As Danzo approached the fire capital, he mused about his ongoing projects. His attempt to ostracize the Uchiha clan in an attempt to get Sharingan had failed miserably. It was in large part due to Hiruzen stripping him of his power and watching his every move, but it was still an infuriating setback. Hizashi had denied every attempt at communication, even when Danzo threatened his son Neji. His threats resulted in the deaths of 4 of his root operatives, a minor setback, but a setback, nonetheless. Next was Kiri, which was a mystery to Danzo. He had worked through third parties to prolong the war and used the chaos to acquire more orphans for his root program. Things were going well before he lost Gato 2 years ago. Then there was the loss of multiple operatives in Kiri, which resulted in the area going dark. The war was still ongoing, but it was clear that Yagura was on the back foot. He didn't have enough agents or influence to expand back into water country. He had bigger problems much closer to home. Then there was the Senju brat. Danzo was infuriated that the boy was helping other countries rather than directing his efforts toward Konoha. Danzo planned on using this meeting with the Fire Lord to expose the harm the Senju clan was doing to Konoha. His operatives were no longer able to get into Suna, Kumo or Kiri. They were all being thwarted by similar seals to the ones first discovered in Suna. Danzo didn't have proof, but he knew the Senju family had something to do with it. Danzo tensed as he was escorted into the daimyo's meeting room by the Guardian 12. As soon as the door was closed, he noticed the loss of his chakra. He couldn't call on it to do anything and his body felt exhausted, as if his old age finally caught up with him. He could tell Hiruzen noticed it too, which was not comforting in the slightest. Danzo followed Kinji's instructions. After exchanging greeting and took a seat in his designated chair. That was the moment Danzo knew he was fucked. Kinji smiled as he saw the two men sit down, and he savored the shock that showed on each of their faces. He let it sink in for 15 seconds or so before he fixed a firm gaze on the pair and spoke in his most professional tone while projecting his aura. "There was once a time that I called each of you a friend. Hiruzen, we have worked on your numerous issues for the last 6 years and we have made substantial progress. You are where you are right now so that you do not interrupt what needs to be said and done." Kinji paused here and noticed, "Thank." Hiruzen relaxed marginally while Danzo tensed at the implication. Kinji turned his stern gaze to Danzo and addressed him. "Danzo, the reason you are both here today is because many of your heinous actions were brought to my attention. While I commend you for your discretion, I completely condemn your short-sighted actions. Before I list the charges, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Danzo was completely paralyzed, and his chakra was not responding to his call. He was powerless to do anything, but he was a shrewd politician, and he could talk his way out of this. "Lord Kinji, I am a faithful servant of Konoha and the Land of Fire. Everything I have done has been for the betterment of our lands. I do not know what charges you speak of, but I am sure that there has been a misunderstanding." Danzo's slippery tongue felt like a snake in the grass to Kinji's ears. Kinji flared his aura and glared at Danzo. "You have the audacity to lie to your lord? Very well, do not believe me. Luckily, I have a seal master at my disposal. Asuma, would you do the honors?" Asuma walked forward with an apologetic look to his father. He placed a seal on the chest of each man and the seals flared to life in a burst of blue chakra. Asuma wordlessly returned to his post and Kinji took control of the conversation once again. "Danzo, your first charge is the genocide of the hidden village in the Land of Wood. You stand accused of 169 counts of murder, inciting a war with a neutral village and forced abduction of the surviving children. How do you plead?" Kinji's tone was cold as ice as he listed the charges. "Not guilty," was Danzo's simple reply before the seal on his chest glowed red. "We will add lying to your daimyo to the list of charges. Moving on, you are charged with assisting a known traitor of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru the Snake Sanin. There were numerous findings linked to this charge indicating that you are still interacting with the traitor. How do you plead?" Danzo was sweating. The first charge could be played of as an ugly necessity of the shinobi life. This current charge was serious and would result in his execution. Danzo gulped before trying to school his emotions and control his body to fool the seal on his chest. After taking a deep breath, Danzo answered. "Not guilty." Kinji sighed, "Another lie. Very well, I don't feel like going down this whole list, so I will skip to this charge, and I can prove here. Danzo Shimura, you stand accused of unlawfully acquiring a Sharingan Eye, the rightful property of the Uchiha clan. While we were not able to find when or how, I believe that the proof will be obvious. Anything to say before we unwrap your bandages?" Danzo's fear turned into fury. He was trying to force his chakra into the seal on his chest. If he was going down, he would take these fools with him. He tried stalling to force the minimal amount of chakra he has collected to the seal, but it was for naught. Rather than allow Danzo to stall, Kinji made a motion with his hand. This time, a different guard moved forward and began to unwrap Danzo's bandages. Hiruzen didn't know whether to celebrate or panic. He had been in direct opposition to Danzo for years now and he no longer wished to cover for his one-time rival. The charges against Danzo were shocking, but nothing he hadn't suspected. Hiruzen was actually wondering who directed the daimyo's attention to Danzo and why. He would begrudgingly admit that route was necessary, although he would also admit that Danzo took it too far. He decided to keep his face neutral and watch how this played out, not like he had much of a choice. As the guardian finished unwrapping Danzo's bandages, Danzo had his right eye closed. He was obstinate when Kinji ordered him to open the eye, so the guardian forced his eye open. Sure enough, there was a 3-tomo Sharingan spinning lazily in Danzo's eye. The guardian showed Kinji, who immediately rose to his feet and flared his aura. "Danzo Shimura, you are accused of multiple counts of high treason to the Land of Fire. Your name will be stricken from the shinobi registry. Your clan assets will be seized, your rank and title stripped, and your name will be removed from the annals of history. You are to be executed immediately for your crimes. Have you any last words?" Danzo's face contorted into rage as he willed his body to do anything. It didn't respond, so he decided to go the vindictive route. "You and Hiruzen are soft-hearted fools. You need me to preserve the greatness of this pathetic nation. Neither of you have what it takes to do what is necessary. If you kill me, this nation will fall. Your lasted words are noted and forgotten. Mirai, if you will do me the honor of executing this traitor, it would be much appreciated." With a rapid stab to the heart, Danzo died in disgrace. His body slumped into the chair and blood began to pool below his seat. Hiruzen watched on impassively, knowing this would happen since the first charge was read. He thought a silent goodbye to a man who had been his friend at one time. Mirai, if you would remove the Sharingan eye and order the body incinerated, I would appreciate it. Ensure the Sharingan is returned to the Uchiha clan as well. I believe Fugaku would appreciate the gesture. Let him know that I will speak with him at a later date to explain what we have discovered. Kinji maintained a neutral, yet imposing, tone as he spoke, and Hiruzen knew that his turn was coming soon. After the body was cleared out of the room and the blood was cleaned up, Kinji turned his gaze to Hiruzen and went through some hand seals before tapping Hiruzen's chest. The Hokage felt like he could move again, but there was still no access to his chakra. He fidgeted a bit as he tested out his ability to move and reconnect with his nervous system. Once he was finished, he met Kinji's unflinching gaze. Allow me to apologize, Lord Daimyo. I knew my friend took on darker missions in the past, but I was unaware that Root was still active, and I was unaware he had committed such atrocities. Please forgive my ineptitude, Hiruzen said as he bowed his head. There was a yellow glow emitting from the seal on his chest. Kinji sighed and rubbed his eyes, a gesture Hiruzen had become very familiar with. Hiruzen, you are an old friend and I wish to trust you. I was enraged by the extent of your failures, especially where Naruto was concerned. That being said, there is no other man for the job at this time. Your students vehemently denied the opportunity to become Hokage for reasons that are unclear to me. I need you to find a successor, Hiruzen, and you need to do it quickly. Find someone young that you can groom into a leader that will lead Konoha down the right path. Hiruzen nodded along. Sadly, Lord Kinji, I agree. There were many things that escaped my notice when I retook the position, and I admit to my failures. I will do as you say, but did you have anyone in mind? Kinji remembered Naruto's words and who he wished to appoint Hokage, and Kinji couldn't help but agree that it was time for an Uchiha to have a shot at the Hokage position. I recommend Itachi Uchiha for the position of 5th Hokage. During my agent's review of Konoha, his name appeared several times in their reports with many good things to say. It would also go a long way in bringing one of the founding clans back into the good graces of the village. Hiruzen really missed his pipe right about now, but he shook off the distraction and processed Kinji's words. Yes, Itachi has been extremely loyal to me and the village. During the highest period of unrest, he was operating as a spy from within the clan. That boy possesses the will of fire, but don't you think he is a little young? Kinji scoffed. He is 19, Hiruzen, and if memory serves you were 17 when you took the title. Hiruzen frowned, but he had an answer for that. That was wartime. What about somebody like Kakashi Hatake? It was Kinji's turn to frown. That man is still weighed down by the past. He has been in the Anbu so long that he wouldn't know what to do in the light. He is one of the village's strongest, but my agents report that Itachi and Shisui Uchiha have already eclipsed him on that front. I will expect a decision from you, and I will look forward to you announcing your successor. If it is Itachi, have him take a Jinan team from the next batch of graduates. I think an Uchiha leading the Senju heir would be good publicity for Konoha. Hiruzen was about to respond when he truly considered the option. He admitted to himself that it would be a great idea and Itachi would be able to keep an eye on Naruto for him. That boy was hiding a great too many secrets and it concerned him. Finally, Hiruzen responded. Very well, Kinji. I will pull Itachi out of the Anbu in 7 months when the next academy class graduates. I will announce him as my successor at that time and I will give him Jinan Team 7. Once his Jinan are promoted, we will move toward instating him as the 5th Hokage. Kinji clapped his hands together with a genuine smile on his face. That is great to hear, Hiruzen. Now, this will also be the first semester for the exchange program. What do you have to report on that? Hiruzen sighed as he remembered the mountain of paperwork required to make this work. Well, in regard to Suna, they are sending Subaku no Gara, their Jinchuriki, and Mayuri, a wind mistress in the making. We are sending Shino Aburame, who wishes to use the opportunity to find different bugs, and a civilian girl named Ame, who is the strongest civilian in the class. With Kumo, they are sending Samui, their top performer in the current class, and Amoe, a distant relative of the Raikage. We are sending Kuji Akimichi, and a civilian girl named Clara. The Akimichi volunteered because Kumo is known for body enhancement training and that suits his jutsu. Clara's family came from Kumo 2 generations ago and she wishes to see her ancestral lands. Kinji smiled at the cooperation between nations. War truly did nothing for the world and Kinji knew it, especially since he had seen what Naruto could do with seals. Very good. That all sounds very promising. What of Konoha's progress on Fuinjutsu? I know it is Naruto's fault that Suna is ahead of us, but with the clear improvement to Suna's quality of life, I would expect that Konoha would attempt to imitate those results. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes wearily. My relationship with the boy is still strained. He told me that he would provide material upon his return to the village that would equal Suna. Could you tell me why the boy prefers foreign nations over his own home? Kinji scowled at the stupid remarks. You have really lost your touch, old monkey. He left the village when he was 5, after his formative years being abused in an orphanage and then hiding from the village for a whole year. The only thing that tied him to your village was the memories of his father and mother. You should be grateful he still wishes to return at all. As for Suna, he is considered an honorary member of the Subaku family, and the Senju clan are the heroes of Wave Country. If you are smart, you would swallow your pride and self-pity because you would realize that wherever that family goes, prosperity follows. Hiruzen assumed a thinking pose before he asked a question. Do you know how he ingratiated himself into the Kazekage's family? I know he is a lively boy, but he couldn't just walk into Suna and become best friends with the Kage's family. Kinji chuckled, and nearly broke out into a full fit of laughter. That is almost exactly what he did. He baited a meeting out of Rasa after hearing about the Ichibi's attack on the village. He convinced the Kage that he could alter Gaara's seal to make him more stable, and then he delivered on that promise. It helped that Tsunade was there with him, but it doesn't discount his achievements. Hiruzen's jaw hit the floor. At 5 he was able to convince Rasa to let him work on his Jinchuriki-sun's seal. That was simply unbelievable. You expect me to believe Rasa let a child work on his Jinchuriki seal? Kinji cracked a wry smile. Believe what you will. The boy used a transformation to deceive Rasa, a transformation you may be familiar with. Remember the seal mistress Rias Maki? She originated in your village what was it? The year Naruto was missing? Hiruzen remained with his jaw hung open, eyes bulging in disbelief for nearly 5 minutes as everything caught up with him. The rest of the meeting, Kinji took opportunities to share nuggets of information about Naruto with Hiruzen. He also warned him that the boy was under his protection, and he should damned well let the council know that. Kinji had zero doubts that there was going to be a mad dash to get the boy's power among the clans of Konoha. He also held zero doubts that Naruto could handle it. He just hoped the village didn't drive the boy insane. Return to Konoha, December 18th. 12 years after Kyuubi attack, Tsunade, Shizune, Tuntun, York, Rasa, Tamari, Kankuro, Gaara, Mayuri, Naruto, Rias, Hikari, Kurama and Yosuke were walking toward the gates of Konoha. Rasa had helped acquire ID cards for Naruto's alter egos, which he still believed Kurama was one of, as a show of gratitude for all the boy has done for Suna. Tsunade officially adopted the alter egos into the Senju family so that they may have a life inside Konoha and a modicum of independence from Naruto. She noticed that Naruto was happier and more himself when he gave the alters freedom from the seal, which was a relief to her and Shizune. The group approached the gates of Konoha with a variety of feelings, but it was finally time to return home for the Senjus, and they realized that Izumo and Kotetsu had spent the last 6.5 years on gate guard duty. They don't know who they pissed off or why, but due to their tenure in the position the duty was always given to them. They had come to accept the boring position. It gave them an opportunity to get first dibs at the latest gossip, and they sometimes got to see cool things. Today was one such day as they noticed a sizable group of people walking toward the front gates at a leisurely pace. Rock, paper, scissors to see who deals with the group? Asked Kotetsu in a sleepy voice. Izumo yawned before responding, nah, with a group that big we should both help out. Kotetsu answered Izumo's yawn with one of his own. Aw, come on, they can wait in just like anybody else. Suddenly, Izumo put his hands over his eyebrows to shield himself from the morning sun as he squinted to get a better look at the group. Hey, Ko, don't you recognize that shade of blonde hair? Kotetsu perked up, swung his feet off of the desk and squinted at the oncoming group. You idiot, you pick out the blonde hair and not the cage hat? Alright, look sharp, this should be the Kazekage that Lord Hokage told us to expect. The two gate guards stiffened their posture and threw on an air of professionalism that was immediately cracked by the young blonde. Izu and Ko, looking so professional doesn't seem right for Konoha's laziest duo. How you been? The boy chirped from 20 feet out as the group continued walking. The duo face planted as the words of the blonde boy cut them deep and true. After rallying themselves, Izumo and Kotetsu did their best to ignore the derisive sniggers as they processed the group's entry into the city. They were stunned when Tsunade introduced Shizune, Rias, Kurama, Yosuke and Hikari as Senjus. It seemed the Senju clan was no longer on the brink of extinction. The group made their way through the streets of Konoha as the lunch rush was about to start. Villagers and off-duty shinobi were staring, gaping or pointing at the group while gossiping with the villagers nearest them. Tsunade was a common topic of conversation, but phrases like "why is the demon with Lady Tsunade?" Or did the Kazekage finally restrain the beast? Grew more common as people began recognizing the telltale whisker marks and blonde hair. The group was struggling not to kill, in fact their collective ki was drawing the attention of Onbu patrolling the village. Naruto was holding Tsunade's hand as she snarled at the villagers. Shizune was restraining York, who was mad on behalf of his lil bro, as he called him. Tamari was holding Naruto's other hand as a show of support, and Rasa had already coated Gaara's shoulders in gold dust to restrain Gaara's and the Ichibi's bloodlust. Shukaku, having grown accustomed to his new seal and having made a contract with Gaara, was enraged by the humans that were disrespecting the only kid to have gained his and Kurama's trust. Naruto and Kurama had forced their way into the seal for a conversation with the Tanuki, who was stunned when Kurama announced that Naruto was the child their father spoke of. Naruto worked with Gaara to learn to control Shukaku's impulses, and the Tanuki got some concessions in return. He was able to share Gaara's senses, and he rather enjoyed being hailed as the guardian of Suna rather than some hideous beast. Shukaku begrudgingly admitted that he owed a lot to the blonde, so to see the villagers hating on the child that had helped him reawakened his hatred of humanity. For the first time since he was resealed, Shukaku was subconsciously pushing his chakra into Gaara. Naruto noticed Rasa struggling to contain a snarling Gaara and put the hand he freed from Tamari on his brother's shoulder. Relax, Shukaku, they aren't worth it. Thank you for getting mad on my behalf, but I have this under control. Naruto's words calmed both Gaara and Shukaku, but the Sand Tanuki would have words with his brother in his brother's container later about this. Hikari was holding Kurama's hand in an effort to cheer him up. Kurama's rage was eclipsed by his sadness of the terrible memories of Naruto's previous childhood. The kid had endured so much because of him, and he harbored a strong sense of guilt for his partner's pain. Naruto had done so much for him, rarely asking for anything in return. Kurama also knew that if he did anything, it would only complicate Naruto's life further. The end result was the mix of a frown and snarl on the kitsune's face as he edged into a protective position at Naruto's side. The crowds grew thicker, and the group drew more attention as they got closer to the Hokage Tower. Tsunade was already regretting coming back to the village, but she knew that she needed to be here for her grandson. She stomached her contempt for the village and squeezed Naruto's hand reassuringly as they continued the trip. She would set this right, because she would sooner blow up the village than force her son to endure another childhood of this nonsense. They were finally escorted into the Hokage's office, and Hiruzen was accompanied by his two remaining advisors and Onbu operative Weasel. Naruto knew who Weasel was and flashed a smile at him, before turning his attention to the Hokage. Ah, welcome everyone to Konoha. Lord Kazekage, rooms have been. Hiruzen's greeting was cut off by Rasa's raised hand. No need for that, Lord Hokage. I have already accepted an invitation from the scene just for my family to stay at their compound for the duration of our visit. I am simply here as a formality to let you know that we have arrived, and I have brought my 2 exchange students. We will depart after the new year, and your exchange students are welcome to make the trip back with me. Rasa replied in a monotone. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe as Rasa spoke and exhaled a small cloud of smoke. Very well, that will be acceptable. I will be sure to let their families know. Please enjoy your stay in Konoha. If that will be all, I have some things to discuss with the Senju family. Tsunade caught Rasa's attention and spoke to him. It won't take long. If you don't feel like waiting in the tower, you could meet us at Ichiraku Ramen, that is where Naruto wants to go for lunch. Rasa nodded his head and flashed a smile at Tsunade. Very well, we will meet you there. Let's go, children. Rasa guided the children out of the office as an Onbu appeared to escort them to the ramen stand. Tsunade turned her gaze on Hiruzen, Homura, and Koharu. Now, I have some things that need to be discussed with you. First, you will withdraw your pointless law about Naruto being Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. It isn't working, and I will not force him to hide himself from this pathetic village. Second, you will announce that he is my grandson, and you will announce his true heritage. Third, this is Yosuke, Rias, Kurama, and Hikari. I have adopted them into the Senju clan, and they are under my protection. Finally, should those retards out there continue to treat my grandson in such a manner, I will not be held liable for the body count. Tsunade's words were not requests, they were demands. Her tone was hard and devoid of any affection for those she was speaking to. Not recognizing the severity of her actions, Koharu spoke reproachfully to Tsunade. Tsunade, you cannot order us around. We are your superiors. The rest of Koharu's words were stuck in her throat as she was forced to the ground by Tsunade, Yosuke and Kurama's collective ki. Enough, Hiruzen roared, which caused the ki to drop marginally and allow Koharu to get to her feet. Elder Koharu, she is the Senju clan head, and you will show her respect. She has every right to demand the release of such information. But Hiruzen, that would compromise the security of the village. Homura tried to back up his fellow advisor. Tsunade's face was contorted into a mixture of rage and disgust. Sensei, I don't know why you keep these two worthless bags of bones around. They keep Konoha stuck in the past. As for you two old farts, you will keep your wrinkled hands away from my family. A staring match ensued between the Senju family and the two elders. It wasn't difficult to see who was winning. Hiruzen finally had enough of it and forced the elders out of his office, much to their protests. After the mood calmed down, Hiruzen addressed the Senju family. With a sigh, Hiruzen responded. Very well, Tsunade, we will call a council meeting in 2 days to discuss your demands. In the meantime, please refrain from killing any villagers. At the start of the year, Naruto is to be enrolled in the graduating class at the Ninja Academy. What of your other adopted children? Tsunade scoffed before replying. Hikari will be opening a store that will sell our Senju-made products. Rias is a sealing mistress and will sell her tags through the store. Yosuke and Kurama will be our security as well as Naruto's training partners. York is just here until the new year too. Spend time with Shizune. I will retake my post as the head of Konoha Hospital and Shizune will be my second in command. I expect you to back me on this. The Senju family will fund the bulk of reforms to the medical program, so you have no reason to complain. Oh, and please compile a list of applicants and helpers for the orphanage. I want to help the children by building a new orphanage on the Senju compound that will include an entry-level school. Please post the job openings and conduct the initial screenings. Mama and I will take it from there. Naruto added, also more of a demand than a friendly request. Why would you create a new orphanage? And what qualifies you to do such a thing? Hiruzen asked skeptically. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, I don't know, I built the orphanage in Wave. Hired all of the staff, provided all the materials, built the orphanage myself along with the help of Tazuna, and I was able to save over 50 children from the fate that I was forced to endure. So, you tell me, old man, am I qualified to run an orphanage? Hiruzen's eyes flickered to Tsunade, who nodded with a prideful smile on her face. Very well, we will bring it up at the council meeting. Anything else this humble servant can do for you? Hiruzen asked sarcastically. Oh, can it, sensei? You deserve all of this and more. That will be all for now though. Tsunade replied. After dealing with the nonsense, the Senju family met up with the Subakus and Mayuri at Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto was salty that Tuchi recognized Rias and Hikari before he addressed him, but he forced himself to remember that he had hidden himself in this life. Naruto had never officially met Ayame and Tuchi in this life, and it was sad holding one-sided feelings in his heart for the ramen chef and his daughter. Everyone enjoyed a couple bowls of ramen and Naruto decided to become Tuchi's favorite customer once again by downing 20 large bowls of a variety of ramen flavors. Tuchi greedily accepted the money and generous tip Tsunade left him before he said his goodbyes to the group. For the next 2 weeks, the Subaku family was hosted by the Senju family. They enjoyed Christmas and New Year's as a big, extended family. Kurama's gift to Naruto was sharing the 1 minute in heaven where Kurama got to see Tsunade naked. Naruto wasn't ready for the memory and was launched back due to a nosebleed as everyone else was opening presents. Ria smirked and kissed Naruto on the forehead, sharing all of her memories with Shizune and Tsunade and other women in the spas and hot springs. This nosebleed was far larger than the last as Naruto passed out with a goofy grin on his face. Redoing Tsunade's seal had reformed her into the prime of her youth and she looked no older than Shizune, except a whole lot hotter. Naruto would struggle with thinking that his grandma was hot for the rest of his life, but he would never take it further than that. Rasa and Tsunade had grown close over the years, and they had fallen into a platonic and comfortable relationship with one another. He was probably the only man that could casually throw his arm over Tsunade's shoulder and pull her in close for a cuddle. The two powerful shinobi snuggled up on the couch and watched the kids open and exchange presents with smiles on their faces. Rasa offered prayers to Kami to protect Korura in the afterlife, which made the goddess laugh at the irony that the woman's soul was still in Gaara's seal. Inside Gaara's seal, Shukaku was attempting to comfort his roommate, who could see her husband cuddling up to the beautiful Senju. She knew she no longer had a place in the world, but that didn't mean her feelings could magically disappear. She would have forcibly separated the two if Gaara's sand gourd was anywhere close, but she was forced to watch through her son's eyes as the two cuddle like some proud parents. Korura leaned back into Shukaku's tail and decided to make the most of the one remaining relationship she had. After the first week back in Konoha, Naruto's heritage was announced, and it rapidly became even less comfortable to walk through Konoha. The apologies, being called Lord Senju, the ass-kissing and the residual hate from the few that still couldn't leave the past in the past. It all overwhelmed Naruto any time he left the compound, which meant that he insisted on using the body flicker or the rooftops for travel. The Subaku siblings could easily keep up with him and they enjoyed exploring the woods of Konoha with Naruto. Since it was their first time visiting, they were all amazed by the difference in environments. The lush woods, which seemed livelier in Naruto's presence, the warm, humid air, the overwhelming abundance of life and water were all in stark contrast to the arid deserts of Suna. Naruto showed them his favorite waterfall that was tucked away in Training Ground 42, which bordered the infamous Forest of Death. They trained there, ate there, studied there and swam there. It was their escape and Temari told Naruto that this would be their spot. Temari had continued to put the moves on Naruto, and nobody could really blame her. Naruto was 12 years old, 5 feet 6 inches tall, 140 pounds with a youthfully sculpted body that would make Might Guy proud. On top of that, he retained his father's good looks with a feral edge and deep, azure blue eyes. He was a great catch even before you bring his personality, strength and money into the picture. Not to mention Temari could never forget how much he had done for her family. She was making slow progress on the relationship front, but she was coming into her prime and her C-cup breasts were becoming deadly assets. Little did she know that Naruto actually liked her tight ass and long legs, but all guys are entitled to their secrets. The day finally came to say goodbye to Temari, Kankuro, Rasa, and Shino. Naruto hadn't established a friendship with the boy yet, but he figured that since he was there, he should at least say goodbye. Naruto remembered Ame was a bully and he didn't like her, so he wasn't going to miss her. He bumped fists with Kankuro before Temari pulled him into a big hug and placed an innocent kiss on his lips. Naruto gave Rasa a hug as way of saying goodbye and the Subaku family left Gaara alone for the first time in his life. Of course, Naruto would make sure he wasn't alone. The first day of school, Naruto, Mayuri and Gaara walked side by side in front of Tsunade and Shizune as they entered through the academy's gates. It was only the second semester of the last year, so there was no grand ceremony or anything. They went to the headmaster's office, got their course materials and a note for Iruka and headed to class. Tsunade walked Naruto all the way to the door before she turned him around and wrapped him in a big hug. "Be careful, brat. Don't do anything stupid. Enjoy your friends this time around and I will see you when you get home. Shizune will pick you up," Tsunade whispered in his ear as she attempted to crush him in a hug. "Don't worry, Mama. I will be fine. Have a good day at the hospital. I don't know if you know, but I love you more than anything in the world," Naruto whispered back. Tears began falling from Tsunade's eyes as she gave one last squeeze before releasing Naruto. As she stood back up, she smiled and met his eyes. "I love you too, brat." Gaara watched the scene with a sense of longing while Mayuri put a supportive hand on his shoulder. Korora felt it inside his seal, but she didn't want to reveal herself to her son yet. It would be difficult for him to know that she was trapped in the seal along with Shukaku. She flooded him with a sense of warmth and motherly love, which Tsunade gave him outside by ruffling his hair. "You keep him out of trouble for me, Gaara. I don't know if you'll accept this, but I love you too, kiddo." Gaara was blown away by the affection he could feel from Tsunade. Korora was pouting inside the seal that the busty blonde stole her moment. Shukaku was cackling before Korora formed a giant sand ball and threw it at the Tanuki's face. This led to a sandball fight in the mindscape, which would escalate into mental representations of the desert be reformed into an unrecognizable landscape. By the end of it, Korora and Shukaku vented all of their feelings and collapsed in a heap with their backs in the sands. Gaara, Mayuri and Naruto entered the classroom with Naruto leading the way. His black tank top showing through his orange biker jacket with the Senju and Uzumaki crests on each arm, his black headband to keep his unruly hair out of his face and his tan cargo shorts made him look cool. Gaara was in his standard Suna attire, but he had sealed his sand gourd into his right wrist with the help of Naruto. The whole class fell silent as the two new boys and Suna Kunoichi entered. Naruto walked up to Iruka with a gigawatt smile on his face and handed him a note from the Hokage and headmaster. Iruka stood from his seat and handed the note to Mizuki. "Okay, class, it seems the students from Tsunaga Corps, and our last missing student have finally arrived. Why don't you three introduce yourselves?" Iruka said with a smile on his face. "Sure thing, Scarface. My name is Naruto Senju Uzumaki, I am the grandson of Tsunade Senju and the son of the 4th Hokage. I like training, coming up with new seals and running my businesses that make the world a better place. In case you haven't heard, I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. If you ever wonder why adults tell you not to hang out with me or if they say I am evil, that is why. I'll leave it to you to make your own opinions." Naruto excitedly introduced himself to the class. A stunned silence met his proclamation and hung over the class for 30 seconds, before Gaara just decided to get his introduction out of the way. "I am Gaara Subaku, I am also a Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Shukaku. I like the desert, training, my family and the Senju family. I look forward to learning with you. The instructors paled while the rest of the class was confused. Finally, a familiar pink-haired banshee stood up and broke the silence as she spoke in an outdoor voice. Sensei, what are Jinchuriki and why do these two say that they have demons in them? Iruka paled and Mizuki remained silent, so Naruto took the lead. Look, I will give you a brief history lesson. Jinchuriki means human sacrifice, and it is how humans have mistreated the bijou by robbing them of their free will and sealing them into shinobi for the sake of power. The bijou don't really appreciate it at all, so they get cranky and rampage when they break out. As for the kyubi, it was first sealed into Mito Uzumaki Senju, the wife of the first Hokage, and my great-grandmother. The second Jinchuriki was my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, wife of the fourth Hokage. I am the third Jinchuriki, son of Kushina Uzumaki and the fourth Hokage. I cannot tell you much about that night due to security risks, but I will share what I can. An unknown enemy attacked the place where I was born and killed everyone there except my mother and the 4th. He saved me from the intruder, but my mother was taken. The enemy extracted the kyubi and forced it to attack our village. The Hokage will probably be mad at me for sharing this information, but there you have it. With all of that said, I will turn the class back over to Iruka. Naruto, Gaara and Mayuri walked to the back of the class and sat down next to Hinata Hyuga. Every eye in the class watched the trio casually take their seats with incredulous looks on their faces. Naruto took time to wave to Samui and Amoe, having recognized them from his memories, which earned him a wave in return. The pair of Kumo ninjas were far more used to Jinchuriki than the people of Konoha, since Konoha had always kept their Jinchuriki a secret. As the trio sat down, the trance that had fallen over the room broke, and questions were shouted, and loud conversations filled the room. Iruka used his big head jutsu to quiet the class down and attempt to regain some form or order. He fixed a stern gaze at Naruto and addressed him. Naruto Senju, it is not appropriate to reveal village secrets to a class of children that are yet to become ninjas. Iruka became enraged at the boy's casual shrug, so he continued. I will be telling the Hokage about this. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly and rolled his eyes. Feel free to do what you need to do, sensei. The old man won't do anything about it because they were all my secrets to reveal. I just wanted to be honest with my classmates and potential future friends. Honesty is the best policy, after all. Iruka was eventually able to move past the incident and began reviewing what the class had learned the previous semester. Samui, Amoe, Naruto, Gaara and Mayuri were extremely bored since this information should have been covered much earlier in the academy. Iruka, wanting payback for earlier, threw a piece of chalk at the sleeping Naruto. The boy casually caught the projectile and tossed it back to Iruka. He raised his head, yawned and addressed his new sensei. Is there something I can do for you, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked tiredly. Yes, you can stay awake and pay attention. Iruka shot back. Why do I need to pay attention? This is all information I knew by the time I was 5. Plus, it is kind of embarrassing for Konoha that each of the exchange students seems to be well past this point as well. Iruka didn't know what to do with the boy. He wanted to kick him out of his class for being disruptive, but he feared the wrath of Senju Tsunade. Instead, an idea came into his mind, and he smirked at the child. Very well, Mr. Know-it-all, if you are so smart, why don't you come up and explain chakra theory to the class? Naruto yawned and shot the sarcastic look right back at Iruka. You want me to do your job for you? This comment got giggles from the rest of the class and steam from Iruka's ears. Okay, sensei, don't get your panties in a bunch. I will do it. Naruto rose from his seat and walked toward the front of the classroom. He took the chalk from Iruka and drew the chakra circulatory system on the board. He highlighted the 3 chakra cores and drew an advanced chakra diagram. Okay, I guess we should recap what we know. Chakra is the mixture of physical and spiritual energy that flows through our bodies in this chakra circulatory pathway. All humans have chakra, but only ninjas and samurai are trained to access and direct it. It is important to know that what we commonly refer to as physical chakra is actually yang-natured chakra. Yang chakra is generated by strengthening the body, muscles and organs. Yin chakra, or spiritual chakra, is centered out of the brain and it is composed and strengthened by knowledge, meditation and experience. The 3 control center in the chakra system, the brain, the heart and the core, all take in and mix our unique forms of chakra to form what is known as our chakra signature. Trained shinobi can recognize one another by their chakra signature, and it is traceable in any external jutsu you perform. The brain is the primary control center for genjutsu, and it has a far higher concentration of yin chakra than any other part of the body. The core, Positioned under your navel, is responsible for most reinforcement or body enhancement jutsu, and it has the highest concentration of yang chakra. The heart has the steadiest mixture of the two and is what most shinobi use to perform jutsu. Naruto stopped there to see a stun class in Iruka with his mouth open. Seeing as Iruka didn't tell him to stop, Naruto continued his lecture. Now, there are many factors that affect your chakra and the control you have over it. First, your chakra reserves, which is the total sum of chakra you have in your body. The higher your reserves, the lower your control, typically. Empty your reserves and you go into chakra exhaustion or chakra shock. Both can be deadly if not treated properly. Second, is chakra flow. This is the rate at which chakra circulates through your centers and coils. It is affected by the size of your reserves, the size of your chakra coils, the nature of your chakra and your emotional state. The faster your chakra flow, the harder it is to shape and control. It also makes it harder to change its nature. Take me, for instance. I have 3 times as much chakra as the Hokage. My coils are large for my age, but severely undersized for such reserves. Therefore, my chakra flow is significantly faster, even with chakra control training, than anyone in this class except Gaara. Third, you have your chakra coils, called tenketsu. These coils grow over time as we mature, and they can also be developed through consistent use of your chakra. The size of your tenketsu determines how much power you can call upon at any given time. The bigger your tenketsu, the more powerful your jutsu. The bigger your tenketsu, the slower and calmer your chakra flow becomes. This allows for shaping of jutsu and it also lets you strengthen them, which is why a C-ranked ninjutsu from a Jinan is so inferior to that of a Sannin. Next comes chakra density, which affects chakra flow and reserves. Chakra density is the amount of power condensed into a single unit of chakra. 1 unit of your chakra is weaker than a jonin, which is weaker than a kage. Us Jinchuriki have insane chakra density because so much chakra is wrapped up in our childish bodies. You may be jealous of that, but it makes it significantly harder to control our chakra. If you are ever curious, you could ask Hinata there to describe your chakra for you. Lastly comes a topic that these teachers will tell you is advanced, to which I call bullshit. Chakra nature describes the untampered, base nature of your chakra in its unaltered state. Most of you will have 1 chakra nature at this point, unless you have a bloodline that fuses 2 chakra natures. There are 5 base chakra natures: earth, water, fire, wind and lightning. Yes, Sakura? The Pinky stood and asked a question. What about things like medical jutsu, genjutsu and elemental bloodlines? I think there is ice, lava and a couple others. Naruto nodded. Well, as my mama said, medical jutsu is not a chakra nature. It is a conversion of chakra to a heavily concentrated yang form that promotes healing from the injured party's own body. Genjutsu actually has elemental components, but it is concentrated yin chakra that makes it work. As for the bloodlines, they are natural fusions of 2 of the base elements. Take for instance, the Mukuten bloodline. It is said to have been a fusion of earth and water, but I believe that it requires natural energy to make it work. A boy in a high-collared blue, short-sleeved shirt scoffed. Oh yeah, and what would you know? This boy had an inferiority/superiority complex that was incredibly complicated and totally unwelcome. The screeches of fangirls followed the derisive statement, which reminded Naruto of past childhood memories. Naruto shivered as the memories ran through him, but he shook them off and returned Sasuke's smirk. Well, Uchiha, I work on chakra theory with Tsunade Senju. I have access to Hashirama Senju's scrolls. I am the most advanced seal master in the elemental nation since the fall of Uzushiaga Corps. Take your pick, I don't have time for a dick measuring contest with you, although, spoiler, I win. Naruto's smirk was feral as he stared down the childish form of the man that took everything from him in his previous life. Naruto was unconsciously emitting so much ki that students in the front row were fainting and Iruka was sweating. Okay, that is enough. Thank you for an interesting lesson, Naruto. You may return to your seat. Iruka mustered his sternest tone and used it on Naruto. Much to his chagrin, the blonde just shrugged it off and returned to his seat. While that lesson was far more advanced than anything that the academy course covered, Iruka admitted that he actually learned a thing or two as well. He continued the class until lunchtime without much incident. He just let the blonde sleep through his class to avoid causing another scene. He noticed that the foreign shinobi were indeed bored, which he took personally because he was proud of his role as a teacher. He would have to talk to the Hokage about that fact and possibly increase the difficulty of the curriculum. At lunch, Naruto and Gaara went out to the training ground and took a place by the big tree that was in the center of the field area. Naturally, Shikamaru grumbled about troublesome blondes taking his spot. Naruto gave his old friend a gigawatt smile as he invited Shikamaru to join them. An unseen side effect of proposing foreign exchange students was robbing Shikamaru of his childhood friend, Kuji. Naruto could tell that Shikamaru was taking the loss hard, so he decided to open with an offer he knew Shikamaru would never be able to decline. Yo, sorry we took your spot. Feel free to join us. I am Naruto and this is Gaara. Naruto kept the opening simple and childlike. Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets and perpetually tired look on his face, answered the vibrant blonde. Sure, you troublesome blonde. I am Shikamaru, nice to meet you both. So, you are both Jinchuriki, eh? What's that like? Gaara responded in his usual monotone. Well, after Naruto helped me, it hasn't been too bad. It means you need to do far more chakra control than anyone else our age. Other than that, you share your mind with a bijou, who each have quite unique personalities. Yeah, my bijou saved my life multiple times as a child. I understand why people fear him, but let me put it in terms you may understand. When you seal a kunai into a scroll, does the scroll become the kunai? Is the scroll's only purpose to hold the kunai, or can it hold other items as well? Naruto added. Shikamaru laid flat on his back and looked at the sky. When you put it like that, the scroll and kunai are two separate entities temporarily bound by the sealing formula. Yup, and we are separate from our bijou, and while they are a part of our lives, they don't define us. Naruto added happily, before his face fell. So, will that group of girls ever come over here, or will they just gawk at us from a distance? Those troublesome girls are more likely to point, shriek and gossip than ever come over here, Shikamaru said, gazing at the clouds. Gaara responded in a flatter than usual tone, to borrow your line, that sounds troublesome. This earned Gaara a round of laughter from the boys, but it was clear that Naruto's thoughts were elsewhere. He looked around the field and saw that Sasuke was still an isolated jackass, Kiba ran around with Akamaru, Mayuri joined the rest of the girls in the class to gossip, and then he saw Samui and Amoe heading toward their group. As the two closed the distance, Naruto threw a friendly wave and smiled their way. Samui remained cool and collected, but Amoe happily returned the wave while sucking on a lollipop. Sup? Naruto chirped. Good day to you, Lord Senju. Samui replied. Naruto frantically waved his hands in front of him while holding his chopsticks. None of that. It is just Naruto, I despise formalities. It was Samui and Amoe, right? Samui gave Naruto a simple smile. She was 13, soon to be 14, which made her nearly 2 years older than the kids at the Konoha Academy. This was due to Kumo's academy program accepting students at 9 years old, and the program was 1 year longer. Samui could tell that the boy was powerful, and he radiated a cool vibe, but she couldn't tell if she would be able to complete the mission the Raikage gave her. Very well, Naruto, you were correct. I am Samui and this is Amoe, and we are from Kumo. Is it true that you are the son of the Yellow Flash and the Red Death? Samui replied in her same cool tone. Naruto cocked an eyebrow at her, and if it were true? He could sense some ulterior motives, nothing evil, but Naruto suspected Samui had an added mission for her time in Konoha. He would play it cautiously, but he wanted to befriend Kumo this go-around. Then that would be cool. Do you practice kenjutsu like your mother did? Samui asked with the first hint of emotion. Naruto thought that the sparkle in her eyes made her look far more beautiful than her normal impassive expression. Yeah, I actually do. You are free to come to the Senju compound for some kenjutsu spars after school. My brother Yosuke would enjoy that, and it gets boring fighting someone you know repeatedly. Naruto offered, and he noticed that both Kumo shinobi were excited by the prospect. Amoe popped his sucker out of his mouth. That would be awesome, Naruto. We will definitely take you up on that. I was worried we would get rusty since Konoha doesn't have many sword users. Sure thing, so where did they put you guys up for the semester? Naruto decided to go for a change in topic. They put us in the long-term rooms at the Green Leaf Hotel. The rooms are nice, but it gets lonely. Amoe informed him. Before Naruto could continue, Ino led a group of girls over to the growing group under the tree. The natural leader and overly confident girl spoke up as the self-appointed representative of the group. So, Naruto Senju, huh? Why were you out of Konoha for so long, if you don't mind me asking? Ino started, immediately directing attention to Naruto. Naruto returned her look impassively before replying. As I told you, I am the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Our generation just found that out, it wasn't the same story for the adults. Tell me, Ms. Ino, would you willingly subject yourself to scorn, hatred, beatings and assassination attempts when you were a defenseless child? Ino looked taken aback. The question was quite shocking to the sheltered clan heiress.
She had never seen the dark side of Konoha, and it was the same thing for each of the other girls in the little clique. No, I don't think I would. Naruto stood up and invaded Ino's personal space to whisper in her ear. I know that the Yamanaka specialize in their knowledge of the mind. It was bad enough that I developed MPD. Please don't tell anybody. Let your dad know that I wish to schedule some sessions with him as well, please. Ino was embarrassed at first, but when Naruto shared that information with her, she was shocked and slightly terrified. Her clan took patient confidentiality as sacred, and she wasn't inclined to share this information with her friends. He told her in confidence and Ino immediately realized the severity of what he shared with her. Ino couldn't respond before a certain girl with pink hair made everyone cover their ears. Get away from Ino, pig. I don't care if you are a senju, you will never be as cool as Sasuke. Sakura screeched while pushing Naruto away from Ino. Before responding to Sakura, Naruto winked at Ino playfully, as if the information he shared with her was no big deal. Then Naruto turned cold azure eyes on Sakura. I am sorry, I believe your name was Sakura. I would appreciate it if you lowered your voice. It seems like you failed to notice how many people cover their ears when you yell like that. Sakura blushed, embarrassed by a complete stranger. His self-defense mechanism kicked in and she raised a fist to punch Naruto, who caught the blow with one hand looking completely bored. Ino put her hands on Sakura's shoulders and guided her away, but not before she shot an apologetic look at Naruto. The rest of the girls, followed Ino and Sakura away from the boys. The rest of the day passed without incident, but the night was interesting for Naruto. After returning to the Senju compound with Shizune and completing some rigorous afternoon training with Gaara and Yosuke, Naruto had an unexpected visitor. He was informed by Hikari, who was flittering around the compound after a day of manning their newly opened store. When she told Naruto that Hizashi Hyuga was there to visit him, he thanked her and told her to go let Tsunade know. The vibrant girl skipped off to find Tsunade, once again reminding Naruto of the innocence he had lost due to his previous life. Naruto walked to the front gates of the Senju compound and welcomed Hizashi in. Tsunade appeared as the two were walking toward the main house and joined in the small talk. They made their way through the house and into the designated meeting room before Naruto set up a privacy barrier. He sat down next to Tsunade and put on his professional mode. Hizashi had been eagerly awaiting the Senju's return to Konoha. He heard that they were hosting the Subakus and knew that it would be rude to impose. Thus, he had waited patiently for his opportunity to meet his benefactors that may be able to help him. He had used the last years to acquire everything he could on the caged bird seal, and he wanted to get the counter seal as soon as possible. He opened with a bow to the Senju duo. Lady Tsunade and Lord Senju, thank you for agreeing to see me and for looking out for the Hyuga clan. I do not know how I can repay you, but I look forward to working with you. Both Senjus recoiled at the formality, but it was Tsunade that spoke first. Please, Hizashi, we are old friends. No need for formality when we are alone. So, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company tonight? Hizashi relaxed a bit before responding. Since Naruto has given me the counter seal to the prisoner seal, I have been trying to remain patient, but things are getting worse within the Hyuga clan. I am worried that Neji or I will be discovered soon. Why do you say that, Hizashi? What has clued them in? Naruto asked. Hizashi sighed, well, there have been a few attempts by the elders to use the seal on me. I do my best to fake the effects, but it is tough to act like you are nearly dying. Luckily, Hiashi has protected Neji, but it is only a matter of time until one of those bastards attempts to activate his seal. Okay, Hizashi, the urgency of the situation is noted. Tsunade started. Were you able to acquire the source material for the seal? Naruto added. Hizashi nodded and pulled some scrolls out of his robes. This is what I have been able to gather so far. How long would it take you to create the counter seal? A strained look passed over Naruto's face. Removing the seal isn't too hard on its own. It is doing it without side effects that will take time. If I said 3 to 6 months, would that be acceptable? And when I am ready, I would need somebody to test it on. Hizashi grimaced at the response. It was longer than he was hoping to hear. We don't have much of a choice. When the time is right and you believe you have the solution, you can test it on me. Naruto nodded with a stern look on his face. I will get it done, Hizashi. Anything else to report? Only whispers of Danzo's death and the reintegration of Root. I have heard that the Yamanaka are working overtime trying to undo the damage caused by Danzo's training methods. Also, the Uchiha clan has been making overt efforts to regain the favor of the villagers, and they seem to have no opposition since Danzo died. Hizashi reported, which earned smiles from Tsunade and Naruto. It was your doing, wasn't it? Tsunade shrugged, the brat has friends in high places. When the time is right,
those friends will help liberate the Hyuga. Hizashi bowed deeply to the Senju duo. Thank you so much for all you have done. I will continue to keep my ears open. Around the same time, at the Yamanaka compound, Ino was eating dinner with her father. She had told Inoki about Naruto's announcement to the class, and he confirmed that the information was accurate. It took Inoki a while to explain what he knew from a psychological perspective about Jinchuriki, which caused Ino to cry. Daddy, Naruto told me that he suffers from MPD. Were the villagers really that mean to him? Ino asked with teary eyes. Inoki sighed before nodding sadly. Yes, princess. From what I know of his early life, he had it pretty rough. Luckily, he was able to get out of the village and find Tsunade before it got too bad. But daddy, he has MPD, the books say that it requires significant psychological trauma to cause that, Ino shouted. Relax, princess. There is nothing we can do about that now except help him. Did he tell you anything else? Inoki replied in a resigned tone. He said that he would appreciate some sessions with you. We were around other people, so we didn't really have that much time to talk. All the girls were gossiping about how cute he was and about how he had a monster inside of him. Okay, I will reach out to Tsunade. Listen, princess, I know I don't need to tell you this, but tell nobody about what he shared with you. It seems like he wants to trust you and he told you this in confidence. Yes, daddy. Ino replied obediently. 2 weeks later, Senju compound, Inoki meet the family. Inoki did reach out to Tsunade, and he made time in his busy schedule for the new additions to the village. Inoki checked in at the Senju compound front gate and was escorted inside by Tsunade. He decided to get some information before meeting Naruto. So, Tsunade, you have been with him for the last 6 years. How would you describe Naruto's mental state? Tsunade laughed. Well, all things considered, he is holding it together pretty well. I will warn you ahead of time that this will be the most unique case of MPD that you have ever encountered. Inoki cocked an eyebrow at that. Do you know the triggering event? It would help if I knew the root cause. Tsunade took a couple seconds to decide how she would respond before looking directly at Inoki. Look, there are things that he cannot and will not tell you. The triggering event was years of child abuse at the hands of the orphanage, culminating in a severe beating by a mob on his 4th birthday. That beating triggered a safety seal to activate, after which some of his father's memories and knowledge were integrated directly into his mind. After all that, he hid in the Namikaze compound for a whole year, completely isolated before he was able to find me. That enough information for you? Inoki had stopped walking, completely stunned by the implications of the information. Holy shit, no wonder his mind fractured. For all of that to happen to a child, Tsunade sighed and slapped him on his back to break him out of it. Look, Inoki, he has developed his own unique way to deal with it. Your job is to offer advice and make sure things don't get any worse than they already are. Inoki mulled the information over for the rest of the walk before walking into the living room of the Senju compound. There, he saw Yosuke, Rias, Hikari and Naruto waiting for him while splayed out in various positions on the furniture. Inoki looked at Tsunade, who told him to take a seat. Tsunade left the room and gave the group their privacy. Naruto opened for Inoki. Alright, Mr. Yamanaka, I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki, and these are my alter egos Yosuke, Rias, and Hikari. They started as transformations I used to survive here in the village, and they have developed into their own unique identities. Inoki blinked rapidly while gawking at the group in front of him. You can speak with your alternate personalities? Naruto nodded. I had my suspicions for a long time. Then, when I was 9, Yosuke here forcibly took over my body and I got the chance to meet them. Rias ruffled Naruto's hair before addressing Inoki. I was his first adult form. I sold ceiling tags and did grocery runs. Now, I am what he refers to as his wild side. I like bars, brothels and hooking up with women. During the day, I now help control his clones to keep our businesses running. Hikari waved merrily at Inoki while blasting him with a gigawatt smile. I started as Naruto's child personality. I actually met your daughter and other clan kids at the playground when we were hiding out. I am what remains of Naruto's childhood innocence and love. I run the Senju shop here in town and Big Brother Naruto says I can make my own friends and live my own life. Yosuke bowed to Inoki before introducing himself. I am his warrior aspect. I am the part of Naruto that will always do what needs to be done. I provide security for the compound, and I am Naruto's training partner. Inoki looked at the odd collection in a stunned silence. He came at the Senju's request to provide assistance in subduing the personalities. He wasn't ready to deal with fully integrated personalities. Finally, he was able to ask a question. How do you all have your own unique forms? He asked. Naruto laughed before answering. Well, Mr. Yamanaka, due to my tenon and chakra density, my transformations are real. Is anything I say safe with patient confidentiality? Inoki nodded, yes, so long as it doesn't endanger yourself or others, everything said here will remain confidential. Naruto smiled at his fellow blonde. Very well, I developed a way to allow the personalities to inhabit my wood clones. I am working on a more permanent solution, but as of right now all they require from me is a daily top-off of their chakra. Rias and Yosuke require a lot more because of the nature of their activities. Inoki's jaw hit the floor. Did you say wood clones? Naruto nodded with a small smile on his face. Yes, I have Makuten. I figured I should tell the guy that runs the flower shop. The Hokage knows, but I am waiting to reveal this until the time is right. Inoki was more stunned by the bloodline than the three extra personalities looking at him with amused satisfaction etched all over their faces. A cough from Naruto snapped him out of his shock and back into professional mode. Okay, so bloodline aside, you have already reconciled with your personalities and rather than attempt to reintegrate them into your core Edo, you let them live their own lives? Naruto shrugged, I already have a bijou that I am wrongfully imprisoning. I didn't feel like subjecting versions of myself to that. Plus, I haven't had any night walking episodes since I started letting them out this way. Rias blushed and looked down at the floor, which wasn't missed by Inoki's analytical gaze. So, Rias, was it? Should I assume you were the one responsible for the night walking? Inoki asked. Rias chuckled while Naruto looked at her with amusement. Ha ha, yeah. When he was younger, it was so boring in there. He was forced to act like an adult to survive and all he did was train so he would be strong enough to find his mother. Hikari beamed a smile at Inoki. I never pushed my way out, but brother let me out to go play at the park while he trained. Tell Ino Hikari says hi, that should get you a funny reaction. Inoki was struggling to process the information when Yosuke spoke up. I am the only one to ever forcibly take over his body. An evil man was threatening people that we love, and I removed said man from this world. Okay, so, to summarize, you discovered you had MPD when you were 9. Since then, you have let them maintain their autonomy and not attempted to reintegrate them or suppress them. There have been no side effects from this? Inoki summarized before asking. Naruto thought about it for a bit before he shared what he had been feeling. Well, I do feel empty without them, like something is missing. I can't stop the thought from occurring, but each time I crush it with seeing them happily living their own lives. They are a part of the family now, after all. Inoki frowned, this case was so unique that he would have to play it by ear. Well, there are some Yamanaka mind techniques that we could try. If I saw your mind, I would be able to assess the situation more accurately. Naruto raised his hand in a stopping motion and shook his head. No, that I cannot allow. Q doesn't like intruders, especially since someone from your clan tried multiple times to brainwash me in the orphanage. Naruto hated lying to Inoki, but this was the excuse they had come up with. Letting Inoki see his past life would go against Kemi's wishes and it would cause too many problems. Inoki's eyes fell to the floor, truly ashamed that someone in his clan would do such a thing.
I am sorry, Naruto.
To think a member of my clan. Don't worry about it. It was Fu from Danzo's root program. That is what Q says anyway. How is the reintegration of root going? Naruto decided to steer the conversation further away from mind walking. Inoki frowned, well, since you have been forthright with me, their cases are far worse than your own. Brainwashing of that extent from a young age is almost irreversible. Plus, the damned seals won't let us get more information. Rias cocked an eyebrow. Well, you are talking to two seal masters here, Mr. Inoki. For the right price, the Senju clan would be happy to help. Naruto frowned at that. Yeah, that seal is a piece of work. A loyalty, silencing and suicide seal all locked into one. Nothing we can't handle with enough time though. Inoki looked between the blonde and redhead, struggling to believe children would be able to solve a seal that Jiraiya couldn't break. If that is the case, I will inform the Hokage. Back to you though, it seems like you interact with the Kyuubi on a regular basis. Naruto nodded, he didn't intend to hide this aspect. Yes, he is far more agreeable due to my Makuten. He is a nice guy once you get past the 40-story tall fox bit. Could you describe your mindscape for me? It would help me get a better understanding of your mental state, Inoki continued prodding. Well, when I was 4, I reshaped it into a forest clearing with a massive lake. When these yahoos appeared, a cottage appeared as well. Underneath the cottage, a library of sorts is there that contains my memories and what I have learned, all in scroll or book form. The weather of the mindscape generally reflects my mood, but I don't know what it is like when nobody is in there. It is full of gray clouds, Kit. Not unpleasant but missing your usual sunshine. Q informed him through the mind link. Oh, well, Q says that when they are out it gets cloudy and kind of gray. He says it isn't bad but not as colorful or lively as when they are held within me. Naruto informed the group. Inoki thought on that while the four personalities looked at him. Do any of you know if you share a link to the original Naruto? Like, is there any pain for you when you are apart or anything you have noticed? Yosuke was the first to speak up. For me, prolonged absence from him starts to hurt. We have never been a far distance away from each other, but I would imagine that would increase the discomfort. Rias adopted a thinking pose and her tongue protruded slightly from the edge of her mouth. I haven't noticed it that much. It might be because he requires your aspects more than mine for his training. Which would mean the seal turns gray because Hikari is absent. At least, that is my professional opinion. Inoki added, trying to make sense of the perplexing situation. Naruto, I need to ask, I see your representations here, but typically in situations like yours there is a darker aspect. Have any of you encountered an Edo like that? Naruto thought about it and realized that he had reconciled with his darkness at the start of the 4th Great Ninja War in front of the waterfall. He hadn't seen his dark half since then, but that should make sense, right? Mr. Yamanaka, I met and integrated my dark half. There was no other way to deal with him other than to accept him as a part of me. Inoki was stumped. For someone suffering from MPD to be able to accept and integrate a personality wasn't unheard of. However, if the dark half was fueled by rage and hatred, then why would it willingly reintegrate with the original? Why did it agree to reintegrate, Naruto? I will tell you that it is difficult to believe. Especially since your special guest is supposed to be the embodiment of hatred. Naruto shrugged, we were equal and opposite forces. Either mutual destruction or find a way to move forward together. The counseling session left Inoki perplexed with a lot to think about. He was missing something, and he knew it. He just didn't know how he was going to get Naruto to open up. The boy was incredibly smart and mature for his age. To have a fully developed mindscape, to be able to accept the splitting of his personality, hell there were many more amazing things that the kid did, but it was almost too much for Inoki to accept. He would have to ask Ino to keep an eye on him. Getting to know Ino, throughout their time in school, Naruto made subtle attempts to reach out to Ino. Despite the memories that once again began haunting his nightmares, he longed for her presence and a reminder of her playful touch. He made progress with her after a couple weeks and she started joining his group during sparring sessions and lunchtime. She still had her clique of friends, but Naruto honestly didn't know how to break her out of her gossip queen phase. Maybe he would have to let it run its course. One Saturday, after waking up and getting through the morning workout with Yosuke and Tsunade, Naruto rinsed off and went to grab a towel when he remembered promising Ino that he would stop by the flower shop. He hadn't made it into her shop before today and in his previous life he wasn't exactly welcome. They weren't overly mean, but he didn't have a great relationship with Ino or the Yamanaka clan until after his training trip with Jiraiya. Naruto threw on a pair of light blue jeans and a black beater. He threw on his Senju Uzumaki family jacket and positioned his great-grandfather's necklace in between his pecs with the jacket laid open. After losing the endless fight against his spiky blonde locks, he grabbed a black headband and tied it to hold back his bangs. With a final breath check, Naruto left the Senju compound and walked his way to the Yamanaka flower shop. The friendly jingling of a bell over the door announced Naruto's entrance into the Yamanaka store. He saw rows of small potted plants, fertilizer, potting soil and the air was rich with the condensed smell of the outdoors. Naruto looked to his right and saw blonde hair peeking over the top of a magazine and he couldn't suppress the smile that was emerging on his face. Welcome to the Yamanaka flower shop, please let me know if you need help finding anything. Ino rattled off her automatic greeting without the familiar flirtiness or jubilance that Naruto had grown to love. Naruto let the smile fully onto his face as he pulled down the top of the magazine, much to Ino's consternation. The scrunched up face broke into a smile when Ino processed who was actually in her store. She had invited Naruto to stop by several times because her daddy told her that Naruto had a special talent with gardening, which she had confirmed whenever she went to train at the Senju compound. Ino beamed a smile to match Naruto's grin before exclaiming, Naruto! You finally came to my shop. Oh ho, your shop, is it? Came a feminine voice from behind Ino. Yes, Lena, it is more my shop than yours, Ino snapped back. The older blonde woman sighed, let's not get into this in front of customers, dear. Now, would you mind introducing me to your friend? Naruto processed the tense interaction and decided that he would take over for Ino to take the pressure off of her. Hello ma'am, I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki. I am a classmate of Ino's and she invited me to come check out the store. The woman in her late 30s smiled in a motherly sort of way. Nice to meet you, Naruto. I am Lina, I am Ino's stepmother. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Yamanaka. Well, Ino, would you like to show me around the store? Naruto hit Ino with a disarming and genuine smile that she couldn't resist. She jumped down off her stool and left her fashion magazine on the counter. Yup, let's go Ruto. I will show you my favorite plants. Ino chirped before she grabbed Naruto's arm. Lina watched with an endearing smile that cracked into a sad frown when the kids were no longer present. As they were walking through the store, the plants seemed to come to life and their colors became more vibrant. Ino was mystified by the affect as her normally drab store danced with a potent life energy. She looked up to Naruto, who was wearing a serene look on his face, and noticed that the necklace was glowing a faint, emerald, green. She had yet to release his arm and the thought brought a blush to her cheeks, which went unnoticed by Naruto, who was taking in the variety of plants the store had to offer. Once the tour was done, Ino sat Naruto down in the outdoor garden section next to a small, man-made pond. Naruto relaxed back on both of his hands and closed his eyes to take in the warm spring day. Ino watched her fellow blonde with analytical eyes, trying to understand his strange behavior. None of her other friends liked her store this much, they only stopped by to gossip and talk about boys. So, Ino, you want to tell me what that was all about with Lina? Naruto asked in a tender voice before he cracked an eye open to observe what he could already feel. Ino sighed. Well, my mom died in the Kyuubi attack. It took Daddy years to move on, and a couple years ago Lina came into the picture. They married last year, and it is like she has done everything she can to replace Mom. Ino was struggling to hold back tears as she shared her story. Naruto sat up and put a comforting hand on Ino's, who had buried her head in between her knees. Daddy really likes her, but she and I don't get along. Naruto used his thumb to rub a soothing pattern on the back of Ino's hand. Well, I don't know what that would feel like, but can I ask you a question? Ino nodded weakly with her head still buried. You see, I grew up without a family and I left the village to find what remained of mine. Is it possible that Lina isn't trying to replace your mom? Maybe she just wants to be there for you, which is in a motherly way. Ino's head shot up and tears were trickling while she wore a frown on her face. What would you know about it? She asked challengingly. Naruto kept his right hand on Ino's and raised his left in a disarming gesture. Sadly, nothing. What I can say is that I would give almost anything to have parents. Tsunade is great, she loves me like a mother and has mostly filled that role. If she found somebody that made her happy, and that man attempted to assume a fatherly role in my life, then I'd like to think that I would give him a shot. Because, being real with you, I don't think that would replace or dishonor my father. My father would want me to have another role model in my life. Naruto let it hang there and Ino buried her head again. The silence was broken by small sobs and shakes of Ino's back that prompted Naruto to scoot next to her and wrap an arm around her back. He started rubbing her back, trying to ignore the two overly obvious presences that were attempting to spy on them. Naruto continued with this status quo until Ino brought her head out of her knees and rested it on Naruto's shoulder. Maybe you are right, I just wish I could have known my mom. Daddy has showed me pictures of her, and I grew up hearing stories about her, Ino whimpered into his shoulder. Naruto smiled and used his most caring voice to hammer home his point. I get that, princess. I really do. I grew up reading my parents' journals alone on their old estate. For me, it all boils down to one simple question. Does having Lina in your life make your daddy happy? Would your life overall be better without her in it? No. Ino instantly shot back. Naruto smiled and lifted her chin so that he could meet her rich, blue eyes. He wiped some tears from her cheeks and then whispered. So, why not try to make peace with her? Tell her how you feel and give her a chance to do the same. I can only imagine how hard being a step-parent is. Ino didn't respond, she just leaned into Naruto's chest and let him wrap her in a hug. Ino felt like she was enveloped in a blanket of peace when Naruto's arms wrapped around her. It was a strange and comforting feeling, being this vulnerable in front of a boy she barely even knew. Can I share a secret with you? Naruto whispered, and Ino nodded. I brought someone along today that wanted to see you again. This is going to seem weird, but you already know her. Ino broke the hug and looked at him confused. Okay. It's not going to be something weird, is it? Naruto shot a pleading smile at her and crossed his pointer and middle fingers into a cross-shaped hand sign before focusing on removing his influence and letting Hikari push her presence into the jutsu. A shadow clone of Hikari formed and waved at Ino with an abashed smile on her face. Ino looked from the girl to Naruto and back to the girl. Then she gasped when Hikari transformed into her child form. Hikari stepped forward and spoke hesitantly. Hiya, Ino. I don't know if you remember me, But we played a bunch on the playground when we were 4. I am one of Naruto's alter egos and I hope we can still be friends. The two spying adults and Ino were shocked by this, but Inoki was hoping his daughter wouldn't freak out. Ino was in a stunned state as memories of her old friend fell into place. She hugged Hikari and looked to Naruto for an explanation. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly and Hikari retook her preteen form. Well, you see, when I was little and hiding out on my dad's compound, I had a bunch of the villagers and shadier ninjas looking for me. I was going stir crazy and struggling with being alone. The need for supplies and human contact results in Rias and Hikari splitting from my personality. As best as I can explain it, Hikari let me interact with kids my age and Rias brought in enough money and supplies to keep me alive. Please don't be mad at him, Ino. It was really rough growing up, Hikari said with a pleading smile. Ino looked at the two pleading blondes and finally broke herself out of her stunned state. Simultaneously, Inoki took Lina back into the shop to explain a couple basic things. Ino locked eyes on Naruto and struggled to form a proper question. So, let me get this straight, half of the Senju clan is, your, alternate personalities? Naruto answered the question with an abashed look. Well, kind of. Yosuke is one too. Rather than suppress them, I chose to accept them. Then I found a way to let them have their own lives, even if it is a bit unorthodox. Ino's mouth was hanging open, which made Hikari giggle. That's crazy. Yup, my brother is definitely cuckoo. Hikari chirped and let out a merry laugh, which broke Ino's tension and made her laugh lightly as well. A cloud hung over Naruto's head and a miniature rain shower represented his mood. Ah, come on, Hikari, that's not very nice. All things considered, I think I am holding up pretty well. Hikari put a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. You sure are, big brother. You are doing an amazing job. You consider your alter egos family? Ino asked, truly perplexed. As a student of the human mind, this was unheard of for her. Yeah, I do. Since I have let them live their own lives, they have developed their own personalities and quirks that I don't even have. So, they are part of my happily crazy family, Naruto said with a wistful smile on his face. Ino smiled. Well, any other earth-shattering secrets you feel like sharing today? Ino was taken aback by the serious look that fixed itself on Naruto's and Hikari's faces. Depends, Ino, can you promise to keep a secret? Naruto asked in a firm tone. Ino nodded, but Naruto insisted she say it out loud. Ino, I am serious, your dad knows, but I need you to promise not to tell anyone until I say so. Okay, fine, I promise. Gosh, I mean what could be worse than MPD and you having the QB sealed into you? Ino sassily retorted. Naruto showed Ino a playful smile as he put her hand on the ground and channeled chakra. Ino watched as a yellow daisy sprouted from the ground before going into full bloom. Naruto picked it and placed it in her hair. Ino's jaw hit the grass and she remained mouth agape for a few minutes, eyes fixed on the spot where the daisy was growing. Naruto laughed as Hikari grew impatient and started poking her in the face, which broke Ino out of her daze. Is that what I think it is? Ino whispered in amazement. Depends, if you think it is Makuten, then you would be right. Grandpa Hashi had it as well and I guess I got it too. Naruto answered. Ino took a second to look around and noticed that the grass was greener and longer, the flower displays were all in full bloom and their colors were more vibrant. In a 10-meter radius around Naruto, life overflowed from the plants in the Yamanaka flower shop. That's amazing, Ruto, Ino gasped out. Oh, finally calling me Ruto, are we? Naruto asked coyly, which earned him a playful shove from Ino and a giggle from Hikari. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's kinda why I wanted to come to the flower shop. I wanted to learn more about flowers and expand what I can grow. Trees get boring, but I wanted to be a one-man garden. Maybe you could help me plan out the Senju and Namikaze gardens? Ino lunged forward and hugged Naruto excitedly. I would love to. The trio spent the rest of Ino's shift getting her work done and talking excitedly. In between customers and orders, Ino would share her knowledge and love of plants with Naruto. Hikari finally got a chance to reconnect with her friend and the hole in Naruto's soul closed slightly as the piece named Ino began to slide back into place. Time skip, 3 months later. Naruto woke up to go to school today. That should have been a normal behavior, but it wasn't. He soon got fed up with the monotony of schoolwork and sent a shadow clone in his place. He got the memories anyway, so he could use the time better to physically train with Yosuke, Jiraiya who had recently shown back up, Tsunade when she wasn't working, or the ever-growing horde of Shadow and Wood clones. He would also do his seal crafting, business and orphanage management and spend time with his alter egos on days he skipped out. Naruto enjoyed training far more than school, But there were some days that he had to be present at school, and this was one of them. Their midterm assessment was today, which meant he would have to fight and partake in the other tests. Some days, he let Hikari go since she sporadically said that she wanted to know firsthand what the academy was like. She always came back extremely bored and said she didn't want to go again. Then, a week or so later, she would ask to go again as an excuse to get out of the shop. Naruto loved his innocent personality and was more than happy to cave to her whims. Anyway, back to school it was for the original Naruto. A lot had happened in 3 months, most of it good. He, or his clones, had been able to kickstart the relationships with Shikamaru, Hinata, and Ino. In addition, he let the Kumo shinobi into their little group, which was made far easier when they heard the story of the Kumo incident and apologized to Hinata on behalf of their village. Hinata, ever the forgiving type, easily accepted the apology and welcomed them into the study group. Naruto, having little faith in the academy's curriculum, had started his study group on actual training that would benefit them. Physical CrossFit workouts after school, chakra control, determining chakra natures, spars and mandatory weapons training. The Kumo shinobi already had their katanas, a standard of Kumo, so they were sorted out. Shikamaru chose to specialize in using a Kyokitsu shoge, which was a double-edged blade with another hooked and curved blade coming out of its hilt. It was attached to a chain, which was only 10 feet long due to Shika's current lack of strength, and it ended in a ring. Shikamaru chose this weapon to supplement his range and theorized that he would be able to use it to immobilize and distract so that he could secure his enemies with his shadow possession jutsu. His decision was reaffirmed when Naruto pointed out that he could use the chain as a natural extension of his shadow, which Shikamaru instantly proved in practice. Hinata was the hard one to choose a weapon for, not because Naruto didn't have a good idea for her, but because her clan frowned on the use of weapons. Not to mention her natural disposition was not to hurt anyone. Yosuke worked to break her of this mentality because it would come back to bite her, or one she loved, in the butt. It was slow progress, but the shy Hyuga heiress was starting to break out of her shell. Naruto got her started on the bow because range was the primary weakness of all Hyuga. It helped that Naruto created a storage seal on her left bicep to store the weapon, but she only ever practiced with it within the protection of the Senju compound. The past 3 months had been great getting to know Samui and Amoe. Despite Samui's not-so-subtle advances, Naruto had maintained a friendship with her and found out that there was a lot buried beneath the Ice Queen personality she projected. She was incredibly smart and loyal to a fault, and Naruto loved getting to know her softer side. Since the two Kumo shinobi had nothing else to do, they spent most of their after-school time at the Senju compound. Samui had bonded with Tsunade and Shizune, who were working on her chakra control to steer her towards medical ninjutsu. They didn't see their efforts as harmful to the village, since I would be sure to appreciate a Sanin going out of her way to bond with one of his subordinates. Amoe functioned as an extremely odd form of comedic relief. His wild tangents often made the kids laugh uproariously, and it became a game among the group to add into his elaborate chain of worst-case scenarios. Underneath a mild case of paranoia, Amoe was a good friend with a great heart. He wanted to do everything he could for the betterment of Kumo and to protect his friends, which was a sentiment Naruto could respect. Back to school, Naruto walked with Gaara and Mayuri to the front gates and saw Samui and Amoe waiting to enter with them. After the usual greetings, the trio made their way into the classroom and took up their usual seats. The other students of the class often gave Naruto and Gaara a wide berth, their minds still undecided on whether it was safe to befriend Jinchuriki or not. The village was split 70-30 in Naruto's favor, but 30% of people hating you for something beyond your control is still a deterrent for friendship and natural peace of mind. Naruto took the time to glance down at the brooding duck butt when Sakura and Ino came rushing in through the door. "I win, Ino pig," Sakura screeched, much to the consternation of the students in the classroom. "TSH, whatever forehead. Go take the seat next to Sasuke." Ino's eyes flitted up to Naruto, who shot her a smile and patted the open seat next to him. "Why are you giving up so easily, pig?" "It's not like you," Sakura said in a slightly less screechy tone. "Maybe I am sick of chasing a guy that won't give me the time of day. Look at him, he won't even look at you. What makes you think that is ever going to change?" Ino asked condescendingly. This shut the pink-haired wannabe kunoichi up, and Ino used the silence to climb the stairs to the back of the classroom and sit next to Naruto. She blushed when he shot her another smile, but her blush was suppressed when she saw the glare of Hinata over Naruto's shoulder. Whatever, Ino thought, it's not like she has exclusive rights to him. Ino leaned into Naruto and gave him a hug, which caused a jealous fidget from Hinata and a glare from Samui. Ino suppressed her urge to stick out her tongue at the Hyuga heiress and simply released the hug. "So, Rudo, what do you think of my new outfit?" Ino asked while fluttering her eyes. Instead of the usual purple two-piece and bandages, Ino was wearing a vibrant yellow battle kimono with white flowers imprinted on it. Well, it's a bit bright for a shinobi, but it suits you well. You ready to kick some butt today? Naruto asked casually. Ino pounded her fist into her other hand. You bet, I haven't joined your training sessions for nothing. I want to show you how much I have improved. Her tone was confident, bordering on bragging. Naruto laughed, ha ha, alright. I will be sure to watch your fight. How is your other training going? Ino lowered her tone to a whisper and leaned into Naruto. Well, Daddy is helping me. I stopped dieting completely and I have been on Lady Tsunade's meal plan. It has really helped me train better. Naruto's gigawatt smile at the information made all the discomfort of the past month worth it. That's great, Ino. I am proud of you. Keep it up. Naruto cheered her efforts in a hushed tone. Making sure that Ino didn't delay her development into a true kunoichi was one of Naruto's goals when he returned to Konoha and joined the academy. And Naruto, do you think that I could TT train with you after school today? Hinata asked with a blush on her face. Oblivious of the emerging scowl on Ino's face, Naruto turned to Hinata, sure thing, it would be great to have you. I made a seal arrow I think you are going to like. Hinata beamed at that bit of information. She always felt giddy inside when Naruto said something that demonstrated Naruto thought of her in his free time. She remained silent and blushed a cherry red, unable to escape her thoughts and regain control due to his smile. Anyway, Naruto, Daddy was wondering when you were going to come by the shop next? We could use some help with a batch of plants. Ino cut in to disrupt the moment between Naruto and her new rival. Wait, new rival? When did she start seeing Hinata as a rival in anything other than spars? Gaara decided to save his friend. Ino, Naruto is very busy with his duties and after-school training sessions. We will be by the shop when we have some free time, but this weekend is going to be busy. His monotone reply shredded Ino's hopes of getting Naruto on a weekend date. What could that Senju loser possibly teach you? Sasuke killed the joy of the conversation and earned glares from the whole group. Before anyone could reply, Naruto faced Sasuke casually. Oh, duck butt, I didn't even see you there. Your broody camouflage was too strong. Well, we get together and train a bunch of things. Ino, why don't you show Sasuke what you mastered last week, since we don't have a pond readily available? Ino smiled radiantly and proudly, sure thing, Ruto. She then walked to the classroom wall and casually walked up in before hanging upside down on the ceiling from her feet. You see, Uchiha, I teach my friends actual skills that will help them in the shinobi world. Has Itachi taken the time to teach you tree walking yet? Naruto knew he shouldn't evoke the brother complex, but he had stomached the Uchiha's derisive comments for the last few months and he was fed up with it. Idiot Naruto, stop showing off to my beloved Sasuke. You will never be as good as him. There is a reason the Uchiha are the best clan in Konoha and not the Senju. Sakura screeched and the room fell silent. Every head turned to Naruto to see how he would react. For Naruto's part, he was enraged, and he had instinctively jumped to his feet. He was struggling to contain his anger and his eyes were closed in an attempt to get his emotions under control. Calming hands from Hinata, Ino and a hand on his shoulder from Gaara tempered his anger enough not to have a tree rip the pink banshee in half. After letting out a deep breath, Naruto responded to the terrified girl. Listen, Sakura, the opinion of a beyond useless little girl means jack squat to me. You are smart, I give you that, but you lack the wisdom to put your knowledge to good use. The Uchiha over there would sooner fuck you in the ass than ever breed with such a weak kunoichi. You diet, you never train, you are skin and bones and your greatest wish in this harsh world is for your beloved Sasuke to save you. Naruto disappeared in a blur of motion and had a kunai at the terrified kunoichi's neck before anyone realized he had moved. If I so wished, I could kill you in 1,000 different ways and there wouldn't be a damn thing the duck butt or you could do about it. Now go to the bathroom and change your pants, I don't feel like smelling your piss all day. Naruto resealed the kunai and walked casually back to his seat. Ino shot him a look that told him he may have gone a little too far, but Naruto didn't care. His rage was still simmering below the surface. Samui nodded and shot him a small smile to show she approved of how he handled the situation, as did Amoi. Luckily, Iruka and Mizuki walked in and interrupted any would-be retorts. They were confused when Sakura ran out of the classroom saying that she would be back in an hour, but they shrugged it off. That afternoon, after lunch, was the reason Naruto needed to attend in person. The midterm skills assessment included an obstacle course, shuriken/kunai throwing and a taijutsu spar. Even though Naruto sent clones, he was still rated highly in taijutsu. The clones always fought defensively so they wouldn't get popped when the students were practicing, but this would be the first true spar in between the students this year. Samui ended up fighting Hinata and losing to her. If she had her sword, it would be different, but the Hyuga were fearsome in taijutsu. Plus, it seemed like the Hyuga girl really didn't like her and was more than happy to use this opportunity to vent her frustrations. When Samui saw Hinata immediately glance at Naruto after being declared the winner, Samui knew it was because she liked him and Samui had been attempting to seduce him. Ino ended up fighting and trouncing Sakura. She didn't hold back as much as she normally did because she was still mad about her friend saying all that to Naruto. In addition, Ino was forced to admit that Sakura needed a wake-up call, and it was Ino's duty as her friend to provide said wake-up call. They usually fought fairly equally, but today Ino laid a beatdown on Sakura. Jab, left cross, right hook, all shots connected to the head of Sakura, and she ended up unconscious on the ground with a black eye. Shikamaru ended up fighting Gaara, which was interesting. Gaara had actually learned his family's taijutsu style Sandstorm, which was a defensive style that camouflaged counterattacks and wore out opponents. Shikamaru was marginally stronger and equally as lazy as Naruto remembered him being in the academy. Sadly, Gaara couldn't disable his automatic defense and Shikamaru couldn't penetrate it, so he forfeited. Amoe fought against Kiba in a decent display of taijutsu. Kiba was nearly as fast as Amoe and a lot more aggressive. Naruto saw that Amoe was landing more quality blows, but the feral dog boy was able to shake them off. Amoe, like Samui, had grown dependent on his sword and ninjutsu and was lacking in taijutsu. The Raikage would probably be beefing up taijutsu training for his academy students once he heard about this. In the end, Kiba won the match by landing a hit to Amoe's chest and knocking him out of the ring. Then all heads turned to look between Naruto and Sasuke, the battle between the Uchiha and Senju. While Naruto could care less, he did not intend on losing to Sasuke. Resentment bubbled underneath the surface whenever Naruto looked at that smug face. Naruto was able to reconcile his feelings of the past with most people, but not with Sasuke, Sakura and a few others. Thus, when the pompous duck butt taunted Naruto, any restraint was tossed out the window. "Well, let's go, little Senju. You have avoided every attempt I have made to fight you." Of course, it makes sense since the Uchiha have proven to be the superior clan. Sasuke taunted from the center of the ring. "Sure thing, duck butt. However, I thought you couldn't be considered a true Uchiha until you activated your Sharingan. I heard Itachi's was fully developed by the time he was your age, so what's your holdup?" Naruto responded in a forced, calm tone. Whispers erupted around the ring and heightened the tension. Most of the girls believed the Sasuke would win, but Naruto's group knew differently. Samui simply wondered how much the son of the Yellow Flash was going to toy with the Uchiha before putting him out of his misery. Ino hoped Naruto would win, but she didn't want him to go overboard. Hinata just wanted the chance to see Naruto fight. Gaara sat on the sidelines, arms crossed in front of his chest, wondering how far his brother would take this before ending it. Sasuke fumed at Naruto's snide remark. It was true, nobody could be considered a true Uchiha until they awoke their Sharingan. And bring Itachi into the equation brought out Sasuke's inferiority complex. "Shut it, Senju. My clan thrives while yours is on the brink of destruction. That is all the proof needed." Naruto picked earwax with his pinky before flicking it at Sasuke. "Oh, yeah, that. Well, during the 2 ND and 3 Road Shinobi Wars, while Senjus were holding down the front lines, your oh-so-fearsome clan was on military police duty. We took our losses and died like heroes. Remind me though, how many Uchiha have been Hokage, and then take a look at 1, 2 and 4. Noof said. Mizuki looked strangely between the pair, not knowing if this was going to end well. Of course, he wanted the Uchiha to win. His master had tasked him with observing this Uchiha's development and he could tell the boy had immense potential. "Begin," Mizuki shouted before jumping back. Naruto yawned and kept his hands in his pockets, knowing that Sasuke used a defensive and reactive fighting style. If he could provoke the Uchiha into attacking, then it would be an easy win. "You going to stand there all day, princess?" Sasuke charged forward at high speed, well, high speeds for an academy student. Sasuke lashed out with a right straight, that was dodged, and followed it up with a sweep kick. The kick landed, but felt like he had just kicked a tree. The leg didn't budge an inch, and before Sasuke could recover from his lowered position, Naruto kneed him in the face and sent him rolling back. Sasuke recovered and wiped the blood from his nose before noticing that Naruto's hands were still in his pockets. Enraged by the fact that Naruto wasn't taking him seriously, Sasuke charged again and let loose a flurry of blows. Naruto ducked and stepped back, constantly keeping his distance from Sasuke and getting nearer to the edge of the ring. Sasuke was getting further enraged by the inability to land a blow, and he kept increasing the rate of his attacks. Naruto kept dodging the punches and blocking the kicks, all the while guiding the fight. Finally, he noticed that he was next to the edge of the ring. Sasuke attempted a roundhouse kick after whiffing on a left hook, and he saw his foot swinging around at Naruto's head level. He saw that the Senju could no longer dodge backwards, and he knew this blow would win him the fight. Naruto ducked under the leg, spun around to Sasuke's back, and with his back to Sasuke launched a rear kick into Sasuke's butt. The off-balance Uchiha fell forward and collapsed in a heap outside of the ring. As the fight was going on, the fangirls were getting more and more subdued. Their cheers quieter and their anxiety became more prevalent. They all saw that Naruto still had his hands in his pockets and Sasuke hadn't landed a single blow. Then they watched horrified as Sasuke was sent sprawling to the ground outside of the ring. While the fangirls moaned, those that knew. Naruto simply smirked. He didn't go overboard and physically injure the Uchiha, no, he did something far worse. He injured the Uchiha's inflated pride. Naruto simply walked out of the ring after Mizuki declared him the winner and shot a small, genuine smile at his group of friends. Behind him, an enraged Sasuke had jumped to his feet. He began stomping toward Naruto and shouting at him. "Oi, Senju! That wasn't a real fight. You will fight me, damn you!" Sasuke's expression was the embodiment of rage as Naruto continued to ignore him. "Just like the Senju, walk away you little bitch. Walk back to your granny." Naruto chose to continue ignoring Sasuke, knowing nothing good would come from succumbing to his provocations. "Out of respect for your mother, who was my mom's best friend, I'm going to pretend like you didn't say that. If I fight you, Sasuke, you would be a broken mess on the ground. I didn't want that, and Iruka-sensei wouldn't want that either. So, shut your mouth and take your loss." Iruka noticed that Sasuke was about to lash out and quickly dashed over to him to prevent the situation from escalating. With a firm hand on his shoulder, Iruka guided Sasuke to the nurse's office to get his broken nose treated. Class was dismissed after that, and the village would be privy to a fresh round of gossip about the Senju humiliating the Uchiha. There was a counter-story saying the Senju cheated, but that only came from the Sasuke fan club, so nobody took that side of the story seriously. Naruto and his group went for an additional training session after school that day. Since Naruto had to work out his subdued rage, he trained for longer than usual. After dinner, he went to the Senju gardens to meditate, play with nature energy and get his mind right. He got into a meditative trance and lost track of time as the sun set over Konoha. At some point in his meditative trance, Naruto slipped into sage mode and his senses spread out over the village. Unlike the past, the village was not tainted by overwhelming hate. It was still there, but it wasn't necessarily directed at him, and it actually felt peaceful within the walls of Konoha. He felt the surrounding forests, the animals, the villagers and all of the natural energy that hung around them. It was all going well until he felt a source of overwhelming sorrow and rage. He focused on the point that stood out among the rest of the village and homed in on it. Much like the Byakugan can see everything, but the user can miss something when they aren't looking for it, sensing in sage mode can pick everything up, but unless you focus on a certain thing, it is all jumbled together. Now, Naruto's senses were on high alert, and he was focusing in on the Hyuga compound. He could sense life sources being snuffed out by one person that was overcome with grief and rage. Naruto jumped to his feet and whispered, "Oh, shit." Naruto darted into the Senju compound to get Tsunade, the only person that would be able to help in this situation. She jumped when he ran into her office, and she immediately noticed something was wrong. But before that, she needed to know something. "Naruto, what happened to you?" Tsunade asked, clearly shocked by his changes. "Now is not the time, Mama. Hizashi has lost it. We need to go now," Naruto yelled, completely ignoring what his mother asked. Tsunade, sensing the urgency in his tone, shelved the topic of Naruto's changes and followed him out of the Senju compound. On the trip over to the Hyuga compound, Naruto noticed that no alarms had gone off yet and nobody knew what was going on. He forced the familiar nature chakra to his legs and blurred forward, leaving Tsunade to catch up to him. Naruto jumped the fence into the Hyuga compound and darted toward the source of the negative emotions. Nothing looked amiss outside, but as Naruto entered the main house that became a different story. The Hyuga that were in the common area were all dead. It was eerie to see them all slumped over with blood trickling out of their mouths and ears. The gentle fist was terrifying, but Naruto would come to appreciate the fact that he didn't walk in on a bloodbath. Naruto was 30 seconds or so ahead of Tsunade and he darted into the clan head's part of the main house. He ran straight through the rice paper door that was separating him from the remaining life sources and instantly processed the situation. Instead of talking, Naruto kicked Hizashi through a couple of the rice paper walls until he hit the hard outer wall of the Hyuga main house. Not wanting to kill Hizashi without hearing the story, Naruto made a hand signal to take the fight elsewhere. Hizashi, knowing that he couldn't betray Naruto, immediately rose to his feet and darted off. Tsunade was behind Naruto, and she was cursing how fast the brat was. Senjutsu was a truly unfair advantage. She followed his path of destruction and wound up in Hiyashi's room and saw him injured and in a protective position in front of his daughters. There was blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and it was clear that he was in a lot of pain. Tsunade immediately went into medic mode and started healing Hiyashi, hoping that Naruto could handle himself against Hizashi. Naruto pursued Hizashi out toward the outskirts of the village and the two stopped and faced each other. Hizashi had blood spattering his white robes and wore a battle-weary look on his face. It was clear to Naruto that his rage was subsiding, and the consequences of his actions were catching up with him.
I am sorry, Naruto, Hizashi said wearily.
Naruto remained in a battle-ready posture, but his enhanced senses in sage mode told him that he had nothing to fear from this man. Slow down and tell me what happened, Hizashi. Hizashi took a deep breath before meeting Naruto's eyes with his firm gaze. Elder Otaru set his son to spar against Neji. Neji beat him in a spar and Otaru took exception to it and tried to activate Neji's caged bird seal. Neji didn't notice and thus didn't react, which enraged the elder. He ordered the guards to detain Neji and then began punishing him physically for defying the main family. My boy is lying half dead in a cell because that bastard couldn't stand losing to a branch member. They gave him 40 lashes, allowed Otayo, Otaru's son, to use Neji as a training dummy and then threw him in a cell. They were discussing further punishment when I overheard the conversation. They denied me visiting rites and I snapped. I wasn't going to stand by and let them do that to my son. I killed everyone, Naruto. The whole main family is dead aside from Hanabi and Hinata. I couldn't bring myself to kill them. I am sorry that your plan didn't work out. Hizashi sounded remorseful but resolved. Naruto watched on, completely stunned. He was so close to erasing the curse seal from existence and this happens. Talk about a grenade in the timeline. Well, shit. At least you didn't kill Hiyashi. Hizashi looked up, believing that he had killed the man. It was then that he noticed Naruto was still covered in sage markings. How do you know that? Hizashi's voice had a pleading edge to it. Well, I think I am in sage mode right now. That was how I sensed you killing your clan. I can feel Hiyashi's life force and it is faint, but Tsunade is there with him. He should pull through. Naruto replied, still in serious mode. His mind working a mile a minute to decide what to do. Well, thank Kami for that. I really didn't want to kill my brother, but he wouldn't let me leave. Hizashi answered, sounding like a weight had been removed from his chest. Naruto nodded, it was a small blessing, before responding. Look, Hizashi, the only option you have is missing Nin. If you will accept a mission for me, I have a long-term mission for you. If you complete it, I will talk about getting you a pardon from the Fire Daimyo. A life and purpose returned to Hizashi's eyes. I am listening, Naruto Senju. Alright, well, you will probably be approached by an organization calling themselves Akatsuki. I want you to infiltrate this organization and become my inside man. I will find a way to communicate with you, but this is the best I can think up on such short notice. Naruto answered as he began pulling out seal tags and a brush. Hizashi contemplated the offer and watched the young blonde work. Well, it isn't like I have much else to do. Naruto finished up writing out a couple seal tags and handed them to Hizashi. Go to Tazuna in Wave Country. Tell him Naruto said that you could use the Senju compound. Use the first tag to kill your scent. Naruto paused here, cursed and then continued. Don't use the second tag until you get a new change of clothes. Put the second tag on the chest over your new clothes, it will hide your chakra signature. The third tag is a beacon tag. Carry it with you and I will be able to find you when I need to. Why are you helping me, Naruto? I am a murderer. Hizashi asked. Because, in your position, I probably would have done the same. Naruto answered. Go to my compound in Wave, stock up and try to survive. The Akatsuki are not a nice bunch, but I am confident they will approach you at some point. Sell them on the act that you are a bad guy, and they will let you in. I am taking steps to thwart them already, but they are strong. I will do this for you, on my honor as a father. In return, please care for Neji and remove the seals from my family. Hizashi implored Naruto as he bowed deeply. I already planned on doing that. Okay, Hizashi, it is time to incapacitate me. Don't worry, I will heal up just fine, But the girls saw me chase you, Naruto said in a deadly serious tone as his sage mode faded. Hizashi looked hesitant at first, but when he saw the firm resolve in Naruto's eyes, he did what needed to be done. Hizashi used an old Anbu exit out of the village and began his life as a missing nin, leaving Naruto crumpled on the ground. As he lay there, he couldn't help but wonder how much this was going to change the future course of events. His mind couldn't begin to calculate all of the changes this would inspire. Well, fuck it, he would just have to play it by ear like everyone else. Naruto limped his way back to the Hyuga compound and saw that it was surrounded by Anbu and Uchiha police. He was stopped by a weasel-masked Anbu and 2 Hyuga guards. "Halt, you are not allowed to enter the premise by order of the Hokage," Weasel stated calmly. Naruto shot a look at him and couldn't stop a fond smile from finding its way onto his lips. "Oh, Weasel, my apologies. I was actually the first person on site, and I am returning from my fight with Hizashi Hyuga. Is my mother still inside?" Itachi was taken aback by the information. This boy was an academy student, and he survived a fight against Hizashi. "Your mother took Hizashi Hyuga to the hospital. If you were first on scene, you will need to come with me." Naruto shrugged in response. "Fine by me. One thing, please make sure that Neji Hyuga is recovered from the Hyuga cells and taken to the hospital. It was the reason that this incident even happened." The 2 Hyuga guards looked down at their feet in shame before Naruto addressed them again. "Look, you two, there are no remaining main house members to issue you orders. Do as I say, and I will help your clan be free of that cursed seal." The 2 men looked shocked at the young boy's audacious statement, but they bowed before going to see if Neji was still in the Hyuga's prison. Weasel watched the young boy with a high level of interest. This boy was unusual in a good way, and he had Weasel's full attention. Suddenly, the Hokage telling him to take a Jinan squad didn't sound so bad. "Very well, Lord Senju, I believe it is time for us to go see the Hokage," Weasel stated blandly. Hiruzen Sarutobi was having a bad day, a very bad day. There was no other way to put it when 47 members of a clan end up dead and 1 is in the ICU. Even worse, he had no idea why anyone would possibly do this, and he didn't have the list of casualties yet to tell him who did it. He felt like he would never escape this office, towers of paper by day and terrible news by night. Hiruzen was just lighting his pipe when he felt the familiar surge of chakra that meant a sunshine was imminent. Moments later, Weasel was kneeling in front of the Hokage while Naruto just stared at him with a blank look. "Report, Weasel," the Hokage stated forcefully. "I was guarding the Hyuga compound when Naruto Senju attempted to gain entry. After talking to him, he was first on scene and fought off Hizashi Hyuga before he was able to finish of the clan head and his daughters." Weasel reported with a neutral tone. Hiruzen's pipe clattered to his desk as he stared at Naruto in shock. "Wah, how? Please explain." Naruto simply nodded. "Lord Hokage, I was doing an evening round of meditation and fell into a trance. During that trance, I activated Sage Mode for the first time, and I was able to sense all of Konoha. As I was exploring this new ability, I felt the loss of life forces within the Hyuga compound. I notified my clan head, and we immediately went to investigate. Thanks to my Sage Mode, I was able to beat Tsunade to the Hyuga estate. I went directly to where I felt the battle and saw Hizashi standing over Hiashi, Hinata, and Hanabi. I immediately intervened by kicking Hizashi out of the main house and he fled. I caught him near the northwestern wall, and we engaged in another fight. This time, he was ready for me, and my Sage Mode ran out. With the loss of natural energy, I was unable to keep up with him. He disabled me and shared the reason why he did this." Both members in the office looked wide-eyed at the young boy in front of them. Hizashi was the strongest Hyuga in the village and he was bordering on's rank. Furthermore, he claims that he can enter Sage Mode at this young age, which would make him a more prolific sage than Jiraiya. The implications of this were staggering. Hiruzen recomposed himself and flared his chakra in a set pattern, which seemed to give the young Senju a headache. "You called, Hokage-sama?" The leader of 4 Anbu said. He was wearing the dog mask. "Yes, dog, please set out immediately to track and capture Hizashi Hyuga. His last known location was in the northwest section of Konoha near the wall." The Anbu squad disappeared and Hiruzen returned his attention to Naruto. "Now, Naruto, while the battle sounds like an amazing story, could you tell me more about your conversation with Hizashi?" Naruto nodded before he closed the Hokage's window, weaved through seals and set up a privacy barrier. He ignored the strange looks from the pair and turned back to face the Hokage. "Can Weasel be trusted with sensitive information?" Hiruzen nodded. "Very well, I have been in communication with Hizashi Hyuga about creating a counter to the caged bird seal. I accepted a job from him to create a safe counter seal and an alternative dujutsu protection. He told me that Hiashi agreed to use it if we were able to create a safe alternative. Please hold your questions until the end. In an attempt to test one aspect of my seal, I created a disabling function for the prisoner portion of the cursed seal. I gave Hizashi 2 copies to test its effectiveness, which worked well. Evidently, one of the Hyuga elders found out and beat his son Neji half to death for a minor offense. Hizashi heard that they planned to execute him, which made him snap. Hizashi killed the whole main family before I was able to intervene. I stopped him before he could land a killing blow on Hiashi, which he actually thanked me for. That was the extent of our conversation. Naruto maintained an even tone and eye contact as he told his story. Sure, he may have embellished a bit, but it was essentially the truth. Hiruzen sat back in his chair and rubbed his temples before he picked his pipe up off the floor. After taking a calming puff, Hiruzen spoke. Thank you for intervening, Naruto. However, I don't know why you thought it would be okay to work on the Hyuga seal without proper authorization? It was a request from one clan to another. I was given source material by the Hyuga family. Such matters do not require authorization from the Hokage as they fall under clan business. Naruto replied neutrally, stumping Hiruzen's attempt to chastise him. Hiruzen sighed, he had no leg to stand on and he wasn't going to take on Tsunade and the Fire Daimyo over this. Okay, Naruto. So, this whole thing happened because a Hyuga elder was going to kill Neji. Did he provide any inclination of where he may go? Naruto paused to think here, should he mislead them? No, the old monkey was still spry enough to catch him in a lie. No, Lord Hokage, Hiruzen sighed and decided to try and gain more information on the boy. Well, Naruto, could you explain how you were able to enter Sage mode without a summoning contract? The only one that had been able to do this before was Hashirama Senju. Contemporary knowledge says that sage arts require a summoning medium to learn to channel the natural energy. Naruto gave the Hokage a deadpan stare. Do you want him to know? He nodded his head toward Weasel, who was standing there observing him passively. Hiruzen chuckled, yes, he can know. I am planning on naming him my successor soon, Naruto sighed, not really wanting to tell more people than he needed to. Well, old man, you answered your own question. If Hashirama could do it and he had Makuten, then why wouldn't I be able to do it if I also had Makuten? I have been studying his notes and journal for years. I have been able to sense and feel nature energy since I was 6. I have been meditating and playing with nature energy for an equally long amount of time. The only reason I never took it into my own coils was because I knew it was dangerous. Furthermore, natural energy is the essential missing element of Makuten. Weasel gave the first signs of emotion as Naruto could sense shock and disbelief out of him. The Hokage was also quite stunned by the statement and had nothing to refute it. After thinking about it for a minute, Hiruzen spoke. Well, I will have to notify the summons. This is quite unexpected, and I am sure they would like to know. I will also have to call Jiraiya back to train you in the sage arts. Naruto interrupted the Hokage, not needing Jiraiya to be involved. No need for that, let him come back when he is ready. His form of senjutsu is different from what I do, I am quite certain of that after reading my father's notes. Naruto, your father wasn't a sage. Hiruzen retorted. No, but he had started his sage training. If he didn't become Hokage, he would have completed it. He incorporated senjutsu into some of his later seals, having had a basic understanding of it. Quite frankly, Lord Hokage, Jiraiya would not be an effective teacher for me any longer. Naruto shot back, drawing a chuckle out of Weasel. You are quite interesting, Naruto Senju. No wonder you were able to beat my little brother with no hands. Tell me, if you know you have Makuten, what are your elemental affinities? Weasel entered the conversation for the first time. Wind, water and earth. Naruto answered blandly. Interesting. Was the only thing Weasel said before going quiet. That will be all for tonight, Naruto. If you could write a report of tonight's events, have your grandmother show you how, I would appreciate it. Weasel, please collect the clan heads for an emergency council meeting. You may gather Shizune instead of Tsunade since she will be busy at the hospital, Hiruzen stated in a manner that closed the conversation. I will let sis know for you, Weasel. Good night, Lord Hokage. With that, Naruto dropped the privacy barrier and used Shunshine to vacate the Hokage's office. The two remaining in the Hokage's office looked at each other, before Hiruzen spoke. Before you leave, what is your assessment of the boy? Very interesting. If he has the power of the first, then he will become a monster. He does seem far too mature for his age though. Weasel conceded. Itachi, that doesn't begin to describe it. That boy went through a lot and Oonoki has been having sessions with him. He won't tell me much, but he does say the boy will be loyal to the village to honor his father and mother. Hiruzen sounded tired of thinking about Naruto. With respect, Lord Hokage, could anyone blame the child for leaving? I was on his detail once or twice before we lost him. I can tell you that even I would have preferred to leave rather than take that treatment. Itachi responded. So, you're on his side too? Hiruzen sounded betrayed. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. Does a subordinate betray his master by indulging in something he knows to be wrong, or does he betray his master by not informing him that he is doing something wrong? Itachi responded. Damn it, Itachi. I am sick and tired of having it shoved in my face. Hiruzen's angry reply let Itachi know that it was not appropriate to keep poking the bear. With respect, Lord Hokage, neither he nor I shoved anything in your face. I will take the boy on my Genin team, since it is an accepted perquisite for a Hokage to have led a Genin team. I think it will be most interesting to instruct someone like him. You don't want to teach your brother? Hiruzen retorted with a raised eyebrow. My brother clan learned the clan jutsu from clan members. It could also be seen as a conflict of interest. Why not make Kakashi step up? Itachi offered, which made Hiruzen think a bit. I will think on it. Now, go convene the council please. Time skip, graduation day. In the 3 months since the Hyuga massacre, Konoha went through many changes. The shocking news rampaged through Konoha like a wildfire, and it left the Hyuga clan in tatters. The Hokage turned the clan request into a full commission from Konoha, and Naruto finished the counterseal in 3 weeks. Unfortunately, Hiashi was in a coma from his injuries and Hinata was the clan representative. She immediately accepted Naruto's counterseal and new Dujutsu protection, and within a month of the massacre all Hyuga were freed from the caged bird seal. After the seal was removed, branch members immediately stepped forward to help get the clan back on track. They acknowledged Hinata as the interim head but insisted that there would be a clan vote when Hiashi woke up. Hiashi possessed a lot of knowledge that the branch family needed if they were to assume control of the Hyuga assets. That alone is pretty much the only reason that branch family was playing nice. It didn't hurt that they knew Hinata always wanted to be rid of the seal and they trusted her not to abuse their trust. After seeing the Dojutsu protection seal Naruto created, the Uchiha commissioned a similar protection seal. Thus, the scene just now had the Hyuga in their pocket and Uchiha in their debt. In addition, the Yamanaka were extremely partial to Naruto, who had been coming to the store and helping them with their plant stock. Naruto didn't mind because he wanted to spend time with Ino, and Inoki had already approved. Speaking of Inoki, he had continued to monitor Naruto closely. Multiple personality disorder had the potential to snowball out of control rapidly, but Naruto's method of dealing with it was keeping it at bay for the time being. Inoki had essentially demanded that each personality remain within the seal for at least 1 day of the week. He feared true separation of the personalities would cause lasting damage to Naruto's core Edo. When he laid out his fears to Naruto, Rias, Yosuke, and Hikari, they all agreed to try it and see if it made things better. At school, Naruto claimed the top spot in his class. This was in large part due to his advanced knowledge as a result of his training by Tsunade and having been through the courses already, but to Naruto's chagrin he still had to study the useless topics. His group made this more enjoyable, but even they found it boring. They all admitted that they learned from more useful material in their after-school training sessions. Speaking of those sessions, Samui had somehow wormed her way into Naruto's heart. It started as Naruto poking fun at her in an attempt to get through her outer walls and find the gooey insides. It turned into Samui breaking the personal bubble whenever Gaara wasn't around. While Naruto kept it at kissing, Samui had gotten more handsy as the semester came to a close. Instead of pushing her away, Naruto accepted her affection since he could feel she was being genuine rather than just doing it for an unknown mission. Ino was a mess for these 3 months. She joined the training sessions as well and could easily see how close Naruto was with Samui. She pouted every time she saw them flirting, but Ino was never one to be outdone easily. The intrepid 12 almost 13-year-old stepped up her own flirt game, which Naruto thought was completely cute. Ino knew how to flaunt it, but she turned tomato red every single time Naruto rose to the occasion and threw it back at her twice as hard. Shikamaru had made a deal with Naruto early on that for every physical workout he did, Naruto owed him a game of shogi or chess. They split the game 60-40 in Shikamaru's favor, but Naruto was the only challenge he had outside of the Nara clan. Shikamaru showed his father his progress on the Kyokitsu Shoge and the Nara clan head was extremely intrigued with the weapon. He had extended the chain from 10 to 12 feet long and Naruto had added some reinforcement seals along the chain to make it less likely to break. Overall, the lazy Nara had come a long way in 6 months under the tutelage of Naruto and the others in the study group. Hinata was a mess. The shy heiress skipped multiple days of school in order to perform her clan duties. While she was relieved that Naruto and Tsunade were able to remove the caged bird seal, her clan duties drained her. She was often tired and lethargic and rarely had time to join the training sessions. Naruto went out of his way to spend time with his friend at the Hyuga compound and drag her out to dinner or any other form of escape he could. Hizashi was in a coma after significant damage to his heart and liver. Hizashi had done a number on him, and Tsunade worked diligently to keep him alive. She thought he would be waking up soon, but at this point it was up to Hiashi. Hinata and Hanabi visited him almost every day, but he was 3 months into a coma. Hinata had approved a risky procedure by Tsunade to wake him up in a more forceful manner, and that was scheduled to happen soon. As the school year came to a close and graduation neared, Naruto kept a closer eye on Mizuki. He couldn't simply kill him without just cause, but Naruto was confident the slime ball would make his move soon. The teacher's assistant had the same chip on his shoulder toward Naruto as he did last go around, but he was better at concealing his emotions due to fear of Tsunade. Naruto had reminded Tsunade about Mizuki and she said she trusted him to keep the snake's wannabe follower in check. Rather than rewrite the graduation test, let's leave it at Naruto aced it. The test was overly simple, and Naruto used shadow clones as a substitute for the regular clone. That was approved ahead of time by Iruka and the Hokage, especially after Naruto explained that his chakra was far too dense for a normal E-rank jutsu. Naruto's performance during the test ignited Sasuke's inferiority complex and caused the Uchiha to scowl at Naruto for the whole day. Sasuke had attempted to force his was into Naruto's training group, but after finally allowing the Uchiha to tag along, the whole group voted not to let him come again. The sense of self-entitlement and superiority that oozed off the Uchiha was far too troublesome, according to Shikamaru. Even Ino was fed up with the Uchiha's attitude, which actually caused a deeper rift between her and Sakura. Much to Naruto's consternation, Sakura didn't catch Naruto's warning about being a useless kunoichi if she didn't get her act together. She was as much of a useless fangirl as she was in canon. Gaara remained as stoic as ever for the whole semester. He was polite and answered people's questions, but when it came to Sasuke and Sakura, the old Gaara's bloodlust would come out. It scared the crap out of a good portion of the class, but it was only when those two got particularly annoying. As far as his studies, he enjoyed his time at the Senju compound. In addition to his magnet release, Gaara had actually learned a few earth jutsu from Naruto. Naruto also gave him the earth manipulation exercises that Hashirama Senju used, which were far more advanced and beneficial than the standard exercises. After class was dismissed and the Hishiate were issued, Naruto took his group out to eat at the Akimichi barbecue. One of his shadow clones observing Mizuki popped and relayed some interesting information to him. A couple minutes later, Kiba ran up on the group and asked if he could join their graduation celebration. Naruto extended an invite, and nobody seemed to have a problem with it, except Samui, but Naruto wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and she instantly relented. After the group got sat down at the table, and Samui was positioned far away from the leering dog boy, the group ordered their food and broke into a conversation. "So, Hinata, your dad's surgery is tomorrow, right?" Ino asked, concerned for her friend. Everyone looked sympathetically at the heiress, and the attention caused her to blush and nod. "Yes, father will be having his surgery tomorrow. Lady Tsunade said that it is worth the risk, and she should be able to wake father up." Hinata managed 2 full sentences without stuttering, which earned her a comforting hand squeeze from Naruto. "Want us to be there with you?" Naruto asked, truly concerned for his friend. No thanks. Father wouldn't appreciate me sharing his personal business with non-clan members. I will let you know how it goes though, Naruto. I really appreciate all you have done to help me get through this." Through her blush, she shot a genuine smile at Naruto. The soft look in her eyes reminded him of the times they would cuddle in bed and lose themselves in each other's arms. "Hinata, it may not be my place to say, but we will be praying for your father as well. It was truly tragic what happened to him. If you ever need anything from us, you only need but ask," Samui said. She tried to force down her jealousy at Naruto grabbing Hinata's hand, but it was proving difficult for her.
I appreciate that, Samui.
You and Amoe have been very kind throughout your stay. When will you be heading back to Kumo?" Hinata asked. Samui looked sad, so Amoe hopped into the conversation to answer for her. "We will be leaving on Sunday. Lord Raikage will be bringing the Konoha Jinan back here and picking us up. Yes, father is due to return here with the exchange students this weekend as well." Gaara informed the group. "Hey, dude, what is it like having your dad be your cage?" Kiba asked as the new member of the group. Gaara looked at him impassively. "It is what you would expect. There is a lot of pressure from my village to meet their expectations. My father's duties make it hard for him to spend time with us, but he has been doing an adequate job so far." "Damn, so not all it's hyped up to be, huh?" Oh well, Samui, would you like to go on a date tomorrow, since you are leaving on Sunday? I could show you parts of Konoha you've never seen before. The way Kiba switched was extremely greasy and drew odd looks from the girls in the group and made Samui cuddle into Naruto. Down boy, she ate too much for you to handle. Naruto shot Kiba down before he could take it too far, which earned him a scowl from Kiba and a laugh from the group. The food came and Shikamaru sighed wearily. After prompting from the group, he opened up. Well, it's troublesome, but since it is the end of the year, Kuji will be coming back. He is my best friend and I just thought about how much I have missed my friendly and pleasantly plump friend. I know what you mean, Shika, Amoe and I have missed our friends Kairu and Yugito quite a bit. Take comfort in knowing that you will see them soon, Samui comforted Shikamaru, who had a pretty cool relationship with the icy blonde. What about you Gaara, did you enjoy your time here or did you miss your siblings? Ino asked. Well, I found this study group to be quite nice. I will say that your academy could use some work, but I learned far more training with each of you than I would have learned back home. Also, I did miss my siblings, but I have a brother sitting right next to me that made it worth it. Gaara answered Ino's question and drew oohs and ahs from the girls at the table. Yeah, do you think Tamari and Kankuro will come to pick you up? Naruto asked, hoping to see Tamari again. I do not know, brother. If sister comes, I recommend hiding the two blondes that have been all over you. It would be a bad idea to risk international cooperation over a cat fight. Gaara delivered his joke in monotone, but everyone laughed at it, except Naruto who began sweating. The sun-kissed blonde rubbed the back of his neck nervously while avoiding the piercing gazes of Ino, Hinata, and Samui. It is not my fault, Gaara. Kami blessed me by putting too many amazing women in my life. Samui bonked Naruto on the head and Ino pouted. Luckily Kiba spoke up and got Naruto off the hook. Well, ladies, if that knucklehead can't appreciate you, this alpha can. Samui scoffed and Ino threw a piece of meat that hit Kiba in his face. Akamaru forced his way out of Kiba's jacket and ate the piece of meat off of his face, which earned a round of laughs from the group and a pet from Hinata. The rest of the lunch went well, and Kiba asked if he could join them for their last training session. Naruto agreed to it and nobody else had anything to say about it. At the Senju compound, training continued as usual until Kiba asked Naruto if he could borrow the forbidden scroll. Naruto played it off like it wasn't a big deal and went inside. He left a message for Tsunade before taking a master scroll that was empty and writing forbidden on the outside of it. He wrote a bogus jutsus in the scroll and made it kind of looked official, but it would definitely be good enough to fool Kiba. Naruto wrote in jutsus like his sexy no jutsu, harem no jutsu and just for kicks he threw in playing possum jutsu. He also threw 10 remote detonation explosive tags into the seam of the scroll. Naruto returned to the training session and handed the scroll to Kiba, who immediately took it and ran off. After giving a short explanation to Yosuke and saying goodbye to his friends, he followed Kiba. The Inuzuka Jinan was walking casually through the village with a smug smirk on his face. Naruto wondered how Mizuki had manipulated him, but he supposed he would find out soon enough. Flashbacks of Naruto's encounter with Mizuki in his previous life rolled through his mind as he followed Kiba. He remembered the pain of discovering why the village hated him, the peak of his self-loathing, and all of the negative emotions that made him resent the fox, which wound up making for a rocky start between Bijou and Jinchuriki. Naruto also remembered Iruka standing up for him and the triumphant moment he got his Hishiate, which put a smile on his face. He probably should have been nicer to Iruka this go around, but it was a different timeline and Naruto no longer needed Iruka as a parental figure. He would make efforts later on to bond with the scarred teacher. Eventually, Kiba made it into the familiar spot in the woods near the old rundown cabin that Naruto remembered. He spread his senses out and knew that Mizuki was nowhere close, so Naruto parked himself in a tree and watched over Kiba. He needed to work overtime to suppress his laughter as Kiba attempted to learn the sexy no jutsu. Of course, Naruto wrote in the scroll that it was an actual transformation and he heard Kiba muttering about how he would finally be able to touch some tits. It was an absolute struggle not to fall out of the tree laughing or give away his position, but somehow Naruto hung on long enough. Kiba's attempts at the ultimate anti-pervert jutsu that could incapacitate legendary male shinobi were absolutely pitiful. Naruto remembered all of the adult magazines he had swiped to make a realistic, at least visually, female form. Later in his life, when he learned about the true beauty of women, Naruto was actually able to refine the jutsu further and gave himself a female form. Thinking back on it, that was probably why Hikari, who looked like the younger and more innocent version of his original sexy jutsu, and Rias took those forms for their personalities. As Kiba created one ugly woman after another, making Akamaru whimper, time dragged on and eventually Naruto sensed Mizuki. He readied himself and suppressed his aura further to make sure he wouldn't be detected. As Mizuki entered the clearing, he face-planted when Kiba, in an uglier female form of his mother, except fat and naked, turned around. The transformation puffed out in chakra smoke as Kiba puffed out his chest and proudly proclaimed, "I did it, Mizuki-sensei. I was able to do an actual transformation. So, since I learned an advanced technique from the scroll, you will make sure Hinata is on my team, right?" Ah, so that was Mizuki's angle this time. Of course, Dog Boy always had a red rocket for Hinata, but there was no way Naruto was going to let that happen. Naruto debated on how he should handle Mizuki. After the prison break last time around, Naruto decided to kill him. However, he would need Mizuki to spout off at the mouth and give up evidence that Kiba heard if that was going to be an option. "Sure, Kiba, you can be on the Hyuga girls team. Now, give me the forbidden scroll," Mizuki said in a slippery manner. "But, sensei, this is Naruto's family scroll. I told him that I would give it back." Kiba asked with a confused look on his face and Akamaru whimpered. Mizuki snarled, "Look, Dog Boy, hand over the scroll. I am in a bit of a rush." Kiba was an idiot, but he had sharp instincts and he knew something wasn't right now. He positioned the scroll protectively on his back. "Look, sensei, if you want the scroll, you can ask the Senjus. I gave Naruto my word that I would bring the scroll back tonight after I completed this exercise." Naruto appreciated the Inuzuka's loyalty. It was Kiba's redeeming quality, even if he did take the wrong side for the latter part of the war. He saw Mizuki unbuckling one of his Fuma shuriken and braced himself to intervene. "No, Moot, you will die here, and I will take the scroll." Mizuki snarled as he had his Fuma shuriken in hand. That was Naruto's cue to intervene. He didn't want Kiba getting hurt over his plans. Naruto appeared in a water sunshine in front of Kiba, arms crossed in front of his chest and a glare fixed on Mizuki. "And why do you want the forbidden scroll of seals so bad, Mizuki? I would call you a sensei, but that would imply that you actually taught me something. So, I don't think you qualify." Well, if the QB brat itself didn't decide to join the slaughter. "I am actually glad you are here since I have unfinished business with the fox. Did you know that I was one of the people in that mob you ran away from? My uncle brought me with him, and it was a great form of entertainment. Your screams were such music to the mob's ears." Mizuki began cackling madly, making Kiba shake a bit in fear, and Naruto just got agitated. "Figures, you would be proud of beating up on a 4-year-old child. Yet, I still managed to dupe you all and escape. Sucks to be you, you are a sad, lonely, pathetic piece of shit. So, why do you want my family's scroll so bad?" Naruto forced his tone to remain upbeat in an effort to taunt Mizuki. Mizuki cackled again. "Dead kids don't need to concern themselves with adult stuff. I will take your scroll and go somewhere that I can be truly powerful. After I kill you too, of course." Naruto smirked. Would this place happen to have a lot of snakes and encourage pedophilia? Mizuki's cackle halted and his face contorted in rage. "Don't you dare speak of Lord Orochimaru as such a way. I will kill you for your slight against my master." Naruto created a shadow clone that took Kiba and ran off into the forest. Mizuki threw his first Fuma shuriken at the duo, but Naruto intercepted it with an earth wall jutsu that he spat out of his mouth. Mizuki looked at the shuriken stuck in the wall of mud and turned his attention back on Naruto. "Fine, I guess I will take my time killing the demon first. Then I will hunt down the mud and get my scroll." Mizuki snarled before he lunged at Naruto with a kunai. Naruto unsealed his wakizashi from his left wrist and countered the blow before he shot a leg out at Mizuki. The leg connected with Mizuki's chest and sent him rolling backwards, ending with Mizuki standing to his feet and coughing a bit. Mizuki eyed the new weapon and decided to take a more cautious approach. The kid was much younger than himself, but he was trained by a Sannin. Even if it was the weakest one, it was still a Sannin. Plus, Mizuki noticed he was only 2 or so inches taller than the boy, which meant he didn't have a tremendous advantage in the reach department. He also noticed the boy looked completely calm, as if this fight wouldn't even test him. Deciding on his course of action, Mizuki took out his second Fuma shuriken. "You know, Fuma shuriken are cool and all, but are you just a one-trick pony?" Naruto asked, honestly not remembering if Mizuki had any cool jutsu. Mizuki snarled at the slight to his skills and threw the shuriken before weaving through 5 hand signs and whispering a jutsu. Naruto saw the hand signs and he saw a second shuriken form in the shadow of the first. Once again, Naruto stomped his foot on the ground and called out Earth Style, Mud Wall, which easily stopped the 2 shuriken. As the shuriken impacted, Mizuki dashed around the side of the mud wall and swiped at Naruto with his kunai, which turned the Naruto clone into a puff of smoke. As Naruto saw his clone go up in smoke, he was positioned immediately behind Mizuki. Rather than an overextended slash, Naruto went for a quick thrust of the wakizashi. Mizuki was briefly stunned by the puff of smoke, but he heard movement behind him and turned his body to see the glint of cold, polished steel heading for his neck. He reflexively brought his kunai arm up to deflect the blow, but he was late, and it shifted the blade's trajectory into his left eye. Naruto had enough momentum in the thrust that the hilt of the blade smacked up against Mikuzu's nose and eye socket. Naruto released the blade and was instantly greeted by Kiba running out of his hiding spot. "Dude, Naruto. Are you alright?" Kiba asked frantically while Akamaru whimpered and barked. Naruto sighed, looked at the immobile form of Mizuki and back at Kiba. "Yeah, Kiba, I am fine. I meant to incapacitate him, but he deflected my blow into his eye." That was a lie, but he didn't want the Hokage think that he was a practiced killer at this point. Kiba slapped a supportive arm on Naruto's shoulder and made eye contact with him. Naruto could tell that Kiba was freaked out and overwhelmed by the situation, but he was trying to hold it together for Naruto. Naruto shot him a weak smile and Kiba gave him a toothy grin. "Thanks man, you saved my life. I owe you one, and an Inuzuka always repays loyalty," Kiba said confidently. "Sure thing, Kiba, you too Akamaru. Let's get this cleaned up." "We will have to let the Hokage know," Naruto said, but he was surprised by a voice that he hadn't sensed. "There will be no need for that, Lord Senju. We will take it from here. Is that the forbidden scroll your family is in possession of?" Weasel asked as he had recently arrived on scene. Naruto chuckled, "Nah, it is a dummy scroll I made when Kiba told me about his extra test to get the forbidden scroll my father made. I instantly knew something was up and decided to give Kiba a fake and find out what was going on." Kiba's mouth fell open and he pointed openly at Naruto while Akamaru whimpered in shame. Why you bastard. So, the sexy no jutsu was fake?" Naruto flipped casually through a couple hand signs and called out sexy no jutsu. A beautiful blonde with twin pigtails and a provocative tank top and jean shorts that were far too short puffed into existence. The girl gave a pitiful slap to Kiba's cheek before sauntering over to a stunned Itachi and placing a kiss on the weasel Anbu's mask. After that, Naruto undid the transformation and began rolling on the ground in hysterical fits of laughter. Oh, Kami, ha ha ha, Kiba, ha ha, the transformation is a real thing, ha ha ha, as you could see and feel. The jutsu is incredibly useful, but your transformations were so fugly, ha 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 ha. Once Weasel broke himself out of his stupor and processed the information that was just shared and immediately began forming a number of ways that this could be used in missions. Actual transformation was above a standard Jonin level, and it seemed like Naruto could do it with ease. Yes, Itachi really wanted the blonde knucklehead on his team. Weasel watched the blonde stand up and wipe himself off before casually going over to the dead form of Mizuki and pulling his blade out. Itachi instantly noticed that the blonde boy must have killed before, because he clearly wasn't bothered with the dead body. Another note to add to Naruto's rapidly growing file. After Naruto sealed Mizuki's dead body into a scroll, the trio, or quartet if you include Akamaru, bark, yeah okay boy, so the quartet made their way to the Hokage's office to report in on the situation. Hiruzen heard the story from their three perspectives and that led to the following conversation. "So, Naruto, you are telling me that you knew something was wrong, but you gave him a fake scroll and followed him without alerting the proper authorities?" Hiruzen asked in a chastising tone. "Look, old man, I thought something was wrong, but I didn't know for sure. I left a note for Tsunade, and I told Yosuke, who would have informed her in person. I didn't think our supposed sensei would try to trick Kiba, get the scroll and flee the village to go to Orochimaru." Naruto countered the chastising tone with gusto. Weasel decided to step in. "Lord Hokage, Naruto seemed to have the situation well in hand. Even if Kiba handed over the scroll, there were remote detonation explosive tags. In terms of fighting capability, Naruto was far stronger than Mizuki, who was a low-level chunin at best." "Damn straight, thank you, Mr. Weasel. Mizuki was a chump with a couple of big shuriken. I used one jutsu to counter him twice and then a shadow clone to create an opening. I was honestly hoping for a better fight," Naruto added while nodding confidently. "If it were so easy, then why did you kill him rather than incapacitate him?" the Hokage asked in a challenging tone. Before Naruto could answer the question, the double doors to the Hokage's office were kicked open and a worried Tsunade and Shizune ran into the room followed by Yosuke. After the two ladies fussed over Naruto and made sure everything was okay, the Hokage brought them up to speed. Naruto got a slight bonk on the head from Tsunade and a tongue lashing from Shizune, but they were both still smiling at him. Naruto was rubbing his head as he answered the Hokage's earlier question. Look, I didn't mean to kill the traitor. A blatant lie, but might as well play up the kid form, turn on the waterworks.
I was going for his shoulder and the traitor deflected my blow-up.
Before I could stop my momentum, my sword went through his skull. I won't apologize for it, but it wasn't my intention to kill him. Naruto kept the watery eyes going to sell his story, which made his azure blues completely irresistible to the two women in the office. He was wrapped in hugs filled with heavenly mounds as Hiruzen responded. Sigh, fine, Naruto, I understand. I believe this incident highlights a reason to store the scrolls here in the Hokage vault. He might as well try to get the scrolls back under village protection. Bullshit, sensei. My son sniffed this out and our study and vault are just as, if not more, secure than this office. Lady Mito's protective seals have kept the Senju family heirloom safe for decades and Naruto has improved upon them. Tsunade retorted forcefully. Yeah, old man, the scroll never even left the vault. No need for us to trust the village with it. Naruto added, perhaps choosing his wording poorly. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened as he glared at the two. So, you admit that you don't trust the village? Naruto recoiled a bit before firming his resolve and leaning forward to meet the Hokage's intimidating gaze. Trust is earned, old man, it isn't given freely. That is doubly so when the trust was already broken. Tsunade put a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder and shot a proud smirk at Sarutobi, basically saying, what he said. Hiruzen sighed wearily and rubbed his eyes. Kami, you Senju are so troublesome. Careful, old man, I will let the Naras know you are stealing their line and they might hit you with a copyright infringement. Naruto was having fun with the banter, committed to getting the last word in this conversation. Hiruzen sighed again and waved them out of his office. I will write up a B-rank mission for Naruto and Kiba. Thank you for completing the mission and exposing the traitor, Mizuki. Now leave, you have already created enough extra paperwork for one night. As the Senju family, plus Kiba and Akamaru, left the office, Hiruzen had Weasel close the door. Okay, full report. Anything to add? Hiruzen asked in a firmer tone than he was using a minute ago. Well, Lord Hokage, it is clear to me that Naruto is experienced in battle, can plan ahead, he is crafty, and I believe he has killed before this. The way he removed his sword from Mizuki's corpse and the complete lack of remorse for killing him tells me that. Weasel reported. Do you think he is a threat to the village? Absolutely not, and your repeated insistence that him acting independently in the village's favor is somehow a demonstration of his lack of loyalty will drive him away. Lord Hokage, that boy didn't have to return to the village, he chose to. Since he has returned, he gained us the exchange program, saved the branch family Hyuga, started a study group that enhanced the level of the Jinan far above standard, and now he sniffed out a traitor. Just let the boy be and he will be a great blessing for the village. Weasel offered his mostly unsolicited opinion, but hey, he was supposed to be the next Hokage, so he should be able to speak freely. That is how it seems to you, Itachi. He doesn't trust me though, so forgive me for not trusting that he has my best interest at heart. Hiruzen groused. Itachi shook his head and frowned behind his mask. Either get over it or let me handle him. If you continue on this path, it will not lead to anything good, Lord Hokage. The next day, Naruto was waiting outside of the Hyuga compound for Hinata with a bouquet of moonflowers and a get-well card. He knew from Tsunade that Hiyashi's procedure was this morning and he wanted to be there to support his friend. Sure enough, around 9 a.m., Hinata, Hanabi and two guards walked out the gate. Naruto greeted them formally and joined them on the walk to the hospital. It was important to Naruto that Hinata knew she was not in this alone. So, how are my Moon Princess and Little Firecracker doing this morning? Naruto said cheerily as he rubbed Hanabi on the top of her tiny head. Hinata blushed cherry red and Hanabi blushed in an embarrassed anger. Lord Senju, please refrain from messing up my hair. The little girl shouted. Ah, none of the formal stuff, please, Little Firecracker. Just call me Naruto or Ruto. Fine, but please refrain from messing up my hair. I hate when you do that. Hanabi pouted and Hinata giggled, which earned a genuine smile from Naruto. How are you girls holding up? Is there anything I can do to help? Naruto asked again. Hinata bowed her head to him. No, thank you, Naruto. You have done more than enough to help our clan during my father's absence. It is most appreciated. Hanabi looked up to see the scarlet blush on her sister's cheeks and didn't understand it. Ah, all right, I just want to help. How is Neji doing? Naruto asked cautiously, but the mood instantly chilled and the two guards fidgeted. Big brother Neji is being a meanie. He trains all day and doesn't talk to anybody, Hanabi whispered. Brother Neji is taking his father's betrayal and absence hard. The Branch family is grateful to be free of the seal, but there was a lot of damage done to the Hyuga's honor and prestige due to the massacre. We are all struggling to get back on our feet. Hinata added. Yeah, well, I am sorry about that. It was a crazy situation, but I know your father would be proud of how you have risen to the occasion, Hinata. It just goes to show you would make a great clan head, especially once you are a little older. Naruto hit the girls with a gigawatt smile and made them both blush at his overwhelmingly warm presence. Thank you, NN, Ruto, Hinata stuttered out and ended in a fierce blush. Hey, you hear that, Hanabi? That was the first time your big sister called me Ruto. Alas. I can finally die a happy man, Naruto shouted in false bravado, which earned a fit of giggles from Hanabi and a near-nuclear blush from Hinata. You are funny, big brother Naruto. I like how my sister is when she is around you. Hanabi added innocently. Naruto caught Hinata as she fainted and shot a cheeky grin at Hanabi. You knew that would push her over the edge, didn't you, little firecracker? Hanabi put on her best innocent face. Whatever do you mean, big brother? I just think you earned a spot in our family, Naruto laughed as he shucked Hinata onto his back to the protests of the two guards. Hinata regained consciousness as they were approaching the front doors of the hospital. Naruto set the red-faced Hyuga down and waved at them as he said goodbye. He would check on them later, but today was the last full day he had with his friends from Kumo and Suna, and he wanted to make the most of it. Naruto went to the hotel that the Kumo kids were staying at and found that they had already left their room. Rather than continue his struggle and search blindly all over the village, Naruto jumped up to the top of the hotel and fell into a lotus position. He danced tentatively with the nature energy that gathered around him in increasing quantities and focused on allowing trickles of the potent energy into his chakra system. As the natural energy's influence increased on his system, Naruto spread his senses around the village in search of the now familiar chakra signatures. Naruto opened his eyes and smacked himself on his forehead. Of course, they would be at the Senju compound already. Naruto hopped to his feet and disappeared in a sunshine that took him to the training grounds. Naruto reoriented himself quickly and opened his eyes to see Samui and Amoe were already in Kenjutsu spars against his shadow clones. Hey guys, sorry I am late, I was just dropping Hinata and Hanabi at the hospital. Naruto offered a casual wave as the two halted their spars. Samui beamed a warm smile at Naruto. That was very cool of you, Ruto. When will their father's operation be done? Naruto shrugged. Mama said it would be a couple hours and even if he wakes up, he would be in the hospital for a while. Amoe began one of his what-if rants and Samui bonked him on the head. It was her duty in Kuro's absence. As he rubbed his head, he asked a question. So, what do you guys want to do with one of our last days in Konoha? Yes, that is a good question. What are we going to do for our last day, brother? Gaara's monotone carried across the medium-sized training field. Naruto rubbed his chin and thought. I need to leave a couple clones to finish your going-away presents. Other than that, Ikirakus or Akimichi barbecue followed by a picnic and swim at the lake? Akimichi barbecue sounds cool to me, and swimming sounds fun. Samui responded first. I think it is Shukaku's influence, but I would prefer Ikirakus. Must be a bijou thing. Gaara pondered. But the lake sounds good. Are you going to invite the others? Oh. Will you please invite the panda girl? She is good with a sword and really pretty. But, if we fall in love then I would have to leave Kumo. If I leave Kumo then Samui and Kairo would be defenseless. If they are defenseless then some bandit, ouch. Amoe ended in a stunned scream as both hands began soothing the emerging lump on his head. Haha, gotta love that about you, Amoe. So, buddy, you are the tiebreaker. Barbecue or ramen? Naruto asked. I guess I vote barbecue then. Amoe offered his vote. Well, I vote ramen. Rias added, making her presence known to the group. And I think I will invite Anko. Rias shot a wink at Naruto, who struggled to suppress the shiver that shot down his spine. If I am invited, I will vote for barbecue. A warrior needs his meat for proper sustenance. Yosuke added. But ramen is so tasty. Hikari chirped. Naruto face-palmed himself and then offered a solution. Okay, change of plans, give me your orders and I will have some clones pick up the food. We will eat it at the lake and hang out before we go for a swim. Sound good? An hour later, the group was at the lake happily eating fresh meat and ramen out of the scrolls Naruto had sealed the meals into. They claimed 2 tables by the lakeside and smushed them together. Anko, Kurenai, Hana Inuzuka, Ino, Sakura, Kiba, Shikamaru and Mayuri joined the group for their lakeside retreat. After the eating was finished, the girls shed their clothes and displayed an array of swimsuits that caused Kiba and Amoe to fall over with nosebleeds. As they played in the lake, Rias, Anko, Kurenai and Hana were watching the antics of the group. You know, your brother is in quite the pickle. From what I can see, two young ladies are one wrong look away from a full-blown cat fight. Anko laughed and teased Rias while devouring another stick of dengo. Rias sighed exasperatedly. You don't have to tell me. If the Kazekage's daughter saw this, then the 4th Great Shinobi War would start because of my brother. Hana spit out her sip of sake and Kurenai shot a dirty look at Naruto. So, he is just a player like the rest of the filthy men in this village. And to think, Hinata likes him as well. Kurenai's tone was full of venom and disdain for the male species. Easy, Kurenai. From what I can see, he is keeping it PG. Can't blame the pup for being popular. Hana eased her friend out of another man-hating rant. Rias shot a stern look at Kurenai. If only they would be so lucky. My brother is a great man, and he will grow up to be even greater. It is hard to explain, but he can't make up his mind. The result is that he treats them all like princesses and they all love him for it. PSH. He will grow into a man-whore since he has been spoiled by women from a young age. Kurenai countered. Somebody needs to get laid, Anko whispered in a not-so-whispery fashion. Before Kurenai could bite Anko's head off, Hana countered for her. Well, we are not as lucky as you, Anko. You have Rias there. It almost makes me want to bat for the other team. Rias blushed cherry red and Anko laughed. Yeah, well, before Rias here, I didn't swing this way either. Maybe you should join us tonight and see if you like it. Anko wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. Anko. Rias and Hana shouted, which made Anko laugh harder. Actually, I can't tonight, sweetie. I need to be back at the Senju compound. Rias closed the offer. It was her night and next day to recharge and resync with Naruto. The Yamanaka's suggestion yielded positive results in stabilizing Naruto and the alter egos. They each spent 2 nights and a full day per week inside of Naruto to resync, which was far better than planning hostile takeovers in the night like Rias used to do. Aw, can I join you there? Anko pouted, which earned her a hard look from Rias. So, you are too ashamed of me to tell your family? Rias sighed before placing a comforting hand on Anko's. She knew she would have to tell her soon. Look, I will explain it all in due time, Anko. For now, just know that I will be tied up at the compound for tonight and tomorrow. In the lake, the kids were playing with a volleyball and lazing about in tubes. Naruto was underwater in predator mode and swam rapidly to the surface. Samui was lazing about on her tube and was soaking up a nice tan from the summer sun. Suddenly, the tube and Kumo Kunoichi were shot nearly 10 feet in the air before Samui splashed unceremoniously into the lake. The blonde Kunoichi rose to the surface and spit water from her mouth at the laughing Naruto. When that didn't cease his laughing, a wrestling match ensued. Samui sped behind Naruto and attempted to lock him in a full Nelson and sweep out his feet. Naruto felt the sizable and cushiony chest of Samui on his back and couldn't stop the perverted thoughts from entering his mind. Snapping himself out of his erotic illusions, he easily broke her hold and spun to get a grip on her waist. Unfortunately, two-piece bikinis are not the best for water contact sports. Somehow, Naruto ripped Samui's top off and exposed her soft pink nipples just above the surface of the water. The playful fight ground to a halt as Naruto looked mortified and Samui blushed furiously. Naruto put himself directly in front of Samui, blocking the view for the other guys at the lake. He handed Samui's top back to her under the water and the blushing blonde sheathed her bust back into her swimsuit. When she was done, she latched onto Naruto's back in a sheepish manger. Did you see? She whispered to him. He nodded. Samui blushed. Baka. Samui bonked him on the head, but still latched onto his back.
I am sorry, Samui.
It was an accident. For what it is worth, you are a truly stunning woman, Naruto whispered back over his shoulder. Samui slid off Naruto's back and buried her blushing face underneath the water's surface. Ino, who had witnessed the fight, was a mixture of mad and jealous. The blonde Kumo bimbo was hanging all over her man, and Naruto didn't seem to mind. Then again, Naruto always flirted with her and had fun. Maybe that was just how Naruto was? No, Ino Yamanaka doesn't leave anything up to chance. If I want him, then I'm going to have to fight for him. With her inner motivational monologue complete, Ino sped over to Naruto and splashed him. As Ino and Naruto were water fighting, Samui entered and made it a 3-way fight. Hinata and Hanabi walked up on the group at the lake to this scene and Kurenai rushed over to greet her. How'd it go, Hinata? Kurenai asked and the group halted what they were doing to listen in. Father is awake. The procedure worked, but he will be in the hospital for a while. He will take over some of the clan duties, but I will still be in charge of the compound. That's great news, congrats Hinata, Naruto shouted from the lake. Naruto's encouragement and the sight of his exposed chest made Hinata blush furiously. Then, she saw the two blonde bimbos hanging all over him and she forced her blush down. If that was how they wanted to play, then she could play this game. She had run the Hyuga clan for a couple months, for Kami's sake. Hey, Ruto, could I talk to you for a minute? Hinata used her most confident and flirtatious voice. Sure, I will be right there. Gimme a second, Naruto shouted back before he splashed to the beach and grabbed a towel. Okay, so Hinata, step 1 was super successful, but now what? What should I do? I was so jealous that I didn't think this through. Oh no. Okay, Hinata, stay calm. You can do this. Hinata ran out of time to calm her mind and her blush was now shining on her face as Naruto walked up. He was 5 feet 9 inches, extremely toned muscles with very little body fat, and he wasn't even 13 years old yet. His six-pack was starting to develop enough as the effects of puberty started taking effect on his pubescent body. All in all, Hinata was in trouble because her mind was drooling over the blonde hunk in front of her and she couldn't focus on the words she wanted to come out of her face hole. Naruto waited patiently and smiled with a fond reminiscence at her blush. So, Hinata, what did you need? Is everything okay? Hanabi giggled as her sister stuttered out a response. Why yes, NN Naruto. My F father W wants T to invite you T to a F family D dinner when he is D discharged from the H hospital. Hanabi snickered, that was a pretty good recovery for his sister. She was getting better at this. The little firecracker decided to back her sister up. That's right, big brother, Daddy wants to thank you for helping the clan. So, you will come, right? Naruto gasped as he was hit by a twin set of puppy dog eyes. It was super effective. Sure thing, you know I can't deny you anything, little firecracker. He smiled broadly as the puppy dog faces turned into two smiling Hyugas. Back in the water, Samui and Ino were standing side by side with their arms crossed. Samui, knowing that she only had one more day with Naruto before the Chunin exams, decided to poke the bear. He is a pretty cool guy. I know you know that I like him, and I also know that you like him. Sadly, I am from Kumo, and it probably would never work out. So, let me have him for this weekend and then you can fight it out with the pale-eyed princess. Deal? Samui said, never taking her eyes off the blushing Hyuga sisters. Ino mulled it over before responding. Fine, but only kissing. You think he even knows we all like/love him? I mean, he treats everyone the same. PSH, probably not. I mean, I made it pretty clear. He is a super cool kisser. But the little Hyuga is too innocent, and you haven't really made your move. If you want him, you will need to fight for him, Blondie. Samui smirked as she attempted to motivate her fellow blonde. GRR, if he wasn't so oblivious, he would already know. Ino pouted. Let me be cool and help out my fellow blonde. Naruto is in the top 1% of the 1% of guys. When guys like that think about girls, they don't have to make the first move. They are so overwhelmed by girls flirting with them that they never learn to chase because they truly don't need to. Samui informed her friend. You might be right, but that raises a question. If he is so great, why are you giving up on him? Ino asked with a raised brow. Samui sighed before leaning into Ino's shoulder. Look, Blondie, I do like him. I like him enough that I am going to get in trouble when I go back to Kumo. That being said, you never hear about inter-village marriages, do you? Care to explain? As for your second thing, well, not really, but our first Hokage married Uzushio's princess. If you want something bad enough, you find a way to make it happen. Ino countered. Why are you encouraging me, Blondie? Samui asked, genuinely interested in the reason. Simple, you are my friend and my rival for Ruto's love. If I lost to you, I know you would make him happy. You still haven't explained why you are going to be in trouble. Samui hesitated but saw that her friend would keep her secret. When the Raikage sent me here, he told me to seduce Ruto and attempt to get pregnant. I think Ruto knows because he always stopped me before we went too far. The more I got to know him, the less I tried. I mean, what kind of guy gives a young girl that's not even a Jinana seduction mission? Ino laughed at the question. A desperate one. Tell your Raikage that if he wants what is best for Kumo, always take the straight-up approach with Ruto. He is pretty much a human lie detector. Noted. So, friends? Samui asked as she wrapped an arm around Ino. Ino returned the hug. Friends, even when you go home. Now, let's go get our fellow blonde and make him pay attention to us. We are clearly better than the Hyuga sisters. Later that night, in the Senju compound, Naruto was sat down by Rias. Rias brought Sake and Sour Patch Kids into Naruto's room and set them down on his bed. Naruto turned his desk chair around and looked at her quizzically. Look, Naruto, I think it is about time we talk. There are some things that are going to make our lives more complicated, and there are some things that you really need to figure out. Rias started before rubbing the spot next to her on the bed. Naruto stood up from his chair on the desk, stretched out and then cuddled into Rias before pouring each of them a drink of sake and putting a Sour Patch Kid in each saucer. The two leaned the saucers back and down the contents. Naruto leaned back into Rias, feeling like it was the completely natural thing to do. All right, I am listening, he said as he prepared another drink. First, you know that I am kind of dating Anko. She doesn't know the truth yet, but I need to tell her. Rias started awkwardly. Yeah, getting random memories in my dreams makes it really hard to look her in the eyes. She is beautiful, Ri. You really like her, don't you? Naruto asked. I sure do, she is a free spirit like me, and she is incredibly loyal and sexy. Rias broke out into a perverted giggle. Yeah, if my dreams are to be believed, you two have done a lot more than I ever knew was possible. Honestly, when I was dating during the war, it was always tainted by the stress and darkness of the war. I just bumbled around and hoped I made them feel good. Naruto sported an embarrassed blush. Rias ruffled Naruto's hair. I know, Ruto. You sometimes forget that I was able to review your memories for like the first 10 years of your life. If you want, maybe Anko and I could teach you a thing or two. Wouldn't that be weird? Naruto's blush turned atomic as he asked. Maybe at first, but it's not like it would be incest or anything. More like advanced masturbation. Rias broke out into full-blown laughter at her original's blush. I will think about it. Injutsu, or the seductive arts, could be a useful skill. Not to mention that I really need help figuring out what to do about my girl situation. Rias pulled Naruto in close. That was the second thing I needed to talk to you about. I am not saying you need to commit to marriage right away, but you can't keep leading these girls on forever. I doubt Kami or Mama would approve of a harem. Naruto chuckled nervously before his expression turned somber. How am I supposed to choose? Each of them makes my life better. Each of them holds a place in my heart, every time their memories flash through my mind. I mean, it is hardly a standard situation. Rias sighed. Ruto, I understand you, I really do. I am not telling you to decide right away, but just know that you will need to make a decision. So, when can we tell Anko? Naruto sighed in relief at the change of topic. Whenever you want. If you trust her, I trust her. Rias hugged Naruto and placed a kiss on his forehead. Thanks, Ruto. With that, a blue aura transitioned out of the wood clone and into Naruto. Naruto put a hand on the remains of the wood clone and absorbed it. Good night, Rias. Sleep tight. The next day, Gaara, Mayuri, Naruto, Tsunade and Shizune were waiting for the Kazekage and his entourage at the front gates. Hiruzen and the two elders were there as well as Shino's parents. Shibi kept glancing at Naruto, as if he was truly intrigued by the boy, which Naruto noticed and probed Kurama within his mind. Hey, Q, do you think the bugs know that I have been letting you out? I mean, the Senju compound is protected by seals, but you go around the village and woods a lot. Kurama grumbled at being woken up from a nap. He has been sleep deprived because he has been so active with access to a new body. Yawn, I don't know, kid. I have done what I can to keep my chakra suppressed in the village. Those bugs are quite perceptive though. Okay, just remain aware around them. I don't want the village to freak the fuck out for no real reason. Naruto thought back. Sure thing, kid. Now, let me sleep. Back at the gates, the Suna group could be seen approaching the gates of Konoha. Naruto spread his senses out and he couldn't suppress the smile that spread across his face. As the group drew closer, a familiar, bun-haired blonde darted ahead of the group. Naruto chuckled and began walking to meet her. Temari lunged at Naruto and jumped into his arms, truly a scene that the Hokage and elders weren't ready for. Temari, throwing all courtesy to the wind, leaned her neck up and laid a passionate kiss on Naruto. The kiss lasted long enough for the Kazekage to catch up and cough to disrupt the kiss. A panting Naruto caught his breath before bowing formally to Rasa. Lord Kazekage, welcome back to Konoha. I hope your trip went smoothly. Rasa put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. No need for formality, Ruto. Those old goats can't hear us from here. Although, you two just put on quite the show. The two had the decency to blush and Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Sorry about that. Rasa waved off the apology as the group walked through the gates. Nothing I haven't seen before, Ruto. I will do the fatherly thing and caution you against hurting my daughter though. Temari saw Naruto's momentary lapse in confidence as he looked down at his feet. She frowned for a moment, her mind racing with the possibilities. Something wrong, Ruto? Naruto threw on his smile. Nah, nothing we haven't talked about before. So, should I expect a cuddle buddy tonight? What's this? You haven't reserved my spot already? Temari shot back in a flirty tone. It's a standing reservation for my desert lily. Naruto answered confidently, gaining the desired blush from Temari. Kankuro scoffed, why would you want to cuddle with this tomboy? I have heard stories about the many beautiful chicks in Konoha. While Temari was beating the stuffing out of Kankuro with her unsealed battle fan, Naruto couldn't stop himself from asking. Lord Kazekage, did he really just call girls chicks? At Ross's sigh, Naruto laughed and continued. You know, Pops, you should really send him to seduction training. Maybe then he wouldn't be completely hopeless. Temari resealed her fan and spoke for her father. No, he would still be hopeless, or are you forgetting that he likes wearing a cat suit and wearing makeup? Rasa chuckled, Naruto laughed and Kankuro protested. The group walked through the gates, and everyone snapped into formal mode. Tsunade smiled seeing Naruto with Temari. The girl had truly grown on her during their time in Suna. Tsunade let the Kages handle the formalities and immediately went to give Temari and Kankuro hugs, followed shortly thereafter by Shizune. The groups went to the cage tower and got everything handled. That night, the Hokage hosted a banquet at the community center for the Kumo and Suna contingents. All exchange students, protective details, clan heads and other important people were there. It was a fancy occasion and a couple things happened that were worth covering. First, Naruto gave his gifts to his friends. Second, the Raikage pulled Naruto aside. After dinner, when everyone was mingling and enjoying their final night in Konoha, Naruto approached the Kumo group. He let Samui and Amoi introduce him to Yugito and Kairo, which would be their team. Naruto knew Yugito was the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Nekomata, and he thought that he would use this occasion to give her an early warning. After introductions were complete, he held out his fist to her. Yugito gasped as she was forced to enter a joint mindscape after tapping Naruto's fist. She was facing Madatabi, the two-tailed cat, but she spun around when she heard Naruto speak. Okay, Yugito, don't freak out. I pulled you in here so that I could give you a warning, Naruto said, holding his hands up in a disarming fashion. Yugito eyed her fellow blonde skeptically, but Kurama spoke. Madatabi, it has been too long. How are you, sister? The cat cocked her head and looked inquisitively at Kurama. You have mellowed out, brother. I never thought you would peacefully interact with humans. Long story short, the kid here has earned it. Now, please listen to him, as what he has to say is important, Kurama said in a serious tone, which made the two females look at Naruto with analytical eyes. Okay, long story short. Jiraiya is my grandfather, and he specializes at collecting information. There is a group called Akatsuki that is composed of many ranked rogue shinobi. Their goal is to capture the Bijou and resurrect the Juubi. The best guess at their timeline is in the next 3 years. I wanted to warn you so you could prepare. They specialize at neutralizing the natural advantages our Bijou give us, so train your ninja skills as much as your Bijou mode, Naruto said while maintaining eye contact with the two. That is quite the claim, Naruto Senju. Do you have any proof or know any of their members? Yugito asked. As of now, Hidan the Jashinist, Kakuzu the Immortal, Deidara the Mad Bomber and the masked man that set the Kyuubi loose on Konoha. He is an Uchiha, but his identity is unknown. He claims to be Madara Uchiha, but I highly doubt that. Their abilities are in the bingo book except for the Madara wannabe. When they make their move, they will travel in two-man teams. Naruto answered. Yugito whistled, that's quite the list. I will let the Raikage know. He wishes to advance our alliance, so this will be more motivation for him to do so. Listen, Madatabi, if you cannot avoid capture, you will need to break the seal. The extraction process will kill her anyway. Naruto has already agreed to these terms in the event of his capture, Kurama stated in a cold tone. Madatabi hissed, Kurama, this kitten here is the first one to earn my respect. I will not be the one to kill her. Then prepare her. For if she is captured, you will both die. Kurama growled. Alright, that's enough of the doom and gloom. Look, if you need to contact me, talk to Samui. I am going to give her a method to contact me instantly. If something comes up, use that. Naruto diffused the tension in the chamber. Fine, Naruto. I will trust you. So, what do you think of my little sister? Yugito asked, clearly teasing him. She is a beautiful kunoichi and a good friend. Tell your Raikage that seduction missions won't work on me. That being said, I really like her and if things were different maybe it could have worked out. Naruto answered honestly, despite his blush. Yugito wore an amused and slightly sad look on her face as she responded, she told me you were a good kid and now I believe her. Well, we should get back to the party. Back at the gathering, Naruto presented Gaara, Temari and Samui with his newly developed communication scrolls. They allowed for long-range instant communication and each scroll was linked in pairs. Temari's jealousy spiked when she saw Samui hug and kiss Naruto on the cheek, but she forced it down. Her blonde idiot was going to attract a number of bimbos, she would just have to trust that he will choose her at the end of the day. And at the end of this particular day, he would be all hers. Later that night, Temari was cuddling into Naruto's chest in his bed. She loved his warmth and the overwhelmingly peaceful feeling on his chakra. It was almost enough for her to avoid the conversation, but she positioned herself on top of Naruto and looked right into his eyes. So, Samui, eh? She challenged. Naruto leaned up and kissed her. Raikage sent her here on a seduction mission. We grew close over the 6 months, but we are just friends. Temari returned the kiss and pecked him on the lips again before asking her next question. A friend that kisses you in public? Naruto placed a playful kiss on Temari's nose. Pretty much. We have both accepted that it won't go anywhere. Plus, I told her that you would start the 4th Great Shinobi War if we took it any further than friendship. Temari appreciated the answer and placed a tender kiss on his lips. Good boy. What about the girls in your village? Naruto shrugged. Look, Mari, I have a lot of great female friends. If I am honest, I have not closed off my heart. You are my number one, but until our villages approve, you know that I will not take this any further. Temari sighed at this. Damn it, Ruto, you know daddy has proposed a political marriage like a million times. And you know that isn't my decision. Tell him to make it official with the old monkey and I will commit. I have no problem saying that I love you, Mari. That is Kami's honest truth. Temari blushed furiously at his response before mustering up her courage. Then make love to me. Naruto smiled at her before responding. Temari, I may be developed for my age, but I am still only 12. I thought we agreed to wait until marriage or until I turned 14. This was Naruto's last line of defense. Temari being a couple years older makes it hard, but it is an effective deterrent. Damn it, Ruto. Temari grabbed his rod through his boxers. This doesn't belong on a 12-year-old and you certainly don't act like one either. There is a slight lime scene here, I can't post it on YouTube. If you want to read it, link to the story is in the description. If you're a patron, the full version is out over there. I love you, Ruto. Thank you for tonight, Temari whispered through half-lidded eyes as sleep claimed her. Naruto placed a tender kiss on her forehead and whispered back, I love you too, Mari. In the heavenly plane, Kami pumped a fist in the air over Kushina and Minato's heads. Yes. I win. Pay up suckers. Kami cheered as the two blushing parents each took a gold coin out of their pockets and handed it to the deity. Damn, well I thought he would end up with Hinata. She had a tough go this time around. Kushina pouted. Minato laughed awkwardly as he scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, well I thought that his Makuten would make him bond with Ino first. Of course, that likely would have been the case if he remained in the village. Kushina glared at Minato, if he remained in the village, he would have been tortured and hated. Plus, Kami, the game isn't over yet. That was just the first round and my Sochi didn't even take it all the way. Yes, Kushina. You have a point, but I don't think my champion is that flip-floppy. Kami tried to muster a confident tone as she said this, which earned perverted giggles from the parental duo. Although, I must admit that your son has become my favorite channel to tune into. He is a most interesting man and those alternate personalities of his are an interesting twist. Minato sighed, they are concerning. How will the other egos integrate into his life? Do you know if there will be more? Kami tapped a slim finger on her chin. I honestly don't know. In order to enjoy the show, I have disabled my omnipotence for this universe. It makes the experiment more enjoyable that way. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.